your dick hard while Jeremy's in the back screaming, you fucking retard. Come on, guys, let's get this fucking show done. Tyler's got a black and white movie to watch for fun. Moodz just trying to work with what he's got, cause JP just sits looking at Carly like, bro, this chick's hot. You must be out your mind, bro, if you don't listen to us. Just jump aboard with Jeremy and take the short bus. You wanna diss our show? Bro, we got news for you. For every joke you throw, we dish out 22. That's not a shot at you, that's a shot of Moodz. 22 shots that'll make you black and blue. We're the 22 shot crew, ready to destroy your ears. Reviewing movies all day while we drinking beer. 22 shot crew, and we're here to stay, making horror history every fucking day. Moodz is a legend for fuck's sake. They say his dick is the size of Camp Crystal Lake, and we're all wondering how much of it Jeremy can take. You wanna hear my opinion, says JP as he rants, but we all love this motherfucking Mexican. Tyler spitting out info, every little speck, every single movie, there's nothing he can wreck. He's a god amongst men, yo, that's his flex. He loves horror, and that's a fact check. We the best and the rest, that's no contest. Do you feel that knife in your back digging out through your chest? You got your top 10 list, bro, we do that shit every year. You gotta take down notes, bro, we do that while drinking beer. You got a problem with us? Well, Moodz has got something to say. I'm from Canada. So before you get mad and hit that thumbs down, remember we will lyrically leave you like a clown that's down. So don't frown, we record everything that may occur. So buckle up, fuckers. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You think you got enough to prove we're kings of underground horror things? We'll flip you the middle finger while we take our swings. There's no drug in the world that can cure those things. Our show keeps getting better, we're ahead by far. You can listen to us while you dumping bodies in the backseat of your car. So fuck you if you don't know who we are. It's the only horror show that will forever last. So if you think we're sick, then whip out your dick and listen to 22 shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 315 of the Triple Shots and Moodz and Horror Podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homeboy JP, also known as the Mexicans. And of course, we got Mr. No Fact Check Saucedo, also known as Tyler, in the house. And I'll be your host, the toxic offender Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, dudes?
What up? What up?
Oh, just reeling from all this goddamn snow.
Oh, I just feel like the show's schedule is like so fucked up. It's like every week, like, you know, we were usually record on Sundays, and it just seems every week now JP's like, I can't do it. I got so many life problems. Can we push it? Jesus Christ. I had to go. And the reason why But the reason why I bring that up is because I was like going through my
what do you mean?
My Letterboxd
every week. This is the first week I've done that.
It was last week too. Well, I guess was that Super Bowl? I don't know. It seems like lately we've been recording during the week. Like this is like the third time.
Super Bowl one. No, Super Bowl one was the week before because we had to push it to Thursday because wasn't the power out or something.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, because that one got pushed a couple days,
and then we pushed we pushed the next one to Monday, so we had.
You were the last person to push.
This is the third show in a row that we haven't recorded on Sunday. So, but anyways, I bring that up because I was looking at my Letterboxd trying to figure out what we watched, and I was like, what the fuck did I talk about last? I had to like find the date. I'm like, I think these titles were about the time when, you know, I started the next week kind of thing. So yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I just start a list every new week.
Yeah. I'm not really too over it. I mean, if something gets missed or something gets over, I don't really care. It doesn't really matter.
You can just like keep the same list and just add a note to it.
Well, that's what I tag. I tag them all as a disc squad, so I can do that as a backup. But yeah, just so it's easier for me to just scroll through them. I put them in a list.
But yeah, here we are on a Monday once again. Fucking tired as hell. Busy ass fucking day. Snowed like shit. Had a broken van at work. Oh my god, I'm tired, man. It's tired shit today.
Hey Tyler.
Yes.
How does it feel to be champions of the world?
Fuck. Okay, you know what's funny about this, JP? You didn't even know that the Olympics were even happening.
Yes, I did.
Now you're razzing me about fucking US beating the fucking Canadians in a stupid ass 3-on-3 fucking. Yeah, that was going to last 10 seconds. Everyone knew that shit. Okay, answer me this. Tyler, maybe you know this. Why the fuck are the overtime rules different for the women than it is for the men's?
I have no idea.
Because the women's game went to overtime too, and it was 5-on-5.
Yeah, someone mentioned that to me the other day. I think
I was actually wondering. I was thinking about that when I was watching the game yesterday morning. I was like, why the fuck? Because I actually didn't know.
Because women can't play defense as good.
Jesus Christ.
That's just what I heard.
Anyways, but like, I mean, but when you really put it into perspective, like you got two of the most elite teams in the world.
I hate
playing
3-on-3 for
dude. It's stupid. It becomes down to a puck. Whoever has that first puck advantage, like you basically win the game. It's kind of stupid because who's not going to score with those players on the ice? Give me a fucking break. Like it's ridiculous. So it's like it comes down to this. And I felt bad for everybody, man. I was like, this is kind of stupid. Like if it was 5-on-5, like a normal overtime period, like why we don't do 3-on-3 in NHL playoffs is for this exact reason. You want it back on the normal playing field, right? So I was kind of surprised that they had 3-on-3. I was like, holy shit, it's 3-on-3. This is crazy.
I don't like 3-on-3. I don't like shootouts. I don't like any of that shit. I think you should just play until there's a winner.
I get the 3-on-3 during the season. And the reason why they do it is because they want those extra points in there. And they also want the games to be decided instead of the shootout. Because a lot of players
still have the extra points.
Yeah. But I mean, they want the reason why they want the goal scored in overtime is because they don't want.
They want to save the players. Well,
the excitement of it.
Because a lot of players don't like the shootouts. It's not really a good game.
I hate shootouts.
The reason why the shootout sucks for two reasons, because at that point it becomes an individualized game. It's that player versus the goalie. It's not a team thing. And plus, when you score the game-winning goal in a shootout, it doesn't even count. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 3-on-3 is way more exciting. I'm just saying for like the integrity of the game, I don't like either. Like, I think you should just play until you have a winner. I know why they don't do it. It's because it's more of it's not baseball where you could just keep playing and you're less likely to have an injury. It's a more physical sport, so you're going to have more injuries and stuff like that. Same reason they don't do it in football. It's because, they want to save the player's health.
Well, they've even changed the rules in baseball too, right? For that exact reason, because they had so many games that were going, 13, 14, 15 innings, and then all their position players were used, or all the pitchers are used up. So they had to start using position players to throw pitches, and they were getting hurt and stuff. So that's why come the extra innings, now they start with a guy, whoever was the last player out in the ninth inning goes on second base. You already have a guy in scoring position because they want the games to end quicker. It's almost I
hate that though. It's
almost like having a 3. I don't mind it because I've literally been to a live ball game in Oakland one time. This is the craziest story. So we went to the game a couple hours early, and this game went 18 fucking innings. And I'll tell you one thing. Oakland, not warm, dead middle of the summer, and it was cold as hell. But 18 fucking innings, bro. 18 innings. It got to the point where I was like, I'm like, can you just end? Like, I love ball. That was getting ridiculous. They were out of players. It was kind of crazy. So, and then
I mean, I just don't care. Like, I don't care that it's long. I don't care that it lasts forever. I like that. I think that it makes it interesting. Mm-hmm. And it also is like a test of depth. You know what I mean? Which is, I would love if they did that in football. Like, okay, let's see whose third stringers are the best.
But I mean, they've changed the overtime rules in football over the years too, though, right? Because remember,
and at one point, don't like them ever.
It used to be, I think, the first score, but now if you score, the other team gets the ball. And
I think the only real fair way to do it is to just have an extra quarter, and whoever's winning at the end is winning. If it's still tied, you have another quarter until that's the true.
Yeah, I don't like football overtime rules either.
Yeah, it's just too, I don't know. It's just like too much variables.
But anyways, yeah, I mean, I got up at least you guys had the game at 8 a.m, for fuck's sakes. So me and the wife.
Dude, I watched the movie before the game started.
I got up at 5 in the morning.
Dude, when I looked up what time the game was coming on, I was like, yep, not watching that.
Oh man!
All of the games were too early for me.
Yeah,
I was like, "What is this nonsense?"
I watched all the games at work, at least the first 2 periods, while I was sorting my mail because I just put my phone on. But like, I literally got up at 5 a.m. to watch this game. It was crazy. Like we skipped. We got Wendy's breakfast and shit. But the crazy thing was, it was the night before was me and the wife's 19th anniversary.
I know, she yelled at me.
I know I gave her shit for that. What an idiot.
I didn't even do anything.
I know because
I was like, I haven't even been in the chats all day.
Because what happened was she's like, who are you talking to? And I was like, oh, JP. She's like, you've been talking to JP all night. I'm like, and I didn't respond. I was literally just waiting for you because you'd asked a question there. I was in the chat earlier. And then she thought I was literally talking to you all night. So she went messaging. I'm like, dude, seriously, stay out of my fucking business. I gave her shit. She was pissed off at me all night. But anyways, we went out for dinner, went to a couple different places and shit. And we got home at like 2:30 in the morning, maybe 3. Got up at 5. And Aaron drank a whole fucking bottle of wine at dinner and like he was getting already trashed. And yeah, so 5 o'clock in the morning came really quick, watched the game and then passed back out. So I was kind of happy that you were like, man, can we do this Monday? I'm like, yeah, I was kind of,
well, my thing
kind of
was,
tired.
I didn't even get to watch the movies until I finished at 2 in the morning last night.
I actually watched the last one this morning because we pushed it.
Yeah, I just was worried that I wasn't going to have time with all the shit that was going on. And it was a mess.
Apparently you didn't have time. So if you finished them now.
Right. Yeah. And even then I wasn't sure, but then you guys said that you're pretty much locked up the rest of the week. So I was like, okay, I just got to grit through it. And then
I think it turns out I actually could record tomorrow because I actually thought his game was tomorrow and it's tonight. So I'm actually missing the game because I actually thought it was tomorrow.
You don't have to play Yu-Gi-Oh.
I play Yu-Gi-Oh on Tuesday.
You want to play Yu-Gi-Oh. You don't have to play Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
Do we even do
Look, I get it. I don't want to ruin your Yu-Gi-Oh.
We actually got a new store to play.
I know you literally told us last week.
Yeah, but it's been fun.
Dude, this guy's such a geek when it comes to this.
I wish I lived around you because I'd fucking play Yu-Gi-Oh. I'd get you to teach me how to play
Yu-Gi-Oh. What the fuck?
We have to kind of organize our old man tournaments because we play like old. They call retirement home Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, that's the Yu-Gi-Oh I would probably like.
Yeah, and they have like independent events you can still go to that actually pay with cash, whereas like the regular events don't. So, and it's like all just chill old dudes like smoking weed and playing Yu-Gi-Oh.
I loved card games.
When I go to those tournaments too, like since I was like notable in the era, like where this format comes from, like everyone knows who I am there. It's pretty cool. It's like seeing all your old friends.
Yep, smelling all your old friends.
Those ones aren't that bad, but if you go to because there's just like it's all like adults and they're not huge tournaments. But if you go to any like real like tier 1 game return for any game, like, you got to get used to the smell. It's gonna reek in there.
I went up to my local mall on a Sunday one day for the first time in like 15 years, and they like most of the entire store now is just or the mall. There's like 3 card shops. And like they must be doing like their like tournaments or something on Sundays or some shit. Yeah, because I walked into one of those stores and it was like wall to wall, like tables and just people. And I was just like, it instantly smelled bad when I walked in.
So it's probably Magic the Gathering Commander players. And what that is like the most casual way you can play Magic. It's basically you make
Isn't that like the 1 versus 3 or something?
You play, well, it's not 1 versus 3, but it's like multiplayer. So usually groups of 4 people play it. And there's like specific rules, but you basically build a deck of 100 cards where each card is different. And it's like a very self-expression casual type of format. So you get a bunch of neckbeards that just reek and get together on Sundays and play this.
Do you guys ever do like draft and shit?
When I played Magic, I did draft. It's not Yu-Gi-Oh's not a game that like allows that. Basically, it's not like it's not designed for that. But I liked to draft a lot when I did Magic. I was pretty good at drafting.
This is what it feels like to be the listener when we're talking sports and they don't want to hear sports talk. I swear to God, every time when I hear the card shop, I think of like Golden Age collectibles and like other places where you buy like hockey and baseball cards. You guys
if people knew how to play, like I think like they basically enjoy drafting any game. Draft is awesome. You basically open a pack of cards and then like you take a card, you get another pack passed to you, and after 3 packs you build the deck. So there's like a big skill level involved in like understanding how to construct like a fluid deck, like reading the signals, like okay, well there's a lot of this color coming through, so I should grab all of these colors because people aren't taking this color around me, and you can you basically have to strategize building a deck with missing pieces.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fun as hell, man.
Yeah, and it really you get a big advantage if you're good at the game.
Yeah, when I was playing Magic for a bit, when I first went to the card shop, they were doing draft stuff, and it was really fun.
Yeah.
Do they only sell these type of playing cards? Like you can't buy like hockey and baseball and shit. Like
I mean, you can.
A lot of card shops sell that stuff.
Yeah, they're
But
usually
you
not
know,
the same
but the
card
thing with
stores.
those is you can't do anything with them. They're just collectible. Like the cool thing about like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon or Magic is there's a game.
Yeah, like I literally have cards that I played with 15 years ago that I just still own and get to play today still.
Well, Yu-Gi-Oh is kind of interesting because like they have the band and stuff, but essentially like isn't the whole history of Yu-Gi-Oh?
It is, but the way the modern game works is everything is so powerful and warped that it makes everything the last couple years before it irrelevant.
Yeah, where like Pokemon, they have like the last like 6 sets or something.
Yeah, which honestly, that's a better way to maintain the health of your game because if you do that, like you can kind of maintain the same power level and the cards will drop off, so people have to buy new cards anyway. But when you have to do this, when you have to go this route, you just keep making things more busted to make other things obsolete.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh might be the worst game with power creep out of like any game.
Yeah, it's like I feel like for new people to start playing the modern game, it's just so like it's so far removed from just like a casual person watching and understanding what's going on.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, my fucking Christopher Lee 3 set just shipped like right now. Just mentioned.
Oh yeah.
Along with 2 other things.
Yeah, those fucking Severins, dude. They fucking have insane box sets, dude.
Dude, I can't even tell you how much I like. Severin is like the unsung hero of fucking box sets, bro. The efforts that they put into their shit, it just blows my mind. Like, I know some of the box sets aren't for everybody, you know, like the Steckler one and stuff like that. Maybe even Herschel Gordon Lewis, but it's the effort that they put into these to gather like these whole pretty much these entire filmographies, put out these lower budget things and, you know, with features and everything. It is really crazy. Like Andy Milligan has a second one coming out. Like that is batshit, man. It's crazy.
I know. I saw that. I was like, damn, I didn't know that dude had anything else. I figured that first one was so like complete.
When I saw that too, I was like, really? There's more Milligan? Fucking crazy.
But speaking of which, the all the Haunts box sets, which is what we're doing tonight.
Yeah.
That was the first time I cracked either of them open.
Oh,
and
wow.
I was like, man, like it literally made me just want to watch, like do more of these episodes. Cause I was like, it's like a treasure trove. It's like, what's in here? Cause like, even like some of these films we're doing tonight don't really have a big, like splash online.
No, they don't. Like one of the movies kind of does, and I think it has more to do with it being directed by a woman and being one of the highest rated horror movies directed by a woman.
Yeah, Celia definitely was. It's pretty popular, I think, over in Australia, but
yeah,
it had a little bit of a movement over here.
Yeah.
It had a little bit of a movement over here because I know Scorpion put it out years ago, and when they put it out, people were talking about it because like, oh, I finally get to see Celia because I think it was just kind of unseen over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I can see it being a big deal in Australia because it's a very,
100%.
very like culturally relevant movie.
Oh, it's so relevant to like, but yeah, so
yeah, but those box sets are so cool, even though they are like the paper sleeve type things, which I'm usually not a huge fan of. They feel like it's like a book, and it's just like this is a cool thing, and it fits the style where like folklore and folk horror is very like, it feels like something that would be in a book format, so it kind of makes sense. And yeah, dude, if they totally could do a couple more volumes. I wouldn't be surprised if a volume 3 happens.
Oh, I would be surprised. I think
there's
these
so
things
many
really
gems
well.
in there. Like I've watched a few and talked about and reviewed a couple of those, and I've just been like, oh man, like even the other film that's on the Celia disc, man, Allison's Birthday is a really good one.
Yes, that's a good gem.
They actually put out a standard edition of that one too, because I think
there's a handful of films in those box sets that have standard editions, but
yeah. And to even segue with that a little bit, I don't know if any of you guys watch both movies on the disc, but with the 2 movies they put on a disc, they're not just random, they're actually paired to like as 2 movies that would pair well together. Like both the ones on that disc are Australian. Both the ones on the Ieoh Island one have a similar type of like threat to them. Like water, like gods of the water is a common theme, and then the other one, it's just 2 child story adaptations by Yuri Hers. So
yeah, I didn't notice that, but it kind of makes sense now.
Yeah.
But there's so many more folk horror films. Like,
oh, for sure.
Like you could literally make like 5 or 6 more of these with 20 films and
easily.
Yeah.
Because that's a very common theme with world horror. Like
internationally,
around the globe
for sure.
There is mythology, right?
There is an endless pit of Japanese folklore horror movies.
But yeah, I would love to see them continue doing those because like they are like, and I probably won't watch anymore until we pull them, just because, you know, we're
everything that I've watched so far from there that I hadn't seen before has been super good. These are pretty solid sets, man. Like I have no misses. So
I've watched probably 20% of the second one, about 60% of the first one, and there's maybe like less than a couple films that have just been like but there's been some real bangers that I would have just never seen otherwise.
Did you watch Lake of the Dead?
I don't think so. I don't think I've watched that one. I was better with the first set of just putting in a disc and watching both of them. I had already watched The Beauty, and that's what I did with one of the movies today. But I had already seen both the ones. I'd already seen Celia and Allison's Birthday, and then when I first got The Haunt sent to, Beauty and the Beast was one of the big like titles that I really wanted it, so I watched that like immediately.
At the end of this episode, we should draw what the next one will be.
Oh yeah, we're not. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I think I did the Lake of the Dead a couple years back on 31. I was just looking for another country, and I was like, oh, this one sounds really interesting. And it was super good. It was really good. I just love discovering shit like that because, you know, as much films as we watch and stuff, I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there that we've never seen before. A lot of good stuff too. So
there was a lot of good ones I found in the first one, like Allison's Birthday. I know when you talk about Clear Cut, that was one that I just randomly saw in the first one. That was like, wow, this is really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's Graham Greene's like one of his best performances. I mean, the guy was in literally everything.
Yeah.
A lot of Canadian stuff. But yeah. I mean, yeah, because he did a lot of like Canadian, you know, theme films that have to do with like native themes and stuff like that. So, but not just though, he was in a lot of like, I think he has a couple hundred acting credits. Is nuts. But that one, it was kind of cool because he's like, you know, he's pretty much like a main like a lead in that film. And it's just gave him the spotlight, you know, he really shined in that. It's just such a brilliant film, but pretty underseen. I know that one, that was one of the ones that actually had a standard release before the box set came out. I know Allison's Birthday came out standard wise after the box set, but Clear Cut was out a few years back. Like it's an older Blu-ray.
So. Yeah, I think the only one in that first set that I already own was that Dark Water movie.
Yeah, that was put out by, they did that one years prior to that one too. I think I actually reviewed that on this podcast at one point. I'm a big fan of that film. So, but yeah, no, we'll definitely do that. We'll, after we talk about the films, we will randomize and pick the next show. I don't know when that show will be, but it can't be next week because we have to do.
We can do another one by the end of the season. These are fun. I think we like.
Yeah. I think we'll try to do like 2 or 3 per season.
I would say, without like getting into anything, this is a pretty good sampling of movies too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like pretty much like all over the place too. You know, I mean, it's 3 really good, interesting films.
I knew this was going to be good. Basically, like by what rolled out, I was really excited when we got our titles.
Well, when the second one came up, the dude that directed The Cremator.
Yeah.
Right away, I was like, oh yeah.
It's like my boy Yuri.
Yeah. No, it's funny too, actually, because I'd brought down the other film that he had done, the Fair Vampire.
Yeah. It's
sitting on my poker table downstairs, actually, and I was going to I didn't even realize that it was the same guy, and I was like, that is random. Like super, super random that he had done that one too. So, and The Ninth Heart. So
yeah, now someone's got to put out his film Oil Lamps. That's the next one they got to put out. That's like, I guess that movie's fucking wild.
Well, I mean, so far I've liked what he's done. I mean,
I haven't watched the vampire movie yet, but I picked that one up at Wasteland too. Yeah. It was like $20 at Wasteland, which is awesome because usually Severn's way more expensive at Wasteland. They were like giving it away this year.
That's a nice addition too.
Yeah, when he said $20, like for a nice addition like this with the horror case and everything, easy.
Yeah, man. Wait a minute. So you never did watch the game, JP? Just going back to that again?
Watch the highlights.
This guy's rubbing in my
Hell
face.
no,
And you're
dude,
watching the
I
fucking
ain't
game.
waking up. That is insane.
I
that is
woke up early
insane.
enough
Dude, it was
to watch
5
a movie before the
for
game.
me, and it was insane because we only slept for like 2 hours. It was so brutal. Like I did this. I literally rolled out of bed, went upstairs. Actually, get this. So I went downstairs and I popped in Menace to Society. It was like 2:30 in the morning. I probably got 20 minutes into it before I fell asleep. I had like 3/4 of a beer sitting on my table. Fucking rolled off. Got up at 5 in the morning, grabbed that beer, and started watching the game and drank that fucking beer.
Fuck that.
I literally rolled out, and then I was like, "Oh well, I got to keep this going." So I had a couple more during the game, but oh my god, it was like I just had a nap in between.
It's because you guys didn't have Crosby.
I know.
It was
That
bad
was,
luck.
man, that was fucking man. Canada like really went down with the like. Poulon went down for the women. She's the captain, and Crosby went down. I was like, what the fuck? That's a weird theme.
Man.
I'm not saying that's why we lost, but I mean, the women's team wasn't that great this year. The Americans are a little bit younger and just feistier. Canadians are getting old.
In the last like 15, 20 years, America has like gained so much ground on like our hockey infrastructure
For
the
sure.
youth.
Yep.
So you're seeing a lot more just like, we're catching up. It's becoming more of a part of our culture than it used to be.
Yeah, ever since
if you look at
pretty much
the-
everyone established and took like the Canadian hockey programs, or like used the Canadian hockey programs, like everything got so much more competitive. It really did.
If you look
So many
at the
countries.
United States roster, even with some of the criticisms we have about it, and compare it to what the U.S. roster would have looked like, I don't know, like in like 1998 or something, yeah, it's a world of difference. Like you have superstars getting left off of the U.S. roster, where then like you had like third liners padding out your team.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, hockey's a funny sport, man. I mean, like Hellebuck has proved himself over and over again that he's not a big game goalie. I mean, he plays great in the season. He comes into the season and he sucks in the playoffs.
Yeah,
and he made that.
I know that's why
that paddle save. But McKinnon missed a wide open net. He fucking hit the side of the net with a wide open net. That is the craziest shit ever. Like that's McKinnon. He's easily top 5 player in the NHL, and he fucking
he's easily top 2, I think.
Yeah, and he missed like that wide open. That was crazy. But that paddle save.
You have stretches of time where he's better than McDavid, but McDavid just
McKinnon's
more consistent.
He's like incredible. Like when he scored that goal in the game prior, he was just kind of modest about it. Like he didn't really over cheer nothing. I'm like, bro, you just won the fucking game.
There's a picture of like him getting past like some stuffed animal wearing his silver medal, and he just looks so.
Oh, the stuff you should see Brad Marchand's reaction too. He looked disgusted.
Oh, dude, yeah, this is his last chance. He's a geezer.
Well, you're passing a plushie toy to an NHL player who just lost one of the biggest games of their career. Come on, they don't give a fuck.
Oh my god, the kid looked like he was gonna rip that thing in half.
I'm just happy Crosby's injury doesn't seem like that major now from what it looked like.
I mean, I hope it's not, but you're not out of the water yet, because even if like he could have gotten ruled out for these 2 games like immediately, and they're not going to tell anyone that.
No. And that's the thing, and it's not going to fully get disclosed at all because no one's going to say anything. It's just the way the NHL works now when it comes to injuries. Like Matthews was hurt for pretty much a whole year, and they were never disclosing what it was. And
yeah, because people target it. Like, look at
exactly.
He got railed by fucking Radko Gudas of all players.
I mean, Freeman did say he had a wrist injury all
you
season.
only have to report upper body or lower body, but like in the NFL, you have to actually
it gets me
report
so
what it is.
frustrated with fantasy because I'm like, I don't fucking know what that means. Like it's sometimes
it can mean anything. It literally could mean like
and when you have
from a torn
borderline
ACL to
players,
like a fucking hamstring to like anything.
Yeah, exactly. You have borderline players, and I don't know if they're going to be out like 10 days or 6 weeks, and it's like
Well, I've heard upper body injuries, and it was concussions.
Yeah, right.
Yes, it technically isn't the upper body, but it was funny to me.
And when they don't report, it'll be stupid because it'll give you on fantasy sports like an estimated return date, and generally it's just the next available game, so you just never know. And you're like, all right, he's coming back, and he's not. And after 2 months, you're like, what the fuck? I'm great though at like when people get frustrated and they drop these players, I just pick them up injured and just like sit with it and deal with it, and eventually I have an insane team by the end of the season.
So how's your guys' schedule for this weekend for watching Scream? Do you have tickets? When are you guys going?
Yeah, I got tickets for Sunday morning, and I'm just going to watch the.
Oh, you're watching the day of the recording?
My screening last week, there was only like 10 seats left.
I was surprised, bro. I went online for tickets, and it was about a week ago, and they'd already had the pre-sales on there, and there was a bunch of tickets sold. I was like, for Thursday, I was like, that's crazy, man.
I was gonna originally go. I actually bought tickets like 2 weeks ago. I was originally gonna go Thursday, but I was like, oh shit, you're doing Sin Bin that day, aren't we? And originally we were, so I canceled them, and I got tickets for Sunday, and I just never bothered to change it back after.
Yeah,
we did the date change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I might go like Saturday during the afternoon because I've got hockey on Friday and Saturday night. So I have to like kind of work this in.
Yeah.
They're supposed to do a trailer for Scary Movie 6 before Scream.
Ooh.
Nice.
Which is funny.
That is funny, actually.
Nice. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I actually was hopefully gonna run through the series this week before I go see it, just because I like to do that.
I'm not gonna watch the first 4.
Obviously, I have to watch 5 and 6.
Yeah,
but I figured I might as well just go through the series.
I mean, I really have to rewatch 5 and 6. I remember them.
I don't even really remember them that well.
Well, 6,
my memory sucks.
I kind of like. I was just like, okay, we'll get to it when we watch it. But
did you ask Mike if he wants to do that show with us?
I think he is trying to be on it on Sunday. So
it's cool.
Sure, I guess if he shows up, he shows up. But
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
weird. We've only done a part 2 to a franchise once, and it was back-to-back episodes with like episode 28 and 29 or something for Halloween.
Yeah, broke that one up, yeah. But we could almost do.
Well, I'm kind of annoyed now because I'm hearing rumblings of a Scream 8 being greenlit. So,
fuck's sakes, of course there is. Actually, yes, Halloween. I mean, with the new trilogy, because we'll probably do that this Halloween. I think we're going to do that.
I would honestly, I've said this before, I would love to just do the whole series again.
Yeah, I mean, probably talk about some different stuff. And
I just feel like that episode is so old. My opinions completely have changed since then.
It's episode 20 and 20. Like, that is what, 2014?
Yeah.
Maybe like it's all that's 10, 12 years. Like that was an old episode.
Yeah.
Because when we first started doing these, we were bumping them out. So, yeah, I mean, it's 14 or 15. It's old.
Plus, we didn't have Tyler back then. So it would be like fresh with that.
Super fresh.
The thing is, like, there is a few episodes that I would like to revisit and stuff. Like you'd mentioned Phantasm. That's something because we still have to.
Yeah, that's really early though. I remember like when I was in college before I think it might have been my second time around. I don't know because I kept dropping out. But I remember being between classes, sitting in a Panera Bread, listening to that episode.
I just don't want to go down this rabbit hole of.
It was like, episode 8.
Yeah, we don't.
So that was a long time ago.
I don't like the idea of going down the rabbit hole of, okay, we should redo this episode, redo this, and then we become our own contradictory where we're like, do they really need to remake this movie? And here we are remaking podcasts. Like,
what if we did this though?
Here's the thing:
3 or 4 episodes and made a vote and like let the fans pick which episode would you.
The way I look at it though is that there's so many shows that we could still do that are totally.
I
fresh.
agree.
That is true.
But like for real, dude, there's literally like 2 shows. Like I don't want to redo like Paranormal Activity or the Warlock trilogy or anything. It's literally like Halloween, and partially because there's 3 new ones since we did that show and it was so old, and Phantasm just because it was so old. I don't feel the need to redo Leprechaun, which was also an old show. Like it's really, for me, it's those 2. Like I can't even think of another one I would like to redo.
Phantasm does make sense because we didn't do part 5, right? So
we didn't do part 5, and I did. I know now I would have more to say about them than I did when we first started.
Yeah,
when I was
absolutely.
like really not good at podcasting. Still not, but was even way worse back then. And also like the big thing for me too is like I think Phantasm needs another shot at the Hall of Fame.
What? The first Phantasm's not in the Hall of Fame?
No.
Oh, that's crazy.
It didn't even come close. I think Jeremy gave it like a 7. I gave it like an 8.
Wow.
And gave it like a 9 or 10.
What a dickhead.
I probably gave it 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not even close.
But I think it would be, and also a lot of things have happened. Like Angus Scrimm passed away, and Reggie Bannister is probably about to pass away. There's a 5th movie. Those are the only 2 franchises that I would want to redo. And I think that no matter what, I don't think we do anything. If we were going to do any others like down the road, I don't think we do anything that's under like 10, 12 years old.
Yeah.
But I think Halloween is an interesting one because our opinions have changed so much on that one. And also there were 3 more movies. I mean, just Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 alone, we feel completely different about.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell you the way those reviews even went.
We kind of bashed it a bit.
Yeah, like I just don't remember. I think at the time I was a little bit indifferent. Like I saw it in the theater, which was a theatrical cut. I remember watching the unrated cut and just being like, I think those were the experiences at the time. I don't think I went back and like let it digest. But it's definitely one of those movies that it's going to be a lot different.
I think any show that doesn't have a thumbnail that was created for the episode is fair game. Because like the first like 30 shows, we didn't do individual thumbnails, you know?
No, it was just the kind of the generic.
How long ago did you do the episode where you guys talked about Angel's Egg?
That wasn't that long ago. Maybe like 6 years ago. 5, 6 years ago.
That's when I feel like I don't remember what you guys thought of it. I probably wouldn't even. That might have been an episode back in the day where like I don't give a fuck about anime.
Yeah, it's not that.
It was episode 162, 2019.
Yeah,
so like I said, 7 years. I was pretty close with that.
Yeah,
was that the very first anime one that we did?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we did. Did we do one other one?
I think we've done a couple actually, haven't we?
As much as I stand for that shit, there's really like not that many notable anime horror movies.
I know we did.
Yeah, we did a volume 2.
So we definitely did a volume 2. Yeah, I think that's as far as we went. I know we've talked about other anime films on here that were part of like prep years and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we should do another one.
There's lots to choose from.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is precisely what I was talking about though too. It's like when you start talking about redoing episodes, which I agree. There's a couple there.
2. Those are the only 2 I want to do.
There's just so much out there. Like even with, you know, tackling these haunt sets, like this is like 14 shows.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's essentially 14 shows to do all of them.
It'll last us a couple years for sure.
There's always modern. We don't do a lot of modern stuff, but there's always something that's going to come up. Actually, next weekend, we'll be doing a film from, 2026.
Yeah, we don't really do a lot of modern like we used to.
And even
we did a lot more modern back.
I feel like even when you look at the films that we were doing, they were still far in between. Like there was some, I don't know, like some might have been newer, but like current, like 2000, like from the exact year, we didn't ever really do a ton of them.
No, we didn't. Last there was a time period where we were doing them like every couple shows.
Yeah, maybe. But I think it was also because we were doing smaller shows because Jeremy would really bitch about doing lots of movies.
Well, in general, but it wasn't even just that. Like the show from the start was one movie.
Yeah, it was. It was. And I think that was actually kind of the format. It was like we would do like these news things and then we would talk about shit that we watch, like kind of what we do now, like in a very early infancy kind of structured of it. And then we just have one film. Yeah, there's even one episode to this date that we didn't even do the main reviews because we were going to do the Maniac OG versus and we ended up not even doing that, right? Because it was like
episode
UFC
4, I think.
Yeah, and there's no featured review on that episode. It was actually you though, because you wanted to go watch UFC.
Yeah.
And it was like, hey, well, we ran out. I think we ended up starting late that day or something like that. I can't remember what happened, but yeah, because that would have been Saturdays.
That was Untitled episode or something.
Yeah, it's like super random.
But yeah, we used to do like news, and then we did what we watched, and then we would do releases. We would list off the releases coming out.
That was fun.
And then we would do like the one review, and that was pretty much the show.
I like doing the releases. It's too bad that there's no like really good episode or websites where we could. I
haven't really looked to see if there is, but I do remember the website we used stopped updating at one point, and that's when we stopped doing the releases.
Yeah, I was using 2 different ones, and then one stopped, and then the other one kind of like was going on, and then they were missing a ton of stuff that I knew about, and I was like, "Wow, this isn't really working too well."
The when we were using that one site though, still like remember what it looks like in my head, but
yeah,
it was like it was only horror really, so it was also pretty cool because of that, and it was pretty good. Like they did a pretty good job back then.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's just so much more coming out now than there was in those days. You think about like all the Vinegar Syndrome, like there's a little bit more boutique label. I mean, those labels were out then, but yeah, there's just so much more. It'd be long, but it was fun. It was fun because I mean, the show started out as like an idea was, we're podcasting, but we're also talking physical media. So that was the point of the physical releases and stuff like that. I remember somebody left a comment one time like, some people don't even collect. You don't even need to talk about that shit.
That is true. A lot of people don't collect. I would honestly probably say 30 to 40% of our listener audience probably does not collect.
Yeah, but especially I mean, 60 to 70% do. And, I mean.
But we're like.
But I never understood tripping dicks on, your intro is too long, or, I don't care about there's show notes.
By the way, your show notes kind of suck nowadays. I've noticed that recently.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean my show notes suck?
Well, for one, I was super confused on the last couple you sent me because it had like Box Office Brawl and what we watched, but it wasn't like there wasn't. I couldn't like you didn't put them in, like you didn't put the timestamp next to it.
Yeah, I did.
So I was confused where the timestamp.
It's underneath.
Yeah, but you do it not underneath on all the other ones. You do it either above or next.
No, I do. There's a header for every section. So you have the first timestamp here, 0000, and it's like the intro section. Then you have Box Office Brawl, and you have it underneath, but you never did that before. Like the featured reviews and stuff, you put it above the featured reviews or next to it. No, I have a thing that says featured reviews and whatever the title of the show is usually, and then after that it's all bullet pointed. The thing is with Box Office Brawl and Dub 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 is that they're by themselves.
So why do you not put the time next to it like you do for the rest of them?
I just put it underneath because if you look at the way it is, it starts out with show notes, and then that's where the intro is, right? And then Box Office Brawl, and then you bullet point one down. It's right there, Dub Dub, and then featured reviews, and then they're all bullet pointed. It's done the exact same way. There's no title for Dub 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 or Box Office Brawl. It's the exact same thing. The structure is the exact same thing, same way.
Oh,
right.
Well, it's different from the old ones.
Yeah, I just put it because like if you read it from top to bottom, you see Box Office Brawl and you're like, oh, that's a timestamp, and then Dub Dub Dub, and that's timestamp, and then featured reviews, and it's like Ieoh Island, The Ninth Heart, and then those things will be individualized because they're titled, right? And then the outro, I do it for the outro and the intro. It's kind of like what it is because it's already kind of pre-written, so it's easy for me to follow. Fucking guy, these things suck. Can't follow them properly.
Well, I was mainly talking about for example, the top 10 one. You just have one timestamp for the top 10. Why not number 10, number 9? I know it's more work, but
which top 10? If we're doing
Like the Sin Bin one that we just put out.
Oh yeah, because I'm not gonna.
Because sometimes I like to go back and click on like the thing, but like if I want to find what our number like 5 was or something, you know how much time you got to siphon through? And I'm talking from a listener perspective.
Well, I break down for any other top shows. I always do 10 to 6 and 5 to 1. Every top 10 show on 22 Shots is like that. Yeah. What else do you need? I'm not breaking it down.
I'm just hating on a free service, so
I'm just yeah. So the Sin Bin one,
there's like 3 hours of time you got to scroll through if you were looking for something.
Yeah,
but I know it does take a lot more work. I used to do them.
Yeah, it's probably 2.5. Now, yeah, I didn't do it for that one, but if you look at any show in 22 Shots, man, it's always 10 to 6 and then 5 to 1. I'll break it down like that. There is some earlier ones that I did that I actually broke it right down, which I realize that takes way too fucking long.
It does.
Dude, it's 9 hours, and it's, you know, I mean, even doing the intro show notes, because I don't write them down as we're talking about this shit. Like I go through and I skip through and I listen and shit. I'm like, oh yeah, that's what we talked about. That's what we talked about.
Yeah.
So it does take time. But yeah, I mean, certain shows will do certain things and stuff. It is what it is. But I mean, if you click on the shows,
but I think like
I mean, it's highlighted. I mean, it's got the intro. It says Box Office Brawl, and then it's highlighted. It's like 01039. It's like, here's your time.
I would just put it next to it. I'm just talking because like someone who's like actually using the show notes to like go where they want. It's like, well, is it above this one or below this one? It's kind of confusing.
No, because if you're reading top to bottom, dude, it's like where it would have to be below it, right? Because you're not going to go the other way. Box Office Brawl, and you look down. I mean, it's just natural to go. It's like from going left to right.
Well, I think the reason it's a little confusing is because it's next, like it's before everything else, but then on those ones it's after. Like the timestamp itself, like if you look at like the locker or whatever, it's the timestamp is before the locker, but on Box Office Brawl it's after the Box Office Brawl.
I know, because the header is featured reviews, and then
right. So just make the header. You know,
the header's dub, and then you look right below and it says 020402 or 04 Box Office Brawl. That's the
name the header like second act or something, and then have them both underneath.
Oh my god, dude! Seriously, it's so fucking easy. But
dude, no, listen, I get what you're saying. Totally
I get what you're saying though too. Like you want me to put it right. You want me to
if you're the one that's doing it, but like as a listener, if I can't figure it out in like 2 seconds, I'm just like, well, whatever.
Dude, there's not like, it's so simple.
I agree. It is if you're the one who does it and like knows how it works. But like when I first looked at it, I was like, wait, which one's what? And like, I'm dead serious. Like I was confused.
Bro, I
eventually figured it out, but
okay, I'm not going to sit here and rip on you, man. But
boy, come on, man. I don't know. I'm an idiot, though.
I just look at it. I'm like, I mean, I get where you're coming from, and I mean, it does.
Let me ask you a question. Pop quiz: are most people idiots or not idiots?
I'd say most people are idiots.
Right. Boom.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends what your definition of an idiot is. I mean, if your IQ is 80 or 85, yeah, but. I don't know. I mean,
okay, bro, we got fucking Lucas Touts listen to us. Come on, man.
For this show that we're recording right now, I will do it exactly how I do for the feature reviews. I like headers. I just like headers. Box Office Brawl. Timestamp.
I do too. I used to do it that way too. I would just do what we watched, and then like if there were other topics in there, the segment is what we watched. And then you could just put what we watched and Box Office Brawl in that segment.
Dude, I take a lot of pride in those fucking notes, man. Come on. This fucking guy.
Just a little constructive.
But yeah, anyways, I mean, I just feel like it's totally booked and you got the intro, outro. It's the same way. I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. I'm sure people, I mean, no, honestly, I don't even know how many times people even use the show notes. I mean,
Dude, honestly, I
wondered.
use them a lot when I was listening.
I mean, they're
to
correct.
podcasts.
They're correct.
Like if they started talking about some shit that I was so uninterested in, I'd be like, all right, let's skip ahead to something else.
Remember how many times we
do
used to
think
get
they
comments
are.
about like, oh, I need fucking show notes. And I'm like, how about you just drop the description box down? Like they're there.
Oh yeah, a lot of people would say
crazy.
that, and I'd be like, they're literally there though.
I know. So yeah, going back to your conversation, are people idiots? Yes, they are.
Right. But I think that like also it's really nice to be able to skip stuff you're uninterested. Like I think because we do talk sports and stuff, and I do know a lot of people just have zero fucking interest in that.
Mhm.
I do think it's good that we have a way for them to skip out of that.
Well, that's why I individualize when I do the intro show notes. I'll be like, okay, a little bit of sports. Everything's kind of bullet pointed.
And I
In there.
give props to the dudes who actually leave a comment. If you want to skip this sports talk, skip to here.
That is funny. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You're here to hear horror talk, and we're talking about fucking silly sports, but
Yeah.
not always. It happens here and there, but
Look, my thing is like, look, I feel for you because I hate listening to people talk about shit that I'm uninterested in or have no stake in the game. However, I don't understand how any human being lives and doesn't like some sport. It actually like confuses my mind that the only thing I think is you never actually tried to like a sport, because I feel like there's a sport out there for everybody, because when you really get into a sport, it is such an entertainment value thing.
I mean, it is crazy, especially for somebody like me growing up in Canada where hockey is like second nature to everybody. I mean, there is people here that don't like hockey. Of course there is. There's going to be people everywhere. But I mean, I grew up playing sports, and I'm in the same mentality too. It's like,
well, the one that always weirded me out was the people that are really into like professional wrestling, but don't like any actual sports.
Yeah.
That one's kind of surprising.
Well, that's
And look,
I'm a soap opera.
I'm half joking here. Like, I know that like some people just aren't going to like sports and it's cool, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, as a sports fan, it is like surprising when I meet people that don't watch any sports, because how much I actually think they're valuable in entertainment is like, I just feel like people are missing out. You know what I mean? Like, I watched the UFC fights over the weekend, and I'm like, man, especially the people that watch wrestling, I'm like, you guys should watch this shit.
Yeah, but that's not like dramatic. They like the
But that's
like the
that's
soap
not
opera.
true though. That's not true. There are storylines and stuff. They're just real storylines. Yeah, they're not over dramatic like the fake ones, but there are storylines. Like Sean Strickland was fighting Hernandez. Like, he has this storyline of he was like this fighter who nobody expected to actually be a champion, and he was like a big shit talker and says the most outlandish things, like women need to like not be in professions as much and go back to the kitchens and shit like that. And he's like dead serious about it. You know what I mean? And
Jesus.
yeah, you
he
can't even
became, like,
jokingly say that. You can't
Oh
even
my
jokingly
God,
say
dude.
that in wrestling anymore.
yeah, he
used to say some. Yeah.
he says some crazy shit, dude.
You used to be able to do
Crazy
some wild
shit.
shit like 25 years ago when I was a kid. But yeah, it's pretty sanitizing now.
I think I forgot to bring this up, but I was super pissed off about this, and I kind of blocked it out of my mind. But the whole thing with UFC with Paramount and shit is fucking killing me right now. It's only available in the States, so we're still paying $80 pay-per-view here.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at the UK. They've had free fights for like decades while we all paid for them.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's super frustrating because I thought we're getting the same thing, the whole Paramount deal. Nope. Only available in the
That
States.
does suck, because it has been amazing to not have to.
Yeah, I was watching the prelims.
Pay-per-view.
And generally, I mean, if you guys were still paying the same as we were, I'd have been, I'll get the fights tonight, whatever. But I'm not doing it because I know you're paying your $10 Paramount fucking subscription fee.
Well, you know what kind of does suck about the Paramount thing?
Fuck.
If you're watching the prelims, right,
Mm-hmm.
and they end, you actually have to go out and click a different thing to continue watching. It's like, just play them through.
Yeah.
It's all on the same shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never understood that either.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm
It's
excited
like
for hockey to return too.
It's like all those pay services are like that. It's really weird. Yeah, well, yeah, I think.
Did this break just feel like extra fucking long to you guys?
It was extra long.
Oh my god!
Continues Wednesday, I think it's back.
Yeah, I've been, especially with football gone now. I'm just like, dude, where's the sports?
I mean, if you're not into the Olympics, like my wife, like she watches.
I like the Olympics, but like, I have to like know something about a storyline or something to be really invested. There's certain like I'll watch hockey. I really loved the Four Nations last year. That was really fucking dope. And I assume they're going to do it probably next year with the Olympics not on.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they're looking to expand it too.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. That's a really I really like that last year. And then like the Summer Olympics I watch a lot more than the Winter Olympics. It just seems like a bigger event a lot of times.
I actually prefer the Winter Olympics, oddly enough. Like I'm a summer person, but I like the winter. I like the snowboarding, like the half pipe and all that type of shit and stuff. And of course the hockey and shit. But
I did see some fucking crazy beef with like Canada and like fucking Sweden or something in curling during this Olympics.
Oh yeah, that's my girl Holman. I'm actually like a really big fan. And she ended up getting the bronze.
No, it was the men's curling.
Oh yeah.
There was like some beef with like some cheating scandal with like the men's curling, and it was
really? I didn't hear that. I know the men won the gold from Canada, but my girl like, Holman. You're not allowed to touch the puck or whatever it's called. The rock.
And
this guy
after it touches the line or whatever, and like Sweden or one of those countries up there were like bitching that Canada was cheating, and then Canada came back with saying they were cheating, and you could see like them mouthing,
really, I
like,
missed that.
Fuck off or something like that. It was really funny.
Yeah, yeah. No, the wife is crazy. Like she got up on that Saturday morning at 5 a.m. to watch the curling. And then got up at 5 a.m. on Sunday to watch the hockey. I'm like, you're fucking. I even said to her, I'm like, believe it or not, 11 o'clock tonight.
Curling kind of gets a bad rap for just being a silly little sport, but if you ever actually sit down and watch one of them curling matches, they're pretty interesting. You know what I mean? It's not a bad sport.
I don't watch men's curling because they're almost too good and it's like ridiculous. So I became a fan of women's curling, but my girl Rachel Holman, man, she's awesome. She was ranked number 1 in the world for like last like 80 something weeks. She ended up getting the bronze, which is crazy, but she's like so decorated. She's like in her mid 30s. She's won she won like 40 tournaments like the last couple years. It's crazy, but yeah, it was cool to see her finally win something. But I follow women's curling. It's kind of fun, but I mean, they look good in the pants. Those yoga pants. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah,
some of those Olympic chicks are like complete hotties.
Oh, that one speed skater.
Oh, the speed skaters, dude.
Oh God. There's one that's like, it's like, that's not even real. So good looking. I was like, that's crazy. But yeah. But
there was one little bit of news that I saw this week. Not kind of a slow news week. But I did see that the X-Files is getting a reboot.
That's exciting.
With Ryan Coogler directing.
Oh. It's going to be all action Hollywoody then.
You think?
Yeah. I would love to see Ryan Coogler go back and do like a small movie like with Fruitvale Station. That's like what really got him noticed. But yeah, he just pretty much gets to make big budget movies at this point.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is I was randomly I barely ever watch TV. Mm-hmm. But I was watching some TV the other night and I saw Hardball was on. Had no fucking clue that fucking Michael B. Jordan was one of the kids in Hardball.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure. I think he really broke out in Creed. I'm not sure when that came out, but I'm pretty sure
2001.
Oh, so yeah, he would have been a kid.
Yeah, no, he plays one of the kids in Hardball. Michael B. Jordan.
Wow.
He looks kind of the same too. I just didn't know. Like
Yeah.
I'd seen Hardball. Have you never seen Hardball?
I've never seen Hardball.
What?
Yep.
Hardball is fucking awesome, dude.
It sounds familiar.
Keanu Reeves is like in debt with some bookies like real bad because he keeps betting on sports.
He has to coach the team or something.
And his like brother,
Dude,
like,
you know what's
cuts him
funny?
a deal to like coach a little league team.
Yeah.
I've seen this movie, but I never knew what it was. I don't think I've seen the whole thing, but I remember it's one of those things where when this shit doesn't happen now, but we're really watching TV as a kid and you see something, you just keep watching it. I remember it was like Keanu Reeves on a bench with a bunch of kids and it was like, oh, Keanu Reeves is the coach. This is like my Ducks. And watching it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, except for it's in the hood and they got fucking like the pitcher can only pitch when he is listening to his headphones. Big
that's
pop-up
fine. Yeah,
notorious
I don't remember
B.I.G..
much about it. When you're talking about the plot with Keanu Reeves being a coach, I was like, oh, I've seen this on TV.
Yeah, and it got like a really like heart-touching, heartstring pulling moment in it. That
It's a
kinda everybody
tearjerker.
knows.
It's a tearjerker.
Yeah, but it's actually like I watched it when it came out in like 2001 and I thought it was the shit. But it's good. I was just randomly flipping channels and it was on there, and I saw that Michael B. Jordan was one of the kids, like a 10-year-old kid, and I was like, holy shit! It was like his second movie. He played Jamal.
That makes sense. Jamal.
Well, I thought that since we are doing folk horror tonight, based from all the Haunts box set from Severin, I thought maybe I'll do a quick little Google search on, I like my lists. They're always fun to talk about. So the first one comes up. It's always Colander. This website always seems
Collider.
to come up. Is it Collider? Is that what it is? Collider?
Is it SCOLLIDR?
Is that Collider?
That's Collider.
Fuck. I'm losing my shit, bro. Why do we say it's Collider?
You're adding an end in there.
I never even thought it'd be.
You're adding an end in there for some reason. Colander.
I was saying Colander. Yeah, I guess I am putting an N there. In my mind, I wasn't. That's interesting. Okay. So anyways, this one is 40 best folk horror movies ranked.
Ooh, 40.
Yeah, that was the first one that came up.
That's a fatty list.
Ranked.
I typed in top 10 best folk and it comes up with top 40. So
all right, let's predict the number ones. I'm gonna guess Wicker Man.
Yeah, that's my prediction too. That's totally 100% my prediction.
It's not going to be quite.
No, Wicker Man would make a lot more sense.
Wicker Man's like the big popular one. Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Yeah,
maybe The Witch.
I bet you it's
probably
top 10.
Right?
Yeah, I bet you it's top 10.
Depends
maybe even top 5.
How biased they're going to be to modern movies.
I think the thing with Wicker Man is just so much influence came from that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for
that
sure.
You automatically give that one the number one spot.
We might even talk about that tonight.
Yeah, actually, it's funny that you bring that up, Tyler, because I was thinking the same thing. Is the setup very reminiscent of Wicker Man?
That's honestly, it's like similar. I have like 5 movies written down that this is like a combination of, and that's one of them.
Well, the first thing I thought of was the setup. I mean, obviously, this movie's a lot different than The Wicker Man, but at first thing I thought about was like, that reminds me of The Wicker Man instantly.
Yeah, this will like protect, like, well, The Wicker Man too has that gumshoe aspect to it when it starts too.
Yeah. Okay, so at number 40, we have The Plague of the Zombies from 1966.
I think I've seen this.
It's a good
sounds
one.
familiar.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's good. It's like Voodoo Zombies, obviously, it's 1966, just before.
Did Kino release that?
Nah, Plague of the Zombies, I think. Didn't Scream Factory put out the Blu-ray for Plague of the Zombies?
Maybe it was them.
I think so. Yeah, okay, so number 39 is Gretel and Hansel. Oh, wow. Wasn't expecting to see an Osgood Perkins film on here from 2020.
Okay.
This is weird. Number 38 is Sightseers from 2012. This isn't really a horror film. It has elements in there. It literally says right here, Sightseers is more of a comedy than a horror film. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the movies we're doing tonight aren't very horror.
This Sightseers is fucking hilarious, though. It is so funny. I love this movie. It's great. Number 37 is Black Sunday from 1960.
Yep.
Obviously, Mario Bava. Oh, nice. Number 36, Night of the Demon from 1957. I love this movie. That's great.
Never seen that one myself.
Yeah, it's also known as Curse of the Demon, of course. Number 35 is Kiriniko from 1968.
Yep.
That makes sense. That's a good one. Number 34 is The Last Wave from 1977.
This is a good movie. This one's cool.
I've never seen this one, but
it's a Peter Weir movie. It's about so it's an Australian movie. It's about a lawyer defending an Aborigine that came into the mainland and killed someone.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like it's actually, I can see it kind of has some similarities and themes to that movie. What's the one with Michael Shannon? Take Shelter, where it's like this prophetic end of the world thing.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's the same guy that did the Truman Show and Witness. I like Witness. It's a good movie.
Like that guy, Hanging Rock. Yeah, that guy has a very different filmography.
Right.
He did Dead Poet Society too. Everybody loves. I hate that movie, but everybody likes it, I guess.
Number 33 is The Virgin Spring from 1960.
My boy Bergman.
Yeah, Bergman. The inspiration for Last House on the Left. Number 32 is Pet Cemetery from 89.
Never really thought of it as folk horror, but it kind of is.
Yeah, it does make sense.
It kind of is. Oh, number 31 is Wake and Fright from 1971. Here's another film that's not quite a work of horror in the traditional sense, but provides kind of a horror and intense enough that it might as well qualify. Yeah, it's kind of like it's almost like
Christmas.
I like the way this guy thinks.
It's a nightmare. It really is kind of because it just keeps going. It just keeps digging itself deeper and deeper.
Dude, I don't know if I've just seen this movie enough times though, but the last time I watched it, when he's really getting fucked up with the guys before they go kangaroo hunting, I was just kind of vibing with them, yeah, I'd hang out with these guys too.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't know about the killing of the kangaroo part, but I
feel like if you're stuck there, it's
they're hyped up and they're just driving around in the RV, just blasting shit, chugging beers.
Dude, that scene is so fucking it's messed up.
It's yeah, this is awesome, dude.
All right, number 30 is Possum from 2018. This is an interesting movie.
Yeah, this is a strange one.
Didn't we do this one on the show one time?
Yeah,
I didn't like it. I watched this on a plane, but I don't know. Maybe I'd like it more now.
I think we ended up liking it a lot.
No, I think this movie's really interesting. It's fun. It's different. Kind of weird.
It's very weird.
Yeah, number 29 is Children of the Corn from 1984.
Okay.
I love that movie.
Okay, so it says not up there with the best 84 movies. It's still something of a minor folk horror classic. Okay, so at least they put that in there. I was kind of scratching my head there for a second, but it does have lore and mythology.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any issue calling this a folk horror movie.
Number 28 is The Devil's Bath from 2024.
Oh yeah,
fantastic movie. Really fantastic. Really good stuff. Yeah.
Where's the fork? Where's the physical at?
Yeah, I know. That one made my top 10.
Come on, Shudder.
I think it was my number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was shocked. I didn't think you'd like this movie that much.
Yeah, it's really strong. Good German film. Number 27 is The White Reindeer. Oddly enough, that actually could get picked tonight if we do the randomizer for the next show.
This is one of the big pull movies too. When I bought Volume 2, I had to check out right away.
1952. Interesting. Number 26 is Exuma from 2024.
Yeah, it's another sick one.
Fantastic movie. Really, really love that. Number 25 is You Won't Be Alone from 2022.
I don't think I saw this one. I didn't know the title though.
I'm pretty sure I saw this.
A lot more modern than I was expecting.
Yeah, I was thinking
that's why I said The Witch, because I'm not sure how much they're going to slant to modern.
Yeah, considering there's so much folk.
I could fill out this list with 10 Japanese movies, but I'm sure it's not going to do that.
Oh, okay, so number 24 is Eve's Bayou from 1997. This is
a cool one.
I've been wanting to watch this movie forever, and I just haven't gotten around to it. But it's like a Southern Gothic.
Yeah, it's like whatchamacallit, what's that, New Orleans centered one. Criterion put that out a few years ago. So
I know. I've had it in my cart for years. I swear. It's too expensive. I'm just like,
pretty much whenever the sales come up, it's a staple for me to buy all the horror, anything that's horror, fringe horror.
All right. So this is one I haven't seen. Number 23 is La Llorona from 2019. This is the
Spanish one.
The Mexican one.
Yeah, it's not the fucking.
Yeah, no. Criterion put this one out too, but this one's not like people. This one doesn't really have a strong opinion, so I just never bought it.
Okay, yeah. So it even brings up the Curse of La Llorona was from 2022. The Legend of La Llorona. So this is a Guatemalan film. Crazy. Interesting. Number 22 is Hagazazu from 2017. I love this movie.
Yeah, this movie's awesome.
Ooh, that just got me thinking, is Sen and Tunchi going to be on here?
Yeah, I wasn't really exposed to some of the movies like that when I first saw Hagazazu, and that movie had my jaw on the fucking floor.
Yeah, it's really, really good. It's like Sen and Tunchi. I mean, this one's better than Sen and Tunchi, but I love that one too. It's a Swiss film, actually, that I've champed for years. I think it's really good. Number 21 is The Serpent and the Rainbow.
Yes.
From 88.
Love
Craven classic. Number 20. Oh, nice. I love this movie. The Blood on Satan's Claw from 1971. Good stuff here. I'm assuming you guys have not seen that one. Classic British stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
I have not.
Yeah, it's good.
I've seen it.
Good one. It's been getting its due the last few years. It's been getting many releases, which is pretty cool.
It's in the box set, is it not?
No, Severin put this out. I'm surprised that it wasn't.
Yeah.
They never made the second box set.
Isn't it one of those corny things like, oh, it's only available for this time only, so you can only get it sometimes on sales or if you see it at a convention?
You know what's funny? Because I think it's sold out, and that's how I ended up getting. Oh no, I got mine at Wasteland. They had a copy there.
Yeah, because you had the only copy they had there, and I kind of was
right.
Yeah, I actually have it too.
I like the movie. It's not a movie like I'm dying to have. I'm going away from my collection, but yeah, I would pick it up if I saw it for sure.
I picked it up at a convention in Pittsburgh when Severin was there.
Okay, number 19 is Alucarda from 1977.
This is actually kind of a big blind spot for me. I haven't seen this movie.
Dude, it is a short movie too.
Yeah.
This is one I've heard a lot about over the years.
Oh, it's great, man. It's fucking awesome.
In the film club that I am, I think they did it on a movie night not a movie night, like a discussion on it a few months ago before I was paying attention.
All right, so number 18 is Apostle from 2018. Why can I not remember?
It's a Netflix one.
Okay,
Netflix.
so it's the guy that, so this is the guy that directed The Raid and Raid 2, which those are phenomenal.
It was actually pretty good, I remember. I think I gave it like an 8.
Yeah, I've seen it. I just can't remember details. I definitely watched this for a couple years back, but interesting. Number 17 is Kill List. Wow, another Ben Wheatley film. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
2000. Wow, number 17, Kill List. Okay. Number 16 is The Witchfinder General from 1968.
Classic.
Pulling out the stops here from 68. Number 15. Oh, I love this movie. This is one that doesn't have a physical either because it's a fucking Netflix original, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But The Ritual.
The Ritual?
For 2017. I know this one was heavily bootlegged by like Stinky Tuna and all those other places. Like that was one of the ones that was selling really good. Mm-hmm. For those companies back in the day, because I saw a bunch of people on YouTube showing it off and shit. But number 14 is Men from 2022.
I like this movie.
Alex Garland. Yeah, I actually on rewatch of that movie, I liked it a lot more than the first time I
thought it was okay.
Yeah, it's definitely one that's going to divide people. It's very, very ambiguous, and it doesn't really give you much. So you kind of have to be fascinated in just like what it's doing and what it's with you. But
it even says very polarizing, which is totally true.
Yeah, like I don't love this movie or anything, but I did like it when I saw it in theaters, and I think I was, slightly more positive at least than a lot of people were about it.
I think I'm more shocked that it's at number 14.
Yeah, someone must really like this movie. Put it that high.
Pretty high.
Okay. I don't think I'd make my top 40.
Yeah, probably not. Number 13 is, oh man, this movie's batshit, dude. Like, if you've never seen this, it's Vi from 1967.
Yeah, it's a cool one.
Actually, this isn't one of the boxes.
Also on a box set.
Yeah, it's in the first volume.
Box set.
Yeah,
it's in the first one.
That's another one they released individually though, because I have it individual.
Yeah, it was out years before the box set came out.
Yeah,
older Blu-ray, but yeah, a very strange Russian film. It's really bizarre.
Feels very Japanese.
It does actually. I think they took some influence from that for sure. Number 12 is Lamb from 2021. I personally didn't like this movie that much.
I liked it.
I never saw this one actually.
Number 12, I was not expecting to find some stuff down this low that I didn't really care for. I wasn't a huge fan of this. It's not horrible. I just,
It definitely has some recency bias on this list.
Oh, this is crazy. Number 11 is A Field in England from 2013. Another film that's in, I think it's in the first box set.
Yeah, I think it is.
So I actually have an individual Blu-ray that's like some fucking, I don't know, some UK Blu-ray that I picked up years ago. Have you guys ever seen this? Field in England?
Nope. I know it's in one of the box sets. I just never got around to it.
Oh, it's good. I like it.
It's better than Kill List.
They're totally different.
Yeah.
They're
I think people do like this movie a lot, but critically, I'm pretty sure Kill List is kind of his baby.
Yeah, I think Kill List would probably
people like Kill List more than I like Kill List.
I've only seen
it. Took me a little while to honestly get around Kill List. I used to think it was kind of boring, but when we watched it for 2011, I really liked the camaraderie you got between the two hitmen.
Yeah, I love the characters in that film.
I think it's a good, I think it's great. I just think that where people rank it is higher than I do.
I mean, it's very typical of full core to have that type of build up, like very kind of slow and then have this ridiculous payoff. I think it works for what it is. But,
yeah, I always thought the payoff was really good, but I guess I just didn't care as much for the characters or the journey. I think there's maybe an element I didn't really understand.
Yeah, I like the characters. I think the movie, it almost feels like two different movies. It's not your typical structured full core film. It kind of goes into that territory, which I find is interesting, but number 10 is The Medium from 2021. I don't think I've seen this.
Heard of this.
It says blending the mockumentary / found footage horror subgenre expertly with the folk horror subgenre. The Medium is a truly singular film. So it's a film from Thailand. Man, I must have missed this one. Crazy. It also says it makes an effective example of a demonic possession movie with the visual style, themes, and actual story of all combined and make something unique. Interesting to check that out. Sounds compelling. Number 9 is Midlamer from 2019.
I figured this would make the list.
Yeah, it has to.
Of course. But yeah, in the top 10. So a little bit of recency bias here, I'm assuming, because these are a lot of very modern films. Number 8 is Sleepy Hollow from 1999. Really?
Yeah.
Number 8?
I wouldn't put it there.
I'm not. I like this movie. I'm not like head over heels for this.
Me neither.
I mean, we just did this.
Good.
We just did this movie actually
2 years ago.
Yeah, that's pretty recent. Number 7 is Quieten from 1964. Another film that we'll be talking about most likely again. Oh, here we go. Number 6 is The Witch. So it didn't even make the top 5.
Okay.
From 2015. Number 5, getting to the top 5, is a film I love. This is great. The Wailing from 2016. Another film that made my top 10.
Those are rules. Like this movie.
The storytelling in this movie is really good.
He's so fucking mean too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forgot that it was 2.5 hours. That's crazy.
I think that's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think it is.
I definitely, if I was making a list of, the top 10 movies of the 2010s, I think it would definitely be a strong contender.
Yeah, that's a good one. Number 4 is The Blair Witch Project from 1999.
Okay.
Yep. Number 3 is Hereditary from 2018. Expected to see that. Oh, wow. Number 2 is Haxan from 1922. So talk about recency biasm. You take it all the way back to 1922 with really fucking early film. And the only silent film on this list, obviously. I love Haxan, man. The visuals in that film are crazy.
I don't really care for Haxan. Oh, that might seem crazy coming from me.
That's weird, man. I love Haxan. I remember Steve. Remember Steve Ferrandino? He's a big fan of this one too. I know. When I think of Haxan, I always think of him. And number 1 is The Wicker Man
Called it.
It's the remake. Wow.
Shut up.
That'd be so funny if they use that as the picture for it. Just Nicolas Cage, like, not the bees.
The bees.
I'm surprised there was no Ona Baba since Quiet was on here. Usually if you have one of them, you have the other.
There's a lot missing from like the 70s.
Kiriniko, not Quiet. And Quiet's still different.
Yeah.
Quiet was the first horror film nominated for an Oscar.
Damn.
All right, I got to re-up this here. Just curious to do a little bit comparing here. All right, so what the fuck is this one? Oh, this is okay, so this is coming from A Nightmare on filmstreet.com podcast.com. So this might be a totally different list. I'm hoping it is. And you know what? It's already started. So this is the top 25 list. So number 25 is Ravenous from 1999. We're already different.
I don't know if this is really a folk horror movie. That's kind of stretching it. Now it's like every period piece.
Well, it does have the whole native folklore stuff happening.
Oh, is there native stuff in it? It's been a while since I've seen it. I think it fits. Okay, that fits then.
It's not your atypical folklore.
I just remember him getting stuck in like eating people because of the Badonner party, but I didn't. I didn't remember that influence in it.
It deals, the American, the Native American stuff, and it's also got like the Wendigo stuff happen, right?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen this since the Scream Factory Blu-ray came out.
Yeah,
so it's probably more so on me.
So this is interesting. So we had a top 40 list, and this film was at number 2, and this is number 24 on this list, and that's Haxan from 1922. Interesting. Number 23 is Pumpkinhead from 1988.
Yes, that one was. I
already like this list. Yeah, I already like this list better.
Yeah, the Pumpkinhead is totally fits like everything about folk horror.
Honestly, most of the modern movies the other list brought up though are just like excellent movies, so I really don't really have a problem with any of them.
Yeah, just a couple I hadn't seen.
Most of them.
Not really a big problem with anything, but number 22 is The Curse of the Werewolf from 1961. That's interesting. It's the one with Oliver Reed, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen this. I definitely heard the title, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's definitely a folk horror film. Number 21 is The Dark and the Wicked from 2020.
Huh. Oh yeah.
So this list is completely different.
Damn, dude, it's already been 6 years since that came out.
Honestly, this was probably a low point for me in modern horror, so I don't think I've even seen this movie. I remember everybody liking it the year. It was a good year.
I mean, that was a good movie. I liked it.
But
yeah, it was like number 2 or something.
This was like the year that was around the time I was in the thick of like really getting into old movies, so I wasn't watching shit for modern horror.
That was year 1 of COVID too.
Oh yeah, that's probably when it started. Yeah, and I discovered Kino Lorber and would buy just boxes of movies from them.
Mm-hmm.
Number 20 is Sleepy Hollow from 99. Number 19 is Rosemary's Baby from 1968. I wouldn't really. Yeah, I've never thought of this as folklore before.
That's why I was kind of thinking that even when they said Hereditary, like.
Yeah, I didn't feel Hereditary either, but
yeah,
I was like, I guess, but now it's like, okay, now it just
18 Blair Witch Project. Number 17 is
that's another one I'm not like. I guess it kind of fits, but it's just I never thought of it.
Yeah, I guess the thing with
the base of it is folklore, though, right?
Rosemary's Baby, so you have this cult, like you're connecting with the past, so you do kind of get the folk element.
I actually, before we go into the reviews, I actually have a definition of folk horror that I pulled up just to sort of, lay that out.
Okay, so number 17 is Apostle from 18. We already talked about that one. Number 16 is The Village from 2004.
I actually love The Village.
I haven't seen it.
I'm going to watch it for 2004.
I rewatched it for 31 Days of Horror maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, and it kind of knocked my socks off a bit. Like watching it, I'm like, this is actually like incredibly well made. Like
My dad really liked
when
it.
you watch it for 2004, dude, pay attention to the filmmaking in that movie.
I'm honestly really looking forward to it because I've only seen it once and it was in theaters and I went with my dad and I was expecting some scary fucking movie and it just wasn't that, obviously. And I remember leaving feeling this movie fucking sucks. That was stupid. But I was 13 and like I wasn't a movie guy, so like and it's honestly like I remember what happens in it. So it really is an adult movie. But my dad really liked it a lot and he kept saying to me, "Oh, it's just too cerebral for you." And yeah, he was right.
I don't think I've actually seen it since.
Yeah, since 20 years for me.
Like, I don't know when the DVD came. I mean, I saw it when it came, so I have seen it twice because I remember rewatching when I picked up the DVD.
Wow, that's crazy. It just makes me feel so old that I know I saw this in theaters with my dad. I remember seeing it in theaters, and that was over 20 years ago.
Does it not have a Blu-ray?
I'm sure it does. I don't own it.
I don't know. I have it on DVD.
No, I don't think.
I feel like
I'm looking right now. I'm like, it doesn't have a Blu-ray.
I'd be surprised if it doesn't, just because M. Night, like all his movies are going to sell at some point.
Interesting.
I don't think this movie did that well, though. So maybe not.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
I think it did pretty decent. I don't think it like did normal Shyamalan.
I know Signs did well. Everybody loves Signs.
Yeah, but he was coming. Is that he was coming off Signs, right?
Yeah, well, Signs was 02, so unless he made some movie before.
No,
this.
I think this will be his next.
It had a $50 million opening.
Jesus,
it had good marketing. I remember this.
I can't imagine the budget was that big in this movie. They made it look scary as fuck.
The budget was $60 million.
Yeah, they made it look scary as fuck, so that's why I think I was disappointed because I was 13. That movie, Open Water, did that to me too, where I thought it was going to be this fucking cool shark movie, and it was people just like
floating in the water and
yeah,
fighting.
I remember, yeah, so imagine being that age. I was just like, this sucks.
Yeah, The Village was marketed like so well, and then so what did it do the second night? If it opened up with 50 million,
What's
like,
that?
So is that the whole weekend? 50 million?
Yeah. And then it made 256 million worldwide.
So it still did pretty good, actually. That's crazy.
It did great. That's a win.
I thought maybe it would have dropped off after people were like, fuck that ending. But you know, people are. All right. Number 15 is Kill List. Number 14, Gretel and Hansel. Shit, man. Number 13 is The Ballad of Tam Lin from 1970. I know this movie was put out by who put out Scorpion? Somebody put it out. I can't remember. I've never seen it though. Number 12 is The Hollow from 2015. I like this one.
Mm-hmm.
Irish film. Number 11 is Hagazazu from 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Good choice. Another really good one. Number 10 is Jugface from 2013. I love this movie.
Yeah, I remember you talking a lot about that one.
Yeah, this one's really good. It's just one of those. I don't know. It always stuck with me. Number 9 is A Field in England. 13. Number 8 is November. Actually, this movie's in the first volume of the Haunts.
I think so.
It's in one of the volumes. It's interesting. Yeah, what is an Estonian film?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. This movie's on my 100 year shelves.
Yeah, from what I remember, it's really good. Number 7, Witchfinder General. Number 6 is The Ritual. So we're getting into a lot of redos here. Okay, so top 5. Sorry, this thing is all backwards. So I have to like scroll down and scroll back up. Number 5 is Children of the Corn. Number 4 is Blood on Satan's Claw. Number 3 is The Witch. Number 2 is Midlamer. And number 1 is The Wicker Man. Oh my God, it just got very...
Yeah, I think that list was...
number 1.
I think that list was overall better.
Yeah. Have more popular movies.
Nothing Asian on there, though, really. It's crazy.
Yeah, they must hate Asian people. Yeah, I love Asian. Like, there's so many good folk Japanese movies from the like Japanese Golden Age era. Like, like movies similar to Kuroniko and Orobaba. They're just so fucking good.
Dude, that's like their whole culture is based on like mythologies and folklores and
like those movies like that and the familial dramas from that era, because they're just like so well shot, and like it's movies like the movies from that era are amazing to watch, like how to just shoot a movie really well with no budget. Like that, those two factions of movies from the golden age of Japanese cinema are like my bread and butter. I watch so much of that shit.
No, I agree, man. It's good stuff. But anyways, that's all I have. You guys have anything else for the intro?
Nope.
All right, so that is going to conclude the intro, and we're going to be back here with some box office brawl.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, so getting into box office brawl, JP hit us up with those digits.
Yeah, so turns out even going last, I still fucking sucked. Yeah, I fucking suck, bro.
It's crazy.
So yeah, let's see here. The one film that we mentioned, This Is Not a Test, that was disqualified, which we thought that it would be.
Yeah.
That one was only in 450 theaters. My theater did get it. I didn't go see it. I didn't go to the movies this weekend. It did make 143,000. Came in 28th place on the box office chart. The next film here is How to Make a Killing, which was the A24 movie. Definitely underperformed from where we were at. It was in 1,600 theaters. And this movie, Tyler way overshot with 10 million. And I think he kind of tricked me a little bit. And I went up higher than I should have, but I probably still would have lost anyway, unless I went right above Moodz, because it made 3.5 million. Moodz got the point.
What did I pick on that one?
3.4. So you're right there.
Yeah, this was on.
I was within a million. Don't I get like a point for that? I was like,
no, you gotta get it dead on.
Dude, that's really close considering he was 7 million off.
Wait, so if you get it dead on, you get an extra point.
What was it? We got to listen back whatever we decided last show. But if you,
I thought it was on, if you were in between someone.
Oh yeah, it was that.
Yeah.
Right,
if you're in between.
But honestly, getting an extra point or a half point for getting it within the 100,000 might actually be smart.
Yeah, dude, like that's pretty tough considering he was 6.5 million off right there, and I'm within 100,000. That's crazy.
And
it was more of a strategic placement for me because I really thought that it was going to do around 8, but I didn't want to I wanted to make it more difficult for where JP was going to play with his flag. So that's why.
So I think if someone picks like 5.1 and then there's a 5.3 and you pick 5.2.
No, I think if you pick 5.1 and it makes 5.1, you should get an extra half point.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like if you're right on.
Right on, yeah. You know, that 100, that like you have to hit that, like it has to be, like if you pick 5 and it does 5.1, you don't get a point. But if you pick 5.1 and it does 5.1 something, then you get a point.
I feel like because I suck so bad at this all the time, I should get a half point there just because.
You're in the fucking lead, bro.
That's pretty impressive. It's hilarious, man.
And then Psycho Killer did absolutely awful. It was in less theaters than we thought. It was only 1,100 theaters.
Yeah.
It made 1.6 million. The lowest person picked 4.5, which was Tyler, so he gets that point.
It only made 1.6 total.
Yeah.
Holy horrible fuck, man!
And I guess this is where I kind of like have to where I was kind of claiming that reviews like don't really matter that much, but this movie got railed that I guarantee people said I'm not going to.
The trailer didn't even make it look that bad. Like it was that bad. That's fucking mind blowing.
Yeah.
Well, didn't Rotten Tomatoes it premiered at 0%?
Yeah, so I think people saw that and were like, yeah, let's see something else.
Yeah, I think those things really do influence people.
Yeah,
whether
more than
to or not. You know? Yeah.
Yeah, so basically the score ends up with Tyler with 4, Moodz with 3 total points, overall score standings. and myself with 2. So Moodz actually leapfrogs me into second place now. I am the worst right now. So
Woo!
I need to make up some ground in the next couple of weeks here. I mean, it is a long season.
Yeah.
So, we'll be all right. But yeah, so the only film coming out this week that qualifies is Scream 7.
Which doesn't surprise me. It's going up against nothing.
Yeah. It doesn't. It actually,
somebody's working some magic
honestly,
there, man.
dude, I'm kind of even shocked that this...
It's the only week of the year that we haven't had multiple horror films open up in the same weekend, and of course it's Scream.
Yeah, because why would you want to go up against Scream?
Well, I mean...
But I'm kind of shocked, in all honesty, that this Scream reboot series, it's still the same series, but it's been like a long time. I'm actually shocked that it's doing so well, because I wouldn't think that many people would be into it.
I'm not
modern
shocked
aged,
because they have younger, popular, beautiful faces in it, and it's totally catering to the younger crowd. They see these people and like, oh shit, I know who that person is. I'm gonna go see this shit.
Yeah, but I feel like they weren't, like, when Jenna Ortega was there. Yeah, but it was kind of before she was a big deal. So I don't know. I mean, I'm a little shocked that it's done as well as it has, personally, because like we've seen other movies come out that kind of use that formula.
You know what, man?
Don't do well. There's
some serious ass Scream fanboys out there that
yeah,
are like,
but they're not the
like
ones that
us.
are going to affect the box office.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but like, I mean, but they're still going to. I mean,
anytime you think like, oh well, the fandom's big for this, you're talking like 5% of the box office. Most of the box office is just general people.
Yeah.
I don't understand how that many general people are going to see Scream 6.
Because it's
Scream 7. It makes no sense to me.
reliability. Because it's just such a popular entity that people will go, oh, let's see the new Scream movie.
Well, I think a lot of people went and seen Scream, the 2022 one that was just called Scream, that didn't really know the franchise, but because it was called Scream and you could kind of jump in at any time, I don't think you had to have seen the other ones to really know it. But then if you go back and watch them, plus Scream was a popular title on Netflix, like it was always on Netflix and stuff. So I'm sure a lot of the younger generation did see it.
That's why they stopped numbering these things, man. Because
but now they started numbering them again.
But you put Scream, well, because it was kind of rebooted a little bit, right? It wasn't really it had been a while since 4 came out. But
yeah, they do that shit all the time. It drives me nuts.
If you wait a while and then they go and you title it Scream 5, I don't think it would have done as well because people would have been like, Part 5. I can go and see that shit. I don't even know the story.
I agree. But yeah, so yeah, it's we know Scream. It's 154 minutes, listed as horror mystery, coming out from Paramount Pictures.
Whoa. 154 minutes?
Yeah, that's on.
Oh no, you done. Oh no, you done.
What do you mean?
154. Are they all?
Oh, sorry, an hour and 54 minutes. My bad.
Damn, bro.
I was like, hold on.
When you said 154 minutes, I was like, oh no, you done. Because I'm throwing up the hand there. I'm pulling out all the stops. That'd be 2.5 hours, bro.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, 2.5 hours for Scream.
But Scream has always been like a 2-hour series.
Yeah, but like 2.5 would be crazy, bro. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember thinking the last one was 2 hours, and I was like, this is fucking ridiculous.
So Moodz got the closest, so he goes first once again.
Shit. So I imagine it's playing in maxed out theaters because even my little shit town's getting it, so it's got to be.
It got a Super Bowl commercial. That's a safe assumption.
So it's probably playing in, what do you think, 20? Like, what's the max?
3. No, I don't know about max, but like seems like wide releases like between like high 2s, low 3s.
It's probably playing in at least 2,800 theaters, I would assume.
Yeah, that's a safe assumption.
Yeah. I mean, it has Steam. The other two have done well. Man. Okay, so what did Scream 6 open up with? Do you have those numbers?
Nope.
I do, actually.
I'm actually curious because I have
what
no
about
idea.
cheating pricks?
Yeah, but it's just basis though, man. Because like when you're dealing with 28 to 3,000 theaters, and it probably was around
Scream
the same.
2022 opened with 30 million.
Yeah, that's
and
exactly what
6 did 44 million.
Oh wow, okay. So I was thinking Scream. I literally was thinking
people like Scream
30 to 35 million. So the last one did 44. Yeah. So like my mentality was like I was thinking probably they're gonna keep going up.
Now the one thing that's different about this is Scream came out in 2022 and the next one came out in 2023.
Yeah.
So there has been a 3-year gap with this one where the last one was right away.
Yeah.
And the other one had Jenna Ortega.
And Jenna Ortega. The one before it did not have Nev Campbell though, where this one does.
Yeah. So there is definitely variables that can change it for either way. Yeah, people have short memories, very goldfish mentalities now. Yeah, what Scream? I don't know that movie. Came out 3 years ago. That's old school shit. But the return of Nev Campbell, I don't really think even matters to the general public.
Yeah, I don't think it does either.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It matters to the Scream fans for sure. It does.
It did, but it honestly didn't that much. Like when she wasn't there, I don't think anybody really cared.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like it might matter
because Sydney
to some
should have
people,
died
but
by
it's
now.
It's not gonna stop the Scream fanboys from going to see it.
I hate when people say that so much.
What?
Sydney should have died.
You do realize that I'm trolling you with that, right? Because I'm doing it because
but the people do feel that way.
I know that you hate.
I feel like you feel that way.
Oh, I don't care. I don't even like the franchise, bro. So I don't care either way. I don't care either way if she dies or lives. It just doesn't bother me.
Honestly, I hated the last one, but I think then you were really the only one that was in its core in GFP. And the way you defended it, though, you pitched it from a perspective like this is what Scream is. Like I know what it is, and I like what it is, and it does make sense that like this is what it's a parody. There's always going to be this over the top self realization. None of them like really make the most sense, but that's what Scream is. So why would it?
It's that's why that's what I like about the series is it's true to itself. It doesn't try to do anything super different because to me that's not Scream. And how many franchises go and do something way out of the left field and then people are mad about it? Look at like whenever Jason started fighting Carrie and shit. Everybody doesn't like the later Friday the 13th and they all try to do something different.
Yeah.
You know, they go to space or they fucking have Jason body hopping or they go to fucking Vancouver.
And I think that's kind of been the success of franchises like Saw and Final Destination, where because you don't have this like really like faceless killer or this one random killer or whatever, you can kind of keep doing the same format and just insert different people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, that's exactly what it's done. No, I mean, that's fine. I mean,
and like the thing, just to go back to why I don't like when people want Nev to die.
Dude, I only said that shit because I know that it pisses you off.
You just said that, but I'm saying it is a narrative, right? Like a lot of people say that.
Yeah, I've heard this before.
And the reason why I think it's stupid is because it's like, there's always a possibility that she will die. So it always, this could be the one where she does. But I like that they don't because one, it keeps that possibility alive. And then two, it just becomes every fucking single other franchise if she dies. Name one franchise where the main character doesn't eventually die.
There isn't any.
Right. So it's like, why not do something
even Jamie Lee
different?
Curtis dies
3 times.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like she's like
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Like any long-standing franchise character is killed by like the third one. And it's like, why? Like, I like Scream because it doesn't do that. And like, that's kind of what Wes was saying when he made Scream 4. He's like, everybody was mad that Nev and Dewey and Sarah Michelle Gellar didn't die. But it's like, as long as I'm alive, they're not going to die which is a kind of dumb thing to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, it kind of ruined
it. But then it also makes it be like, oh, well, then if he doubled back on that and did it, nobody would expect it.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense to say that if he's playing like 4D chess. But at the same time, it's like, I understood where he was coming from. It's like, they always die. Like that's what everybody expects. So I'm subverting the expectation.
Yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I just think these core narratives, though, like these reveals and shit, are so utterly like.
I thought Gale was dead as fuck in the last one.
Just like where they're going with it, like in 5 and 6, man, I was like, really? Like, I mean, I get it. Like they're kind of keeping it all like into this kind of like realm.
But like,
they're not really going outside the box. They're not really changing a whole lot with that. But I mean, some of the reveals.
I hear people say that too, and I agree. Like, it is just like, well, what? It's nothing like special when it's like, oh, it's this person's boyfriend or something. But like, that's a whodunit.
Well, that's connected to like, really but they're always still connected to like someone within like, the whole Scream world and stuff like that. Like they're all, it's not somebody right outside the box. Like it's not some fan that's just like,
yeah. But what would you do? Like, what would be better?
I don't know.
Because I always hear people make that argument, but that they never have a better idea.
Yeah, but I'm not the writer though. It's like, I mean, it's kind of expected. Like when it came in the last film with the reveal, I was like, well, it's got to be. I mean, it was actually to the point where I think it was the first film, and I didn't expect to have like so many people involved. Like I thought that was kind of crazy because they kind of upped the ante on that one a little bit, but it got to the point in the film where I was like, I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here, and I've never had that before because I don't even try to figure this shit out.
I don't think I've ever called the killer in any of the Scream
Well, you couldn't
movies.
in the last one because there was too fucking many people involved. That was kind of the crazy part in the last one. I thought that was a little bit over the top.
Dude, I think it would be fucking great if they were like, there's 6 people, there's 6 killers. So like something just outlandish.
I feel like this is the way it's going because when you have that many in the last one, I was like, okay, what are they going to do now? Just have like a whole freaking like a whole family that's involved. Like you take bits and pieces of like all these kind of back storylines and they all come together like, oh, we created this whole coalition and we're gonna go fuck some shit up and stuff.
And the funny thing is that the longer
if there was a cult, like the
the longer they go on, the more almost like they get more absurd, and then at a point they become less absurd because if you actually thought about it, right, like just like how the mass shootings are, right, where you're like, oh, another person's going to go try to do this and get famous. Like, and it's like, well, it kind of makes sense that like the more it goes on, the more enticing it would be for some like weirdo, like mentally ill person to want to try to kill Sydney.
Yeah, for sure.
That does make sense.
I mean, yeah, it's all copycat shit, right?
Yeah. It's like, I ain't got nothing to lose. I'm going to throw my hat in the ring and try to get the biggest body count. But like, isn't that how like the mass shooters think?
Oh, absolutely. And that's the biggest problem with, just news and media coverage nowadays is like it gets thrown out there so much because nobody wants to see what dog won the fucking dog show. They want to see how many victims there was. They want to see all the bad shit on there.
Right.
But like, look what happened here in Tumbler Ridge. It was like, we had this huge mass shooting in this small little community that my kid was at like a fucking month ago. It's so wild in that, like right there. And then I said to the wife after, I said, you know what? I give this 2-3 days before someone does another shooting. And then you got that thing that happened. What was it? Rhode Island? The dude in the hockey rink or whatever.
Oh yeah. That fucking weirdo.
Yeah. And shoots his family in the rink. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I
don't understand ever. Like maybe you have some serious beef with your wife or whatever. That's one thing.
Yeah.
I can never even wrap my head around somebody shooting their kid. Like that is so wild. Yeah.
Indiscriminately killing children.
Yeah, that is fucking
it's fucking
Looney
wild.
Tunes. So what's your call?
Yeah, so
holy shit. What a tangent. I forgot. That's what we
So I still need to pick here. Well, it's when you go first, you kind of have to think about it. So do I go really high and then you guys go low? Oh man. So this is going to do good, I think. I mean, it had a Super Bowl.
Is it good? Do you think it's going to do better than the last one? Because I didn't think it was going to.
I am actually. So when my initial thought was around 40 million and without even having the numbers, but then I learned that the last one did 44. I was like, holy shit. So, and I thought I was being high with that. So now I'm a little bit confused, but I think I might go around 41 million. I don't think it's going to do as good. I'm going to say 41.5. So it's a round, but not perfect number.
Hmm.
So what do you do? Do you go? I didn't want to go too high. I don't know. This is a tough one. I know it's going to do good.
All right.
Is it going to do really good?
So that puts me next, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do we think about this? So one thing, I don't know. I'm trying to compare it to something in the last couple years.
You got to remember, it's playing against. It has no competition this weekend too. That's the biggest thing.
That's the thing. I'm looking at. So I just looked at Five Nights at Freddy's 2 because that seems like the closest comparison I can make the last couple of years. And
that one's also PG-13.
Oh yeah, that matters. That one did 64. That one did 64, and I didn't think it was going to top that up.
Yeah, but that one also has a crazy cult following with.
I'm just wondering if it's more likely if it just by inflation, it's more likely to beat it. Mm-hmm. But it's not that long ago, and we're also I think weather's a real factor too. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of snow still coming here in New England over the next week, so that could affect things. I think it's going to definitely be better than 30, though. Maybe it's tough because I think I'd probably be around the same place Moodz is. And it's basically, do I want to go a little higher or lower? Nothing's really killing this. I'm going to go a little lower. I'm going to say 37.5.
37.5 for Tyler. Okay. All right. So initially I was thinking that it was going to go under Scream 6 just because, it's like the third one in this new era and usually there's some drop off at a certain point. You know what I mean? If you look at Scream 1, 2, and 3, Scream 1 came out, Scream 2 crushed it, and then Scream 3 dipped. So I was thinking that could have factored in. The franchise is kind of interesting. Scream 1 doesn't really count for an opening because it was one of those films that picked up momentum outside of the opening. It only made $6 million its opening night or opening weekend, but then it went on to gross $103 million. So it was like a word of mouth film. Mm-hmm. Scream 2 made $32 million opening. Actually, Scream 4 was right there too with $34 million. And that
pretty good totals considering the time. 97 for Scream 2.
32 that's
pretty good.
Probably 55 today.
It's probably more than that.
And then the big outlier is Scream 4 with only 18 million. And I do remember that when it came out because I remember Insidious came out recently around that time and horror wasn't doing too well and it did pretty good at the box office.
This was a real cold era.
Scream 4, I was real hyped for it and it didn't really do what they were expecting. And that's why they canceled the next two sequels because Scream 4 was designed as a start of a new trilogy. So I remember being pissed off about that. And then obviously we have a massive break between 2011 and 2022, 11-year or 10-year break. So I really didn't know what the hell Scream was going to do when it came out. And I was very surprised that 2022 Scream did so well. And then even more surprised when Scream 5 did even better. So Scream 5 is the biggest opening weekend Scream film ever, which is kind of crazy. I mean, obviously you have some inflation in there and stuff. But the last, so Scream 3 was in 3,300 theaters and Scream 5 was in 3,600 theaters. So we're probably seeing another 3,600 theater mark again.
I put it in at 28, but yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. I think that the big thing that changed my mind about it was my preview screening, which almost sold out, if not sold out now. Which is pretty rare I see that. So I think it's going to have a good opening weekend. And I'm leaning more towards like 44, 45, the same as the last Scream. The smart thing would be to just go one above Moodz, 41.6, and really screw them over there. But I try not to play the game that cutthroat, which is probably why I'm losing.
I do.
So I'm gonna say 44 million. But my real like prediction, like if I was gonna actually guess, I think we're gonna hit like 48 million. I just don't want to go too high and get screwed over. So yeah, I'm gonna say 44, which is what the last Scream pretty much made. I expect it to be a little bit above though.
Yeah.
I need a point, damn it.
Possible for sure. It could be low on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how it does, but I think it's going to do well.
That's smart. Like we're using like your theater sellout.
Yeah, stop copying me.
I'm just don't tell people your ideas.
Well, even mine had tons of tickets sold.
I wasn't gonna say any. I wasn't gonna disclose how much the other screens made until Moon's asked.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I've been doing that for a couple weeks and it's not helped me so much. Looking at my theater previous screenings.
Is your theater like the only theater for a lot of people?
No.
Okay. So no, you have to drive like an hour there, right?
Yeah, but the funny thing is there's like 4 theaters, and they're all an hour in different directions for me. So
I see. Yeah, I'm just wondering if that theater, because my friend had a theater like that in New Hampshire where it was the theater for a lot of people within like a 45-minute radius. So
I will say though that this theater is like the most populated theater that I have. It has like 22 screens. So it is like it's the biggest theater I have, which is often why I go to this one, especially because they just remodeled it, and it looks like all the seats are heated and shit now and stuff like that. So it's a pretty big renovation on that one, but it is a very successful theater. So yeah,
I just remember now looking because now I'm actually checking to see what the theaters for my showing are looking like on Sunday morning. But I just remember now that I bought my tickets back then because there's a special promo that week going on for Cinemark. If you bought your tickets for Scream 7 that week, you got extra bonus points. So I wonder if that's the incentive for a lot of people.
Yeah. Let me see
like
here.
No one bought. Granted, it's 10 in the morning, but no one's bought ticket like for mine.
All right, so looking at mine Thursday showing, there are 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 seats left, and they're all first row, and then a bunch of handicap seats.
Yeah, there's 2 other
That's pretty
people,
good,
including me at my showing. I'm right in the middle in one of those roller coaster seats.
Yeah, so I mean, this shit is completely sold out, as you can see here on the screen.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a big theater too. Mine's not that big.
I've never even seen it that. I don't often go to the opening nights, so I don't have a good frame of reference for it.
Yep.
But I do find it pretty insane that the opening night, the one screening they have, is completely full.
Yeah, that's.
I'm gonna just look at like the first screening on Saturday and see what it's looking like.
Yeah, mine's Sunday morning. So
I mean, there's only maybe 30 or 40 people in mine, but that's impressive considering there's usually none. So
yeah, this is a Saturday screening, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's like a Saturday at 7 p.m., which is probably the most ideal. And this is the 10 p.m. screening, which, not
that'll fill up
fully filled, but 10 p.m. is not a popular screening time.
No.
Yeah, they actually have on Saturday, they have 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 screenings on Saturday.
Damn. I probably have like maybe 4 max a day, maybe 5.
Yeah, pretty crazy. So we'll see. We'll see how it does.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I get a point off of this.
Hopefully it's turns my perspective of the franchise or this new trilogy around.
It's not going to.
Yeah, I don't really.
It's the same shit.
No, I know it's not. It's going to be the same shit with the most ridiculous fucking reveal ever.
Honestly,
it's going to be
like,
6 people. It's going to be a whole family of like, they're going to pull some woodwork shit out there. And
honestly, taking into just JP's perspective into account, where like this is what it's going to be because this is what the franchise is supposed to be. I think there's a higher chance I'm going to enjoy it more than I did the last one, but I really didn't like the last one. Honestly, though, I don't think I like the characters. I don't think like I like the teams in that movie.
Honestly, yeah, they definitely were more likable than earlier ones for sure.
Yeah, or I think that might be it. That probably had more to do with it than anything else because I don't think it's any like less stupid than the 5th one, and I liked that one.
I think the 4th one actually has the best characters outside of the first.
4th one is really fun, actually.
But yeah, I don't think I like those core 4 people.
They've worked their way into my heart.
No, they're like a dynamic duo.
Yep.
All right, so that is going to conclude Box Office Brawl.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
They will say that I have shed innocent blood. What's blood for, if not for shedding?
I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Have you checked the children?
What do we do?
Why don't we just wait here for a little while? See what happens.
All right, so getting into the dub portion of the show, that is what we watched. JP, what did you watch this week?
Not a whole lot that we haven't already talked about. It was a bit of a slower week for me too, which most weeks are. So really, mine will be really quick. 3 movies that we covered on Sinbin. The first being Terra Firma, which if you haven't checked out that episode, go check it out. Pretty much loved watching Terra Firma again. So that was a good fun time. And
it's the episode on my channel that doesn't have a thumbnail yet.
Yes, does not have a thumbnail yet. Hey, at least you don't actually need the thumbnail for that one.
No, I don't.
Then I watched Bye Bye Love, which was a Japanese movie from 1974 dealing with gender fluidity, which was definitely a very interesting watch considering when it was made. Pretty cool. That was from Connie. Recommend checking it out if you're into some of the more art house stuff. Kind of a on the run, like sort of road movie at the same time. A little light on that emphasis though. And then Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, which I popped in the 4K from Iconscope, and man, I loved watching that. I'll tell you that. that was really good. And then I watched the 3 movies tonight out of the All the Haunts box set. The one film came from the first set and the other 2 came from the second set. That was The Ninth Heart, Ieoh Island or Ieoh Island, and Celia. And then the only other movie that I watched that wasn't covered on a show is one of the 1964 titles, and that is The Evil of Frankenstein. Had the Scream Factory collector's edition there for that one. And I don't think I had seen that one before. It wasn't my favorite of the Hammer Frankensteins, but it was decent. The funny thing about this one is typically with like the Hammer Frankensteins, they shy away from like the Universal look due to like copyright of the Universal style look, which is like the more like boxed head, green skin Frankenstein. This one actually looks very similar to that. Like they really fucking made his head square in this one. Like it is square as shit. But yeah, this one from my memory, I'm pretty sure that it's like a standalone thing and doesn't really follow any of the other ones. But I thought it was decent. Not sure if it'll make my list or anything. I was actually really looking forward to that one because I love Frankenstein stuff. And in general, Hammer has been really good to me. But yeah, not my favorite Hammer film. Did you guys watch that one yet?
I haven't rewatched it. No,
I don't think so. Not sticking out to me.
yeah, I think you did actually, Tyler. I think you rewatched it or you watched it for 64. Yeah, I don't think you liked it.
Yeah,
Let's
I think he
find
gave
out.
it a 5 out of 10.
Oh, well, there you go.
Just watch so much shit. He's like, I don't even know what the fuck to watch, man. All right, so yeah, I got a bunch here from that I talked about on Sin Bin. First up was the Joe Christ Anthology Volume 1.
Please God, no. I'm not all about this again.
I'm not getting into this thing, man. If you guys want to hear my fucking rant, actually, I ranted about these films so deeply that somebody left a comment saying, you do realize that you shit on these movies so bad that I need to go and watch these movies now. Like literally one of
Dude,
the
I felt like you talked about those movies for an hour. Did you look at and see what the timestamp was on that?
Let's find out.
I feel like it was like an hour, dude.
You know what's
well, you
funny?
can't find out because there's no timestamps. Or
Yes.
no, did you do them?
He does. He did that. It's definitely the longest one.
How
No,
long?
I
is it?
timestamp
Alright,
everyone's
so-
individual reviews and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you started at 2:08 and you ended at, oh my God, 2:44.
Almost an hour.
And it's funny because it's like
37 minutes.
it's like 5 shorts. Basically, yeah, communion in room 410, speed freaks with guns, crippled, acid is groovy, kill the pigs, and sex, blood, and mutilation, which is actually a documentary that he did. You guys want to hear those in depth and me like freaking out about how
Yeah,
some of the
for
worst shit I've ever.
comparison, we talked about The Great Silence for 23 minutes.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's
And
just
I bet you I did my 2 movies in like 20 minutes or less.
No,
This shit-
yours is long too. Yours is the second longest. Actually, yours is the longest.
Nah.
well, because he did 2 films. He did Bye
Yeah.
Bye Love.
You
And,
started at 3:10 and you ended at 3:57.
Well, to be
47
fair,
minutes.
That's
to
2
be fair,
movies.
Don't Be Afraid of the Dark was a joint effort.
It was
Yeah,
supposed to be the
but-
feature review too, right?
Right.
So yeah, if you guys want to hear me go off about Joe Christ films, check out that episode. I did watch a film called Sodom the Killer from 2004, Japanese film that I had never actually seen before. I had in the collection. Basically, it's interesting. Like it starts out as like this movie is actually fucking hilarious, man, because I didn't know how to take it at first because I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. This has to be a parody. Like it has to be making fun of something. So it takes place like in the 1600s in the beginning of the film. And it's basically about this dude that's getting married to this girl. Anyways, she ends up dying like right before they do their wedding. And he like thinks it's these 2 girls that do it and stuff. So he like tortures them and they end up dying. He ends up killing them, stuff like that. And the funny thing about the period piece part in this movie is it's clearly like in a modern building. And the first thing I noticed on the wall was the power running to like light switches and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? And like, even the floor was like all modern and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Right. But as you watch the movie, they're completely making fun of like shitty, but it's done actually quite well. So they're self-aware of what they're doing and they're doing it on purpose, but it's not meant to be a bad movie. They're just making fun of other movies that are like really kind of fucked up with like, you know, when you're making a period piece and you got these modern shit in there and stuff, just the fine details and shit. So it's actually pretty interesting. It's a pretty fun film. It's very low budget. So anyways, it jumps forward into like present time and shit like that. And basically what happens is these 2 people that they tortured and killed put a curse on the family. And so you jump like 300 years into the future and it's about this dude Ichiro that's getting married Not Ichiro Suzuki. That would be pretty fucking awesome. But anyways, he's at his wedding and, you know, he's ready to wed his wife and stuff. But the curse has been like somehow his sister got possessed by one of the girls from, you know, back in the day and stuff. And anyway, she ends up like killing everyone in this wedding. He gets like possessed, turns into like this evil killer and shit like that. And it becomes like this huge battle that's going on in this film. It's like really fucking bizarre. The narrative is so off the wall, bonkers and crazy. But as you're watching this thing, because I didn't know when I popped it in, I didn't realize it was supposed to be like a parody. But like, but it's not a parody of anything. They're just making fun of like certain shit. It's actually really fucking hilarious. I think Tyler, you would actually probably laugh in this movie. There's some funny shit going on, especially if you're into Japanese cinema and stuff. There's a lot of different kind of shout outs to it and things. And but again, it's fun. It's an old like Shriek Show DVD release. It's crazy. I'd never seen it before. So, yeah. So what else did I watch? I can't do the Castle of the Living Dead because I'd already watched that. So yeah, the Shaolin Temple from 1976. This is cool, man, because
I'm pretty sure I saw this one.
Yeah, so the Shaolin Temple is interesting because it's actually a prequel to the Five Shaolin Masters. And it's very cool because Five Shaolin Masters is a film that starts out with these guys that escape this building that's burning. And pretty much all their comrades, everybody kind of gets slaughtered and stuff. And there's other people that survive, but the Five Shaolin Masters, I talked about this last time. And anyways, they escape this whole, you know, the Qin dynasty. They go and fuck up all their shit. So this is a prequel to that. And it leads up to the building burning down in the end. And I was like, oh, that's fucking super cool. I didn't even know what I was watching. I was like, this is awesome. And where it goes, I'm like, oh, that's super cool. This is totally a prequel to this because it tells the whole story of how these guys, they go to this Shaolin Temple and they want to become, you know, learn how to fight. But these guys, you know, the Shaolin monks and stuff, they won't let people in there and shit. And they make people sit out there for like days and days and days. And it's all a test and shit. Anyways, they finally go in there. But the storyline is really cool because once they get in there, it actually turns out that there's a little bit of like, you know, there's guys in there that shouldn't be in there and they're doing some dirt and stuff. And it's like this whole kind of like conspiracy thing that's happening in the film and shit. It's pretty cool. Good fight scenes and shit. But yeah, where it goes and you get the building burning down. I thought that was really fucking neat. It's long. It's about 2 hours. It's a lot of story. Surprisingly, there's a lot of characters, a lot of story involved with like all these different types of people that are being involved in the Shaolin Temple and learning how to fight and stuff. Like there's full sequences of guys like learning how to fight. But then you get to know all these characters, tons of people. Pretty cool stuff. It's not one of the best Shaw Brothers films, but I think it's a worthy prequel if you've seen the other one. So really good stuff. So I enjoyed that one. Do you know where you gave that one, Tyler? I give it like 8 or something like that.
Probably in the 7-ish range. That's where I am with a lot of these. Let me take a look.
It's pretty solid.
I do remember that one. I do remember liking Five Shaolin Masters.
Yeah, Five Shaolin Masters is so much. It's a better film because it follows the same characters, which is really cool, obviously. Yeah. But this one, as a prequel, even has the same guys in it. And there's just a lot more action in the Five Shaolin Masters than this one because it's all about their uprising, their teaching and all the lessons and stuff. So if you take it for what it is as a prequel, it works really well, actually. Yeah. So then, of course, I watched Don't Be Afraid of the Dark for Simbin. Also, I just watched my old Warner Brothers Blu-ray, which I hadn't. I'll talk about that because it was still sealed. I'd seen the movie before, but I did unwrap that and watch that Blu-ray, had the old DVD. So really good film. I love the creatures in that film. They totally remind me of like little pumpkin head creatures. I don't even know what the fuck you'd call them. I love the look of them. You know, it's a fun ass quick movie. It only runs just over 70 minutes. In and out TV film, very effective stuff, good music. And then I watched Mighty Peaking Man. I've seen this film before. I had never watched the Shaw Brothers from the Shaw Brothers 1 Shawscope set. I have the old 88 DVD Blu-ray of it, or Blu-ray that I've seen before. The Mighty Peaking Man is basically just like the Asian version of King Kong. It's pretty much what it is. It's like kind of batshit. It's super funny, ridiculous.
Yeah, it's goofy as hell. I remember that.
It's super goofy, but essentially it's pretty much what King Kong is. People go to this island, they take this, this huge monkey out of there and bring him to the city and stuff, and it goes crazy. It's got scenes straight out of King Kong. It's pretty stupid, but I love it. It's like, it's so bad. It's like really good film. And then I watched the documentary from the Exorcismo box set that Severin just released, the transgressive legacy of the classification S rating. Now, I personally absolutely love learning. And this documentary was one of the most informative things I've seen in such a long time. It was really interesting because I was like, what the fuck is classification S? And it's basically just a rating system from Spain, kind of like how we have a rated R and, Hong Kong has, the Cat 3 rating and stuff. This is what this is. It's classification S, which stands for sensitive. It actually stands for sensitive, which is really interesting. But this documentary gives you the whole history of Spain. And I learned so much about Spanish history. Well, I knew some about the history. Like, I knew that they were under dictatorship. I didn't really know much about Franco and stuff like that. But it makes a lot more sense when you watch the documentary and you see the films that were coming out through the 60s into the mid 70s. When Franco died in 1975 and then become a democracy again in 1977, everything kind of went batshit because, the censorship was pretty much lifted. And this basically takes place. They only really had it for about 77 to 1983. But the history is like, it's really fucking wild, man. Like, Franco was, he was obviously a dictator, but so Spain earned their democracy in, I think, like the late 30s or just before World War II. Anyways, Franco was part of like the military and shit like that. And he's like, fuck this. He's like, we're not having democracy in Spain. And, they had a civil war. They had a motherfucking civil war. And of course, the military won that shit. And he became a dictator, I think in like 1936 or 1935 or whatever it was. And he reigned there until 1975 when he died. So through his dictatorship in Spain, in the film industry, you can't do anything in your movies. Like, you couldn't show anything obviously gay. You couldn't have like excessive gore. Everything couldn't be against the church, blah, 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 because everything was Catholic. It was fucking crazy, right? Absolutely bad shit. So everything kind of made sense why all the films in Spain at the time in the 60s and the early 70s and shit were all co-productions. And I could never figure that out, why they were all co-productions, because what they would do is they would go and co-produce these films with Italy, and like all the Paul Naschy films would always be set in England and Italy and all these France and all these different countries. Like Jess Franco actually left Spain because he's like, fuck this. I want to make some movies my way. So he went to France and did some shit under democracy and returned in 1977 and made like, under the classification S thing, he made like 18 films or whatever. But it made a lot more sense because all these movies that were coming out in the 60s and 70s were these co-productions. But like I said, they couldn't be like set in Spain and shit like that if you wanted to do anything in your movies. And some of these movies that are in the box that are actually from like the early 70s, Franco was under the dictatorship, running the dictatorship. And it's really interesting because they were basically films that were kind of pushing the envelope a little bit. They were still, most likely they were co-productions and stuff like that, but they were kind of pushing the envelope. And then you got the second half of the box set, which focuses on the films from 77 to 83. And why I say it's only like a 6-year span before they got rid of that is because what happened in 1977, they finally got their democracy back. Took a couple years after Franco died. And so filmmakers just went batshit insane. Franco returned to Spain. He did his thing. He made 18 films in that time. And all the films in that time, like Laurent's, like he was making films. We know Black Candles, the famous goat fuck scene. Like, these films are absolutely batshit insane. They just really were making films of the fallout and of the Civil War and just putting everything out there, like all the gay things that were in the films and just putting everything out there, just being a democracy, very liberalized films and stuff like that. And so what happens in 1983 is this woman that actually made a film during that time in the, S classification, she becomes head of the film industry in Spain. And then she decides that she's like, well, fuck this. I don't want these type of films in Spain anymore. So, and she controls the funds for all these movies. So she stopped funding any movie that was going to be potentially like an S-class type film. So the film industry in Spain basically plummeted. You know, they were making tons of films in this era. You know, from 1983 to 1989, they went from like, you know, 150, 160 films down to like in the 40s by 89 and shit, because she wasn't funding anything. And, you know, of course, they went back to making films that were just, you know, not against anything. And it's just kind of bullocks and bullshit kind of films and shit like that. But it's a really interesting history in Spain with the filmmaking and shit like that. But it's about a 2-hour documentary. Awesome stuff. It's really graphic and really crazy. Like this one fucking movie, I think it might even be in the box set, man, where like there's literally this kid and he's fucking like hammering on this chicken, and there's like 5 or 6 kids around him. And I'm talking like, you got to remember, this is Europe, you know, late 70s. I think this movie might have come out in like early 80s or whatever it was. And it was a lot different over there. Like it's shit that you would never see in films over here. But like these kids are naked and, you know, there's little penises hanging out. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? This kid's like jerking off. Uh-oh. And this kid's fucking this. And this is in a clip in the documentary. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, and I just finished watching the Joe Christ shit. I'm like, oh, what am I like? This is crazy to me. So I'm like, I'm seeing way too much shit that I can't unsee right now. But it just gave you kind of a perspective of what they were doing. It wasn't just for the sake of like shock value and stuff. There was a lot of commentary. Every film was a commentary on something, whether it be going against the Catholic Church, which, you know, Fulci did. You know, Fulci, he took a blunt. He took a lot of heat, man, for Don't Torture a Duckling, man, in 72 when he went against the Catholic Church, because that was a big no-no in Italy. And of course, now people, you know, had the democracy and they could start talking out against the church and all the, you know, all the nastiness and just the fallout of the Civil War and shit, and how it still affected people. And you see it in all these films, and like just all the, you know, it was very progressive too when it came to like, you know, even Cannibal Man and, you know, all the, you know, the gay stuff in films and shit, which you weren't allowed to show before. And that was the other thing. It was like, man, like if you had a chance, the one guy was talking, he's like, well, if you had a chance, if you were making a film, you at least had to show 3 or 4 lesbian scenes in your film, because if you didn't, no one's watching your film. I was like, this is fucking amazing. It was pretty awesome, but really, really great documentary. I highly recommend that shit. It's just learned a lot. It was really great stuff. Next up, I watched a Kino Blu-ray called Up the Creek. I'd seen the movie before, directed by Robert Butler. Of course, I know. I think Tyler, you just talked about his Night of the Juggler film.
Oh, the same directors. Yeah, that movie ruled.
Yeah, so this is a comedy. It's really interesting. He actually directed Turbulence, and I just picked up Turbulence. Didn't even know that it was the same director. So random. It's actually in my latest update that I'll be showing. But I still need to pick up Night of the Juggler. But
yeah, Night of the Juggler was awesome.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see it, man, ever since they dropped it. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty cool. But Up the Creek is it's one of those kind of screwball comedies where, you know, it's like a college type thing. It's not like a sex comedy or nothing, really, but it's basically about this school that just sucks. Like they have the lowest grade point average. Everyone sucks there and shit. There's this one guy who's like in his like 12th year of college and shit. Anyways, the dean comes to them and says, hey, you know, we got this annual like basically boat race kind of thing coming up. He's like, if you guys can win this race, I'll give you your diplomas. You guys just get the fuck out of here. You guys graduate.
Sounds like a Van Wilder prototype.
Yeah, it kind of is, actually. It kind of is. And it, you know, it kind of plays out how you think it's going to play out, but it's really goofy. And there's a lot of funny jokes. It's actually legitimately a pretty funny ass movie. So pretty fun stuff. Enjoyed it. I hadn't seen it in years, really didn't remember it, but had me laughing actually quite a bit through it. Of course, I watched Ieoh Island, Ninth Heart, and Celia. I also checked out, I watched the Cauldron Blu-ray, or I think it's actually a 4K, might be, of Mad Foxes from 1981, Spanish film, actually. So this kind of falls into that classification S type era and shit. I'd seen this film before. I think I watched it for 81 or 82. I'm not sure what the year was for when we did the prep. It would have been 82 probably. So I think it was classified as 82. This is basically like a revenge film. It's about these like Hell's Angels bikers that do this guy wrong. They do some shit. And it basically just the whole movie is them going back and forth trying to get revenge on each other. And it's absolutely batshit over the top. Like there's some funny ass stunts and shit and death scenes and shit. And like the continuity levels in this are so stupid. Like there's one point in the film where these guys are rolling around their bikes and shit. And they've got these swastikas on their arm. And then like the next scene, they have like patches covering up the swastikas. I'm like, are you trying to censor it or not? Like, what are you doing? It just continues. They got swastikas all over the place and shit. But it's ridiculous because this dude like has a wife and he's cheating on his wife the whole time. Meanwhile, he's having this battle with these Hells Angels bikers. And, you know, something will happen. Then he'll just find another girl and he'll have sex with her. And they're running on the beach. He's floppy dong hanging out and shit. It's hilarious, man. It's fucking absolutely bad shit, insane film. Highly recommend Mad Foxes. It's super fun. Then with the wife last night, she's like, I want to come watch a movie with you. I'm like, okay, well, I need to grab something that, you know, that she'll pay attention to. So I popped in The Legend of Billie Jean. I hadn't seen this movie in so many years. I still had the Blu-ray like sealed in my collection. It was crazy. Really good film. Actually, this is the first, I think this might even be Christian Slater's first leading role. I think it might actually be actually.
It's like mid 80s, right?
Yeah, 1985 in the
yeah, that's what I thought. I watched this movie a couple of years ago. I didn't own it. I streamed it.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool film, basically about you know, our lead character played Billie Jean, played by Helen Slater, not related to Christian Slater. Actually, a lot of people might think that, but they're actually not related. I think she might have been quite a bit older. So basically, you know, she's being harassed by these, you know, these local dudes and shit like that, and they're picking on, you know, Christian Slater's character, and he's got this motor scooter and shit. Anyways, one day they totally just they take the scooter and they demolish it and they fucking whatever. So they take it to the shop and it turns out it's going to cost like $600 to repair. And so she goes to the shop where the guy's father works and she demands for the money. And one thing leads to another. And, you know, she ends upstairs with this guy and he tries to hit on her. He's pulling this like major sleaze bullshit on her. Anyways, she kind of gets downstairs, escapes this shit. And anyways, meanwhile, Christian his character had come into the store and he found this gun. And one thing leads to another. And he ends up accidentally shooting the dude in the shoulder, and they go on the run and they become like super famous, like popular criminals, and everyone's like lying about the shit that they're doing. And they're just like trying to escape and like try to clear their names and stuff. It's a really fun ass movie. Great soundtrack. The Pat Benatar song in the film Invisible is fucking amazing. Love this shit, but brought back old memories. Hadn't seen it in years, but good film. Really love The Legend of Billie Jean. It's a good film from 85. Next up, we took it back 1 year and watched Revenge of the Nerds. I don't even know why I'm talking. I've seen this. I've watched my Blu-ray many times, but you know, the wife had never seen it before. I'm like, man, you got to see Revenge of the Nerds. It's fucking hilarious. She laughed every single time. Buddy laughs in that film. He does like, you know, his fucking laugh. I can't do it, but yeah, super fun, man. Super fun shit. Revenge of the Nerds. What else did I watch? Oh, and then after that, I watched Sorcerer again. I love Sorcerer so much. This movie might even have probably the most intense scene I've ever seen in my life with
the bridge.
Oh, the bridge scene is so incredibly intense. It's crazy what they go through to do just to bring this fucking dynamite.
Yeah, see, I like this one better than the original one, which I guess might be a hot take. The original one, it's better before they actually get on the journey. Like, that's done better in the original, but I think the back half of this movie's way better.
I think William Friedkin tried to... I think he really tried to focus on that part of the film a lot more. I think that's what his main focus was, right?
Yeah. Because the turn thing is in the original one, but I don't think that movie has a bridge scene.
Yeah, I've never seen the original one, so I'm not even 100% sure. But it's basically, it follows like, the movie starts out with like these four stories, these small little stories about these four characters played by Roy Scheider. He basically plays a gangster that pulls some shit, and he has to like, you know, basically has to evade the country and get to, what is it, South America, right? Yeah. It follows a fucking dirty banker. Same thing. He pulls some shit there, and he gets out of the country, and then there's like a Mexican assassin. He does the same. Anyways, all these characters end up in the same place. And then there's, of course, this terrorist too. Anyways, what happens is this, I think it's an oil mine, right? It blows up. It catches on fire. And so they have the only way to put out a burning fire like that is to actually extinguish it with dynamite. And so they have this dynamite, but it hadn't been turned, it hadn't been used in such a long time that all the nitroglycerin had like leaked out of it. So when that happens, you can't really move it. So they hire off these guys to basically bring these boxes of dynamite to this site, which is like the craziest journey ever to extinguish this thing. And they're getting paid big bucks to do it. So you take all these 4 guys, they can merge 2 in each truck. And it's basically about them taking this journey through these nasty, like South American jungles. And, yeah, it's pretty fucking intense, man. Like even the weather looks shit. And like, oh man, it looked like it was a grueling shoot, man. It's crazy. Really fun film though. Really good stuff. A lot of violence and craziness that's happening and shit, but different film for freaking at the time. So good stuff. And of course, yeah. So this next one right here is not a physical watch, but I told Mr. Horsball that I would talk about this one on the film. He messaged me the other day and he said, "Hey man, you want to check out Hope's new film, which is his daughter's new short film." She's done other films in the past that I've actually reviewed on. I think I've even reviewed them on here before, actually, to be honest. But
we reviewed her feature.
Did we actually do like a full length review of it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I can't actually remember if we did. Was it on here or not? But I know I did. I dare you to open your eyes.
That's the one I'm talking about. Did
we do that? Okay. I wasn't sure if it was on here.
Because I think we gave away a copy on the show. He sent us a couple of extras.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Shit. She did a film called Zombie Kids in 2013, and then I Dare You to Open Your Eyes, which was their feature in 2020. I think Tom's actually in that film too. So she's done a couple other shorts and stuff. This is another short called Jane and the Brain that she just it says it's 2024 on here. I think it's just like it's been filmed or it's been showing around her areas and stuff like that, like recently. So maybe 2026. Not really too sure. Basically, it's a short about this girl that was totally and madly in love with her husband and stuff like that, like undying love kind of thing, and just the perfect person and stuff like that. And what he ends up dying. And the twist is that she really can't get over her husband dying, and so she she basically has his brain in a jar, and that's how she's like coping with his death and stuff. So it's like it's actually quite good. Yeah, her filmmaking techniques have gone like she's always been a really visceral type director. Like I feel like her focus is always super well on point. And she does a really good job in this too, because it sets it up as being like kind of serious. It's like this kind of like this romantic, like this hopeless romantic type thing. And then when you see the brain in the jar, you're like, oh, okay, I see what she's doing here. It's not overly that serious. So it's got this like kind of subtle comedy element to it and stuff. So what happens is like, you know, she's coping with her husband's death with this brain in the jar and stuff. Anyways, her sister comes by one night just to hang out. And she discovers her secret and stuff. And then it kind of goes batshit from there. It runs about 16 minutes. You know, it's hard to disclose everything about it, but I thought it was really good. I mean, it's a small little cast. There's basically only 2 to 3 people. There's clips of the husband in it and stuff, but it's your 2 main characters, which are 2 females. And acting's good. Cinematography is really good. Even the music's really good in it too. I had fun with this. Where it goes, I was like, yep. That's pretty awesome. Good stuff. I love the way she ends this too, which I will not disclose, but I thought it was really fitting to what it was. It was like, you don't really know whether to like laugh or cry in it, but I think it worked really well. Good stuff from Hope though. But so if you have a chance to go see Jane and the Brain, I know it's been, like I said, it's been playing in cinemas and stuff like that. She's been getting some time in there. So as per usual, but really good stuff. And that's all that I watched.
That was a lot of shit.
Was it?
You do watch a lot of shit. Like compared to me, it's like I'm embarrassed.
I mean, I did. Yeah. I mean, it was Sunday. It's kind of feeling a little No, I wasn't like hungover nothing yesterday. I was just really tired and out of it. So I was kind of glad they were recording today, but I ended up watching like 5 movies because nothing else on. Right.
Word.
So Tyler, what do you got?
All right. I got 9 this week. So I'm just keeping on my pace. Happy about that. But funny enough, like the story of my week would have been watching Japanese familial dramas from like the 50s and 60s. I watched a lot of those on streaming and had a good time with that. But anyways, all right, starting out, one from Kino Lorber. It is Ernst Lubitsch's 1938 film Bluebeard's Eighth Wife. This is probably the funniest screwball one of the funniest screwball comedies I've ever seen, and probably the funniest thing in the 30s, not directed by Howard Hawks. This was about a millionaire in the 30s, so he's fucking mega rich if he's a millionaire in the 30s. Right. Basically falls in love with a broke girl, and to assure her he's not just like, because this is his eighth wife, so to assure her that she just isn't going to get ousted out with nothing when he gets bored with her, he guarantees her $120,000 when she leaves, something like that. So the girl marries him and spends the entire movie just trying to annoy him and be as ridiculous as possible to get him to divorce her. And it just ends up just being like, it ends up just going through a series of just ridiculous events like these movies kind of often go to. But what makes this movie really funny, what makes it stand out, I should say, is like the humor in it isn't that really slapsticky 30s stuff that maybe hasn't aged the best. It's very absurd and sarcastic. And that still works for me really well. Like the opening of this movie, this guy's arguing about buying the pajama top and pants because he says nobody wears pajama pants, and he's arguing with the guy at the front. And he says, "All right, let me call the store." And the guy gets out of bed and not wearing pajama pants, and only the top. Like the guys arguing downstairs, and it's just like, that's preposterous. Everybody wears both on phone. It's just like, it's stupid shit like that, but it's done so well in like this real dry, absurd way.
I feel like I'm more likely to wear the pants than the shirt.
Well, this guy only wear the shirt. This old dude just gets out of bed not wearing pants, so he answers the phone. It's fucking so stupid.
Like what? Like is he wearing like a boxer thing or briefs?
He's wearing like tidy whities, but the thing is hanging down, so you just see like a pair of legs. And
did they have boxers in the 30s?
Probably not.
I don't even know. Never thought of that before.
But yeah, this movie was a lot of fun. There's just like a lot of real sarcastic and dim-witted jokes. It stars Gary Cooper, who had a long career, and Claudette Colbert, who you may know from the "It Happened One Night" poster, the girl with like the bobby haircut,
Gary
and the big
Cooper
eyes.
Wasn't he?
Yep.
Didn't he do High Noon?
Yep.
Wasn't it Gary Cooper? Yeah.
Yeah, he did a lot of cool shit. He actually died kind of young, but he had like a 40-year career.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did this one, and Ernst Lubitsch is kind of my guy. I like his filmmaking is just really fucking good too. Like he's got a lot of moving, like real steady shots, and makes the most of like really like framing and shooting conversations. And he was like really better at this than a lot of people in this era. He was one of the European directors that kind of transitioned over here in the late 20s, early 30s, and had a good career in Hollywood, along with like Fritz Lang and von Sternberg. Those are kind of your big imports. After that, we went and watched. I got the ninth heart after that. We'll talk about that. Then I watched Scales. This was the second movie on the box set, on the disc of Ieoh Island. It's a 2019 Saudi film, and it's about a 12-year-old girl who lives on this island where there's these like water demons. That's basically like their water god that they have to appease, and they appease them by sacrificing. When their family has a son, they sacrifice their firstborn. So the daughter is little, she's 12, and her family has a son, so now she has to be sacrificed to these creatures. And it sounds like it would be kind of a straight and narrow horror movie, but this film's actually really slow and meditative and like kind of ambiguous. She starts growing scales. It never really explains anything. It just kind of has her moving along with people escaping the island. She ends up on like a ship voyaging out to sea, and she's like growing these scales. And it's a bit ambiguous. It's black and white. It's shot super well. It's got a lot of really nice cinematography and the shots of like light reflecting on water, all that good stuff. But I think it's probably very culturally significant to Saudi Arabia. And I think I'm probably a little cold to it. That there might even be things going on that like I don't necessarily understand. But it was only like 73 minutes, so it was kind of a quick watch. But since I have that disc in there, I try to watch them both, and it does share a common theme with Ieoh Island movie, so it is a decent pairing. I watched Ieoh Island next, obviously. Then hopping back over to Criterion, I got from the year 1934. I got Josef von Sternberg's The Scarlet Empress. This movie actually kind of ruled. It's a story about this German noblewoman, Sophia Frederica, basically being sold into this Russian oligarchy family where she would become Catherine the Great, just to marry this like dim-witted prince. This guy, he's like Forrest Gump level. And this woman's very quick to reaching for power. And gaining the matriarchy, so she just kind of just gets her control. She like flaunts her affairs. She just does whatever. She just literally does whatever the fuck she wants because this guy's not going to do anything about it. Like she needs a real man. And of course, this is played by none other than the Golden Age's most sultry actress, Marlene Dietrich, who's absolutely perfect for this role. Everything she's done in every movie I've talked about prior to this is like, this is her best performance. This is the best von Sternberg movie I've seen so far. I talked about a movie he did last week, the Shanghai Express movie, which was like the train thriller. This is like much bigger in scope. It's got a lot of awesome, like big costume, big sets, big costumes of these Russian palaces, and like these scenes on horses and soldiers. There's a lot going on in this. It just like builds to this really early political thriller. And this was a movie. This was like an hour and 45 minutes long. So for that time period, it is a little long sometimes. And I've liked von Sternberg's work, but he's never really blown me away. So this is a movie I've kind of been apprehensive about for a little bit. But yeah, this was easily the strongest work, and it builds to this like big climax where it's almost like a modern like revolutionary scene. Like it probably laid a good. It was probably very innovative to have this battle scene and like the way it's edited, and there's a lot of really interesting editing and overlay, but you didn't see a whole lot of it in that time. It honestly reminded me of the end of Passion of Joan of Arc, but it was this built up political historical thriller that was caked into it, and it didn't really end in a typical way either. So I liked it quite a bit. That's why I love just trying these things, and I just follow directors that I like, because you never know what you're going to find that's just going to hit you in a way that was really well. And it was definitely it was very impressive for being a film from 1934. After that, this was a rewatch. I popped in my 4K of Winchester 73. It's a Western from 1950, directed by Anthony Mann. This is the movie I was kind of alluding to earlier, where every character, every native character was referred to as an Indian or an Injun. So there's definitely some dated things about this, but those things always kind of make me laugh in these movies, because you just never see cultures kind of treated like that now. But at some time, just how it wasn't realistically, this is what they would have talked in 1873. But it stars James Stewart. He's kind of doing his typical shtick, where he's always that Western character that comes in and is like, "Oh, I'm the man of the law. I'm the good guy." And he seems like he's kind of a wimp, and then he becomes a man by the end of the movie. It's also got Dan DeRay in it, who's one of my favorite character actors from this era. He's just a squealy little bastard that gets under your skin in every movie. I love the guy. But yeah, so James Stewart rolls into town for the shooting competition. The winner is going to get the Winchester, the rifle that won the West. And he wins the competition, and he gets robbed by the guy. He ambushed and robbed by the guy that comes in second. In the film, it kind of follows typical Western tropes, but it's cool where the movie almost follows the fate of what happens to this gun as it gets exchanged between people. Like, these people get it, and then it gets lost in gambling, that gets passed on again. It just is cool to follow this trail of the gun. And that's kind of what the movie stands around, which was pretty neat. Eventually, it gets to some natives, and they go to meet these natives to sell them guns, and the war chief emerges, and who's the war chief? Rock fucking Hudson. And of all in the makeup and the headdress, and I just started busting out laughing. Swear to God.
That's funny.
It was so funny, dude.
Good old Rock
This is
Hudson.
like unreal. I was like, hold on, that's Rock Hudson. So yeah, it's got Rock Hudson playing an Indian war chief. But yeah, this movie's a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it. Anthony Mann is probably, I would maybe even call him the number 2 or 3 Western guy from the time period here, but he doesn't have like a big sexy movie like a Searchers or Rio Bravo. That's an all-time classic. So I wouldn't call him better than Howard Hawks or John Ford, but he has a good catalog of very solid Western movies. I've seen 6 or 7 of them, and they're all like 7+ movies for me. And this one fits right in there. James Stewart's on a lot of them, and he kind of has a
he did what James Stewart did, what, 6 or 7 films with Man?
He did a lot. I haven't seen them all.
Yeah,
I haven't seen them all, but everyone that's basically,
I've seen a couple. There's a couple of them put out each from Criterion, Kino, and Arrow. Yeah. I always pick those up when I see them because I've enjoyed basically everything Anthony Mann's done. Yeah, no, he's a solid director, man. He's done some really good stuff. Yeah, he's just not like a household name.
Yeah, interesting. If you're into Westerns, you definitely know who Anthony Mann is.
100%. That's why I know who he is.
Yeah, he's very consistent. He just doesn't have like maybe that all-time classic. There's even like above my shoulder, there's an Anthony Mann.
It's funny you bring up Rio Bravo. I have that sitting on my table right now.
Yeah, I got that 4K of it on the watch. Some movie fucking rules.
I just have the old standard, but it's still sealed. I've never actually watched my Blu-ray, but it's on the Tarantino thing. So I'm like, I should rewatch Rio Bravo. It's so good.
All right. Next up, I got Tender Mercies, directed by Bruce Beresford from 1983. So with the passing of Robert Duvall in the last week, I was reading an article that was talking about him, and it mentioned this film that he had won an Academy Award for, his sole one that he won for Best Leading Role, for Best Leading Actor. And I've had this on my shelf for years, so this seemed like an appropriate time to check it out. And he's really good in this. This is the movie's really all him. He has a great performance, and it's got a really good screenplay, because I think even some of the supporting characters are kind of weak in it. It's about the story of a former country singer who basically ruined his career and his family due to his alcoholism. And it's years removed. It's probably about a decade removed from that. And he's living far away in this little Texas town with a wife who's a couple years, like probably 2 decades younger than her, 15, 20 years that we're supposed to be. And she's also a single mom her son never met his father. He died in Vietnam. So there's this kind of relationship. She has this relationship with him, and it's one of those things where he's like past as a country singer, as kind of makes its way back into his life, and it's just like almost like a slice of life movie where things just happen, and things change in his life for the good and for the worst. And basically it's this story of like this young family just inspiring them to try writing music again. But it ends up being way more than that. It actually takes some pretty dark turns in it. In a movie that you thought was kind of going to be uplifting. So I thought that was good. I thought that was pretty subversive of it. The performance that Duvall puts in is real fucking great. He's not over the top, and the movie doesn't do anything to just be like, this guy's a fucked up alcoholic. Doesn't do anything dumb like that to like really like beat you over the head with it. And he just really puts on this performance where you can tell he's this guy that's made peace with fucking up his life. And just stewing with it and quiet, and it's like just the quiet agony he has behind him, and but looking forward and trying to like be positive and just accepting like this is my life now. So the prospect of these things coming back to him is his wife is still a successful country singer. He's got a daughter who's an adult now. He basically hasn't seen since his divorce from his first wife. So there's a lot of dramatic familial notes going on that. I end up liking it. It'll be really good. I think it took me a little bit to get used to the country music. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's fine. And for the time period and being down south, obviously, people love it. So it's like you can't get mad at a movie for portraying things that people like that are popular. But yeah, I think the biggest issue with it is it does leave the film a literally ambiguous, and it almost feels like incomplete. Like something dramatic happens in their storylines that could continue, and it just doesn't. In one way, I do like that. It just doesn't feed you anything, and it just gives you like this big, like little slice of life picture that you're there to ponder with. But I do feel like I wanted a little bit more of it. So maybe that's a good thing. But yeah, it wasn't long either. It was only like 92 minutes, and this is the type of movie that ends up being really long. So I was happy with that runtime and what I got out of it. So that was pretty cool. It was a nice blast from the past, because I guess that movie got nominated for a shitload of Oscars. So it's fun to see, like, this was a movie that people thought was like an insane movie, one of the best of the year 40-something years ago. After that, I watched a Japanese movie from my boy Nobuhiko Obayasha. That's the guy that made House. It was School in the Crosshairs. This one comes from Cult Epic. It's from 1981. It's not as crazy as House, but it's in the same vein where it's this quirky kind of kitchen sink Japanese movie all involving school kids. And it's this character has psychic powers, and then she kind of has an op in the class that also has psychic powers, and it just gets wild, and it ends with them like fighting this like this mysterious group of Nazis in like another dimension. It just fucking, it's crazy. But the ingenuity, the thing I really liked about this movie is the same reason that I think a lot of people like House, where he has like these really ingenious ways to just manipulate film and try different things and different types of effects, editing and color grading. It's a marvel to look at. And there's so many sequences where I'm just watching the film in awe at the creativity on the screen, thinking, how did he do that? This movie doesn't maybe have the most compelling story, but when it's doing Obayashi things, it's a lot of fun. I liked it a lot. And he does such a good job of just photographing people. Like he like the way he just shoots like all these kids at the high school with all the different like the jocks and the geeks, and he just like films them all like in action, and the way he photographs just these groups of kids and these insane visuals when he's being creative, that it's just such a random fun kitchen sink Japanese movie. If you've watched enough Japanese movies or plenty of anime, you know exactly what I'm talking about, where it just has that quirk where random shit happens in the movie. It's got a lot of emotional inflections. It just gets wild. It doesn't really have any of the sleaze. I've seen a little bit of his other movies, but that's okay. This one probably was more for kids, but I had a blast with this. And there's actually forward discussion in a couple of days, so that'll be fun to talk about. After that, my last one, this one comes from Arrow. It is Urizumi from Yasuzo Masamura. Last week I talked about his movie Blind Beast that I liked a lot. This is the movie he made, I believe, the year before Blind Beast. And this one I like probably even a little better. It has the same type of concept about a woman in captivity and being basically taken as an object of a man's desire, and exploring the power dynamics, and it kind of goes into the same thing. But this one's a little bit more, it's got more characters in it, and it's a little bit more, I would say, thrilling, and it gets a little bit more, there's more of a story to it, I would say, than in this like expose on sadomasochism. But it's about this woman that is imprisoned by a tattoo artist that's so taken by her pale skin and inspired by it that he kidnaps her and tattoos a giant black widow on her, and that marks her as his property, and he forces her into prostitution as a geisha. And it's just like this crazy like unwinding, and the slow burn to when like the bubble's finally gonna break and she's gonna fight back, or something crazy is gonna happen. And yeah, it kind of gets there. It's not anything insane, but it's a good tension. It's a good tension pull till you get there. It's got lots of great visuals. It's that kind of 19th century Japan period where you get all those classic looking houses, paper houses, and all that classic looking wardrobe. I fucking love that shit so much. Like that's really, I love the visual that you get from those, and it's just like all the symmetry of those things and how amazing you can shoot shit like that. That's one of the reasons I really like Japanese movies from this time period. So I definitely wanted to get this one in. This one, if you like Blind Beast, this movie's a little less popular, I think, but I think it's as good, if not better. So if you like Blind Beast, watch this movie as well, Urizumi. And that is going to do it for me.
Goddamn.
JP, I think you need to watch more.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I watched like 7? One.
I got lucky today because of the state of emergency.
Just we talked about a lot of them already.
Yeah. Because of the state of emergency in Mass, I didn't have to go to work today, so I did get to watch extra movies.
Yeah, I've been working till like 7, 8 p.m. like every night in the last week, so my movie watching has not been strong.
Yeah, mine. It depends what I can do on the weekends, basically, because there's a lot I can stream throughout the day. But like during the week, it actually, especially last week with Sinbin, it's kind of hard for me sometimes to actually sit down and watch something for my collection.
Well, I think y'all need to step up your game, man. That's what I do. Watch the physicals. Oh, come on. Stop both you fucking heads down. Just, okay, man.
I watch a lot with physical.
I'll do it.
A lot of the stuff that, like, you have a physical, like, for prep. Like, I don't have that stuff.
Yeah, see, I fucking hate having to, like, go stream some shit, go find some. I hate that. Nice thing about having a collection.
It's not even hard for us these days.
No, it's just, I like popping movies. It's fun for me. Getting off my ass and being like, oh yeah, fuck, that's good. That DVD is gonna look like fucking 420 maxed out. It's gonna be amazing. I love that shit, man. Anyways, that's gonna do it for the dub portion of the show, and we'll be back here with the featured reviews in a minute.
Now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 315, Folk Horror Volume 1. So if you guys don't know, basically this is going to be like a new series. It'll be over an extended period of time. But what we did is we took all 42 of the featured films that were in the Haunts box sets released by Severin, put them into a randomizer, came up with a game plan, and this is what we came up with. So it's pretty simple, man. We like our randomizers. And anyways, the first film that was picked that came up was from 1977, and it is called Ieoh Island. Not really 100% sure because on the disc, it just says literally the letter I and O.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Island. And then on IMDb, it actually has it spelt out as IEOH. So it's Ieoh Island. Directed by Kim Ki-young, very influential Southern Korean director. I know that this guy's been noted many, many times by many directors as being a really great director. I haven't really seen much of his.
The first Korean auteur. Basically.
Yeah, I was kind of reading into him. Like, I hadn't really seen much of his work and stuff like that, but he sounds like he did some really good things and influenced a lot of people. So, but I mean, if this is what he does, I can see why. So,
before you go into that too much, I did just want to say, for one, yeah, like you said, the box set is like the primary source of our folk horror episodes. But that's not to say we won't do some other ones along the way. Maybe we do a Wicker Man franchise or something somewhere along the lines. I think there's like 4 of those now or something.
Is there really?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely 2 in the original franchise, I think, or two like the Wicker Tree, and then I think there might be another one. And then obviously the remake, which I've never even seen.
Yeah, right.
But in general, we'll probably stick to the box set for a while, the 2 box sets. And I think doing them random is a pretty fun thing because you never really know what we could get. And they're not fully random. They're like random with influence, I would say. But I did want to just, a lot of people hear folk horror or folk films a lot and don't really know what they are. They kind of have an idea, but sometimes I've got that question before, like what is a folk horror film? And I just like quickly looked at some definitions and stuff. I thought this one was pretty good. So folk horror is a subgenre of horror that uses folklore, rural settings, and local superstitions to create fear, often featuring isolated communities, pagan rituals, and a clash between modern outsiders and ancient traditions, which I think that right there is a good thing. Way to speak on it. It often centers on the unsettling power of nature and the dark side of tradition. That is another thing that I like, the dark side of tradition, with focus on isolation and inevitable doom for the protagonist, which isn't always the case, but it does seem to happen a lot. But I thought that was a good breakdown of what folk horror kind of is.
Yeah, that's actually bang on, to be honest. It's really good. You don't have to overthink that one. It kind of gives it to you straight up. It's
a good explanation. And we'll see in this box set as well, like certain movies might not have as much folk horror as others. But I think, there's different things. Like folklore is obviously a big thing. Rural settings is another big thing. Local superstitions, huge, right? Isolated communities. You got a lot of paganism in these type of movies. A lot of witch stuff as well. A lot of times, outsiders versus ancient traditions, as well as the power of nature. Nature is always often a thing that is in these films as well, and the dark side of tradition. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, this one, this film, Ieoh Island, actually falls in. It's like textbook to that definition that you just said. So, synopsis: an investor planning on developing a tourist resort begins an investigation into the legends of the mysterious Ieoh Island in the hope of exploiting its unspoiled beauty.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that's kind of bang on, actually. So basically this film starts out, it's kind of interesting. It kind of bookends itself. Like it starts out the opening scene kind of like at the end of the film. Yep. But basically, yeah, he's like an investor and he's looking to open up like this fancy resort and stuff like that. And he wants to do it on this, this kind of forbidden kind of area called the Ieoh Island and stuff. He thought it would be really cool, good, easy to market though too, right? So essentially he gathers up a bunch of people here and but they don't disclose where they're going at first, which I think is really interesting. What kind of plays into this so well. He doesn't really disclose where they're going. They're on this boat, and on this boat ride, he finally discloses that, hey, we're going to the Ieoh Islands. Anyways, there's another character on the film here, which I can't even remember the names, but anyways, he's kind of turns into like our main character, really. He gets fucking just all up in airs about it. He's like, no, man. He's like, we can't go to this island. This is fucking crazy. Like, we cannot do this. Yeah, Cheon. So he goes fucking crazy, right? So our investor, he's like, yeah, well, I need to shut him up. So he gets him super drunk. He's like, well, that'll shut him up. Anyways, the superstition of Ieoh Island is that the only way to make it there is by dying, basically. There's all this mythology and all these rumors about this island that, there's water ghosts and they take males. And there's just a lot of rich history with the supernatural with this island and stuff like that. So anyways, they're on this boat and essentially our lead character there, he ends up falling off the boat or, he ends up in the water somehow and dies basically. And so what happens is our investor, he kind of gets pinpointed as possibly throwing him over there as the murderer and stuff like that by his boss. By this investor or this journalist or this investigator or whatever. He's like, yeah, no, you must have pushed him off there because we all saw the conflict that you had with him and stuff. So anyways, these two, they end up going to this other island here to investigate. I wouldn't say really investigate at first. It was more to prove his innocence that he didn't.
Yeah, it was to prove his innocence.
It was to prove his innocence that he didn't push this guy over because he was like going down for this murder and stuff. And he's like, fuck this. So when they get to this island, they start to learn all the mysterious history of basically what's been going on there and stuff. And this whole movie is told in flashbacks, basically. So every character that they come in contact with,
there's like this like
the sound of bubbling water.
Yeah, it totally. But the thing I like about that, it comes off as being a little bit cheesy, a little bit, but it's not. It's nice that it lets you know that you're going into a flashback. Where sometimes filmmakers,
because
I like when it goes flashback into flashbacks.
Yeah, right. It's almost fucking necessary in this movie because it's like a little like I always struggle a little bit with following foreign films in general. I think it's because everybody, it's kind of racist to say, but everybody kind of looks the same to me a lot of times, and I don't.
The two main leads look very similar.
Well, that's okay. I'm glad that you brought that up because the two do look the same. And like at first, before you know how the story's being told in flashbacks, like who the fuck is who, and then you realize you're like, oh shit, this is being told, and this entire movie is literally told in flashbacks, and it's almost told in reverse order, but not. It's not linear at all. So you get certain stories from certain characters at certain times in the narrative and stuff, and it all does come together actually quite nicely. I think it's actually really well compiled and constructed in its narrative. It's funny, JP, because I was out for dinner with the wife on Saturday night and I was talking about this movie and I was explaining it to her. And my first thing I was like, JP is going to ask us to explain this entire movie as we're reviewing it because he probably didn't understand it.
No, I actually did pick up on a lot of it. Probably more than you would expect.
Yeah.
But
I didn't think it was that hard to follow once you realize the construction was all told in flashbacks.
Well,
you're like, oh,
what really helped me was when I fucking realized that the sound effects was cueing a flashback.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay. And that's why I was like, honestly, like at times it's like that comes off a little cheesy, but like it was so desperately needed for a movie like this for me to follow. Yeah. So I was like, I don't even care. Like they did this for me. So, but in general, like, it is like kind of I wouldn't say like convoluted, but it's a unique plot and a unique way to tell the plot.
It's Rashomon.
What's that?
Rashomon is a very famous Japanese movie that clearly influenced this movie, where it tells you 4 different people's perspectives at different times, and you learn through using these people's perspectives that people will twist things and people will say things that will benefit them that are not necessarily the truth. So you're forced with all these perspectives from all these people, that none of them all line up exactly the same way.
I didn't really think of it as Rashomon, but yeah, you have a point there for sure. 100%. It totally does that. But I mean, it's when you're dealing with mythology and folklore and superstition and stuff, you're always going to have different vantage points that are so different. And that's what makes this kind of unique, because no matter how you look at it, this island is very unique in its style, because it's like this pagan type style of like all female island, and all these females are running this island. It's basically just they're divers. They're divers, and the story is the reason why there's only females on this island is because essentially they're kind of afraid of the water ghosts and stuff. The Ieoh Island, essentially,
but they're also kind of like infertile.
Yeah, well, the reason why there's no men on the island is because once they have the babies or the men and stuff, they all leave the island because they're all in fear of actually being taken by the water ghosts and stuff like that. So this whole island is run by these women that are essentially just kind of running their own kind of business. They're diving for, fish and stuff. It's like a big fishery kind of thing. And that plays into it too. And it kind of plays into the whole, the whole capitalism thing that with our lead character that, eventually comes to the story and stuff. I think that's a really unique idea, actually.
This is, I remember too, this is the 70s. This is where like the intense modernization of South Korea is happening. So you have a lot
They were under a dictatorship at the time. That's why this whole aspect of capitalization here was,
I'm pretty sure they weren't under a dictatorship
100%
anymore.
They were in 77, bro.
In South Korea? Am I wrong?
Yeah. That's why that's why the whole capitalistic angle in this film is so unique. It was speaking up about it, man, for sure. 100% it was. And
capitalism isn't dictatorship.
No, they were speaking against that's why when you're doing capitalism in a dictator, in a fascist country, you're speaking out against it. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, well,
There's no
the
capitalism in a
capital-
fascist country, bro. That's why having this in the film at the time is actually quite unique.
Okay,
because they're quite clearly.
It was through the 80s. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was already done by now. But that's not even like really relevant on like what my point about it was anyway.
Well, I'm just saying because when they go to the island and they basically create because if you're in a communist country and you're completely running a business, like, I'm gonna fucking make some money, do this shit. Like they're doing their shit on their own and stuff.
Yeah.
It's got this whole capitalistic angle to it. I'm like, wow, that's really political and very interesting to do at that time, because I don't know how serious it was in South Korea at the time, but we all know North Korea. It's that's
different. That's not South Korea. I thought like South Korea was already past that. And this was
no. It was still under dictatorship at the time. Yeah.
But I know this is when the monetization was really happening, and I think what I was getting at is just the idea of capitalism coming to destroy this old way of life. But the thing that's like unique about this like utopian matriarchal society is that it's really just like Darwinism devolved to its absolute like it's absolute survival point, where I feel like it's where the whole thing
is it putting the females above the males in the
No, it's
Darwinism
the females want to survive. It's survival of the fittest. The females have.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So they're stronger than the men.
They know the men are stronger, so they've like gamed the men into basically going and killing themselves after they reproduce, so they can maintain this matriarchal society. So even though they're intruding on this utopian way of life, it's a completely dystopian society.
Yeah. So you think that the males were actually killing themselves?
They're getting rid of them. So they're either making it to the mainland, like the son character, who's like you find out is actually like has a lot. Like you find out the pollution is basically ruining the women from being able to do their business that they've had before, and that capitalism is just going to destroy this island anyway.
Yeah, and that's kind of the metaphor that they're playing right there, where they start up the fish farm, and then the pollution is actually killing the fish off, but it's actually a metaphor for, the fact that capitalism is probably going to kill off exactly what you're trying to do there in the island in the first place, right?
Yeah, I thought this movie was fucking awesome. I thought it has a double meaning. Really smart. Cool. And yeah, so like that's what it meant to me. They're just gaming these men into just either going out and drowning by themselves, or trying to make it to the mainland. But either way, it's just like they're trying to protect this matriarchal society. And
of course,
it like ties it in with this like shamanism that's like very rich, and if you want in Korean movies. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was just like really. It felt like a lot of influence from movies like Rashomon, The Wicker Man, like the Naked Eye.
Definitely a lot of Wicker Man in there.
100% Wicker Man. I mean, that's the whole setup right there. And what we were talking about earlier is that, the Wicker Man, they go to an island and, do an investigation. Look in the Wicker Man, they're looking for a girl. In this one, they go to an island to kind of prove it innocence. I was like, fuck, this is the Wicker Man. Right away. It was like the first thing I thought of. I was like, that's kind of crazy.
There's not a lot of, like talking about this film online. I feel like it's incredibly underseen. Yeah. Was this ever like released outside of this box set?
No, it wasn't. If you look at the reviews, the people that already knew about this movie talk about like, I wish we could get something. Wasn't this dog shit little transfer? And I actually wanted to rewatch a certain part of the movie. And this one, I like, instead of getting up and changing my disc, I knew it was on YouTube, so I actually tried to throw it on there, and it looks like dog dick on there and doesn't have subs. So this looks really fucking good, but actually this director's movies in general are not that accessible, and they don't have very good restorations. You gotta also remember too, like film preservation was nothing at this time. This guy literally started his career by picking up fucking old military expired film left behind by the U.S. military after the Korean War and just started shooting shit. Mm-hmm. So this is him after doing that for like 20 years and one release. So I think honestly, he has a film called The Housemaid that people really point to as his big work. Martin Scorsese loves it. It had a lot of influence on Parasite. And people kind of point to that, but I think this movie is like way better than that. I liked this so much that I tried watching something else afterwards, and I couldn't stop thinking about like what this guy was getting at and like what I saw in this movie, that I stopped what I was watching and I went and found another one of his movies, that movie The Housemaid, and I watched that instead.
Wow.
Yeah, this movie's really deep though, man. It really does play on a lot of different themes and shit. Like there's so much going on. obviously
Yeah.
the mythology and the superstition, and of course
I think it's a little intentionally overcomplicated too, where they're just like you're unwrapping all these layers of conspiracy.
Well, I think that also leads to the like it being kind of complicated. It makes you sort of like buy into the mythology of the
the water ghost,
and like the confusion of the men and stuff like that by it being so complicated. And
I think
like
what
that.
helps though, I think what helps with the narrative here, because like I said, it deals with so many different types of themes, obviously, like it's even got like the gender roles and stuff, environmental distress, like the whole pollution aspect of the film that kind of plays into the whole kind of double meaning with the capitalistic angle with the fish farms and stuff like that. I thought that was really clever how they did that. That was pretty cool. But even like the fertilization, that stuff was kind of going over my head a little bit. I couldn't quite exactly put the whole fertilization into the equation properly. I mean, it even deals with grief, it deals with alcoholism. Like there's so many things, man. But but at the same time, it totally subjects itself into pure mystery, because you're constantly thinking to yourself, like what exactly is going on here? Is this ISO, like the Ieoh Island? Is there actually water ghosts? Are they taking these males? Are they doing this shit? Dude, the whole end of this movie is crazy.
Yeah, I don't think there is, but I think the males believe there is.
Yeah, I
think they were 100%. But it's still ambiguous, though. It really is. I mean, it's actually not that ambiguous to the point where even the end thing where he's like, I'll just say it, I'm not going to give it away, but he's just like, it looks kind of familiar, and it kind of tells the story right there, right? Because clearly she was not being impregnated by a fucking corpse. You know what I mean? It's like, let's put this into reality though too, right? You can submerge yourself into mythology,
well, that's
and folklore, but at the end of the day, there's still actual scientific elements here that have to be followed.
Reality in what they believe, and those things don't necessarily line up.
So it makes you think, and when you see that ends, when you see the finale of the film, you're like, okay, that could be ambiguous, but at the same time, it's like, no, this shit is just completely. I wouldn't say they're crazy and shit. I mean, it's their ideologies that's happening there and stuff like that. But, I mean, once you create this superstition and create this mythologies, which anybody really could, it obviously was working to the point where males were not there anymore for a reason. It's really fascinating. It's really fascinating to create like a paganness like that. And at the time, to even come up with this idea in a country that was ruled by a dictator and come up with these ideas, and pretty fascinating stuff. Really good movie, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not only that, like it is a good movie, but it really sucks you in to try to figure out like what the hell's going on here. And I think like the flashbacks and stuff start working like more as the movie goes on. Like when you get like dude, when dude buys his fish farm with the money from the fucking the chicken, the fucking chicken, the like hood and shit, and then like all the fucking shit just I actually found that like extremely darkly funny whenever all like he puts like everything into this thing and then it just instantly fails, and it's just like he goes and he's like, there's all these dead floating fish and shit. It's like you just feel bad, but at the same time it's like, dude.
And that's where they go off of the whole pollution thing though too, right? Which kind of plays into the whole double aspect of it too though, right? So.
I normally don't laugh at shit like that, but for some reason it was like like fuck, the guy got so fucked.
The one girl that he was all hugged up with, the one that was claiming that, I think it was her that was claiming that she was like married to him and stuff, but she was completely she was like out to lunch, but her name was Minja. And every time they said Minja, I kept thinking ninja, and it made me laugh every single time. I was like, fucking ninjas. And I don't know why it kept making me laugh though. But it's funny because this movie really doesn't have any comedic elements to it. It's just our personal dark humor.
Funny.
Yeah, it's just our personal dark humor that comes out of it at times. But I mean, to be honest, man, this is a film I would watch a couple more times because knowing
did we ever find out where Chick was able to get that money from?
The one that
gives it to her.
that gives it to him. Oh, for the fish farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because they talk about it a couple different times. Because remember, that was part of the investigation where he was trying to figure out who exactly was the person that gave the money. And he's like, well, he broke it down to the one girl, and he's like, well, you're the only one on this island that actually has any fucking money, so it had to be you and stuff. So I don't know. I think it was probably because they were running a business there, right? So maybe she was, yeah. I think that's, I mean, the money came from somewhere. It obviously came from somewhere. So I'm thinking it was.
I also just don't know how much money that is. Like, it could be $1 million for all I know. It could be like $10,000 because I don't know what that currency is and what it relates to at the time.
Yeah. I mean, they were clearly doing their own thing on their own level. The paganism, it was, I mean, maybe she was the head of it. They don't really disclose that too much, but obviously they had money because they were selling the shit off. So. But I don't know. It's this is
Did you expect it to get all necromantic?
Yeah, that played into like such a weird.
I don't know who could expect that.
Dude, I was like, what the fuck? And it's so funny because it literally reminds you so much of necromantic.
It does.
What happens?
I can't believe how fucking graphic it was.
I know, right?
Yeah, that part.
So what exactly went in the penis?
Just a fucking rod so they could actually keep it up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Chopstick or something.
Because I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, well, that thing looks like it's a plug on the top. I'm like, if she thinks that she's getting pregnant from this fucking corpse, I'm like, oh, that's pretty fucked up, but it's not happening. But I mean, it's pretty obvious that what happens there. But
yeah, but as long as the body stays cold, the seed stays intact.
I know. I thought that was an interesting part of their. That's. I mean, you can create any rules you want. It doesn't mean it's scientifically correct, right? You can believe what you want to believe. It is what it is, but it's not true. So I'm still, like I said, I'm still confused on the whole fertilization thing because they keep talking about throughout the entire film. And like, it just seemed like it was an end goal for a lot of the girls was to get pregnant and stuff like that.
Yep.
But then if they're offing all the men and shit like that.
But they're not. They're not. They wait for them to produce.
And then they either fear them away or
just with their mythology.
Assume they murder them away.
Yeah. And that's what I got from it. They're either offing them after the fact or it's kind of unclear. Like, that's what I'm saying. I have a pretty good idea that they might have been doing that because they kept saying that they were going out to sea and dying at sea while they're fishing and stuff. And I'm like, that just keeps happening. Like, really, every guy goes out there and fishes and dies. I'm like, nah, y'all be some fucking killing.
Yeah, but even think about it this way, Moodz. Even the ones that go out to sea and bail, they're still going to be listed as ones that didn't because it's an isolated island.
Of course.
It's like they want it and then like soon makes it to the mainland. So they want them to go there and like expose the pollution and like be an activist. So
yeah,
it's not like you can't do it.
Well, I mean, they really play into that too, right? He's like, oh, well, all the fucking fish died and stuff. Like, you know what you can do? I heard somebody went to, they went and fought this pollution shit and won a bunch of money and stuff. Like, at the end of the day, it just seems like it's a big hoax. It's like, they're just big capitalists. They just want fucking money. They don't give a shit how they're getting it. So I thought that was really interesting when she says that in the film. But
I just think if you know about all this pollution, investing in a fish farm is probably not a bad idea. Probably not a good idea. I'm just saying.
I mean, maybe it was just a setup. She knows it was going to happen. She's like, well, I mean, this shit, they're all going to die, man. I'll get them to go to the mainland, go fight this in court. Because Buddy was changing his shit up, man. So yeah, it's a really interesting film. What did this one run? It runs about 145,
like 2
something
hours.
About 2 hours?
2.
Yeah, actually it was just
51.
Hour 50, yeah.
Yeah, it was like the longest, I think, right?
Yeah.
Which order did you guys watch these in?
Chronological.
I watched The Ninth Heart, then I watched this, then I watched Celia.
Hey, me too. We did the same thing.
Yeah, you guys are fucking stupid.
No, for me it was convenience of there's 2 films in the box set. In the second set, so I just went with that first.
I got to go chronological. It was like 77, 79, 89.
I didn't even know what years they came out. I didn't even look.
I always do. It's always the first thing I do. Ordered them up, and I was like, yep, that's what we're going to do. But
It was a time convenience thing for me because I planned on watching both the ones on this disc, and I'd already seen Beauty and the Beast. And that was one I could fit in a tighter time slot, so that's why I did that. The Ninth Heart, that is. So
like the overall aesthetic in this movie was fantastic, man. I loved like the blue hue look to it. It kind of reminded me of like what came later with like Mad Men, but I don't know, just the way the water and the background shot, it has this like kind of blue, green, gray kind of hue to it. I love that shit. I thought it really kind of popped, actually. It was good. It's really good stuff. Cinematography is great. I mean, when it comes to foreign films and it comes to acting and stuff like that, I feel like it was good. You know, I mean, it's always hard to tell when they're not speaking the same language. For me, anyways, I can always get a better read on somebody that's speaking the same language, given how the words are presented and stuff, and you know the mannerisms and shit like that. But I feel like this was really well done. Just a lot of effort put into this, man. Just a lot of effort put into this commentaries. Pretty interesting. And I gotta say though, man, I was not expecting this shit to go where it did. I mean, they talk about this fertility thing throughout the film, but where it goes is pretty fucking wild. So,
loved it.
I mean, it's one of those things though too. I don't feel like it's done for shock value at all. I feel like it feels authentic and it feels completely valid to their points of their mythology and who they really are. You know, I mean, they're presented to us as being totally different, but that surface value, you dig a little bit deeper and yeah, they're not exactly what you think they are. So pretty interesting stuff. So how do you take the end of the movie? Like just how they discuss, like, you know, I mean, it says right at the beginning of the film, the first thing is like, yeah, you know, it seems like it's deserted, but there's one person left here.
Yeah.
Because I think because it takes place 3 years after the fact, right?
Yeah, I mean, 4 years, I think. But yeah, it's only her and it's the kid that I think is like supposed to be, you know, I don't want. It's not from where she's saying it's from.
Yeah.
And he was like, "All right, well, bye," because he wasn't staying there.
Yeah. Yeah, I generally would not be so like, I'm not a big fan of films that are told like this generally, but this one was so intriguing because I think when you have the element of, you know, mythology and just folklore and certain supernatural elements that are present within the narrative.
Yeah. I think if anything, it was just trying to signal at the end that like capitalism came and destroyed this culture and booked.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was kind of what it was. And that was exactly what I was thinking though, too, in terms of like, at first I thought it was like, I thought he was like vouching for capitalism, like, you know, democracy and stuff like that. And then by the end of the film, it's like, he's kind of stating that like, if you try to be a capitalist and, you know, it destroys societies and, you know, it does this and that. And I was like, oh shit. That's kind of how I took that.
Yeah.
I thought he was really saying one thing, but then I was like, oh shit, man, maybe he's advocating for communism. You know, it keeps everything on the same level, you know, on paper, you know, the way it is.
I think it was something just more the rapid modernization that was happening.
Yeah. But I mean, again, when you're coming from like in reality, you're in a communist country and you obviously know about that shit. I mean, I don't know the whole history of South Korea, but like, I'm sure most of maybe it was all a communist country up to that point. I have no idea. So if you don't know anything better, why would your message not be that then? You know, democracy and you know, and capitalism and stuff like that would, if we go to that, then it's going to ruin. I'm telling you that if we go to this, it's just going to ruin everything.
Well, the thing is, this is kind of why I watched another one of his movies too. I want to get like a deeper perspective on like his vision. Like the other movie I watched from him was definitely like a punching up movie. It was about like an underclass worker, like infiltrating and disrupting the lives of like an upper class family. It's very much like a horror movie contained version of Parasite.
Yeah. Does it deal with like
Oh, it's like
communist
basically
elements and stuff like
no,
that?
no, not really, not at all. It's much more micro level. It's about a housemaid they hire that just like ends up just playing out basically like a monster movie, and she's just like she's the de facto monster, and she like infiltrates the family through blackmail and like exploits the power dynamic, and then like some rough shit happens in the movie that it was pretty shocking because that movie was from 1960, so he had another 15 plus years to work out his filmmaking between that movie and this movie.
Right.
But yeah, I like this movie a lot. This movie was fucking awesome.
Yeah, with the whole like exorcism and like the whole shaman shit and stuff like that, like
there's a lot of that in Korean movies too, so it's a very culturally significant thing. So like this movie to me feels like he was very much inspired by a lot of Japanese movies and Japanese filmmakers. So it was like cool to see how it was like wrapped into a Korean culture.
So it like in the reality of it though, like if everything is kind of like not per se a sham, but even though they might have truly believed what they were doing and shit like that, the fact that the body actually, because they were trying to bring him back. I mean, that was the goal.
Well, and that's what like validates it, that you have this shaman that just like, you know, a broken clock is right twice a day, where things lined up like how they did. And like the shaman can say like, I pulled them back here. It just like reinforces like the mythology and then like the power of what they're doing this island. It's just like this.
That's essentially how all shamans became things, is they were sometimes right.
Yeah.
Just by fluke. Right.
Yeah. It's like that particular person in the village has all this influence. So yeah, I thought that was it. Just like, to me, it was just like Darwinism, like into a like dystopian society where they just get rid of all the men so they can dominate and maintain this matriarchal society.
I mean, certain things like that, like we try to ground ourselves in reality at this time too. A lot of folk horror films kind of seem like they could be, but at the same time, in reality, there's no way that body is washing up there. This is not. No. It's just not. So. But yeah, I mean, it gets you thinking, but at the same time, it's like, well, believe what you want to believe, right?
Yep.
So, but yeah, no, I really fucking enjoyed this movie. I thought it was fantastic. At first, like the first half an hour, I was like, are we doing flashbacks? Because it's actually a pet peeve of mine. Like I'm not a big fan of like storytelling like that. But then I realized that not only was it not linear, it was really telling stories within the narrative. You know what I mean? So it was jumping all over the place. And then I like that though, when you start telling the story like that and everything kind of comes all together and you're like, oh shit. Okay. I mean, that kind of makes sense as to why he was doing this and why he ended up on the mainland, like where he came from. And like, it's kind of interesting because this movie kind of portrays itself as, you know, this business guy is the main character, but he's not at all. Like it really isn't. It's not even about him really at all.
No, he's just like kind of your investigative eyes that you can follow around, so you can have someone that's a blank slate. So once you get all these people's perspective and all these people's stories and series of events, like you're left like him, where you don't actually know what's true because this person said this.
Oh, of course, everyone's got a different story. Everyone's got a different.
And they all have different reasons to say different things and different things to hold to their advantage. So yeah, I liked it a lot. It's like this movie's definitely. It felt to me like inspired by a lot like Japanese movies. Definitely that element was definitely Rashomon to me, which I picked up on pretty quick, and I liked that a lot. I don't even love that movie. I think it's a great movie, but I don't know if I'd even call it like a top 10 Kurosawa movie. But I love the idea. I love the foundation that movie created. Of like, there's only one true arbiter that knows the truth, and people will contort things to their own. It's such a classic storytelling thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I love the aspect of like telling stories backwards, but interchanged and completely unlinear. Like having your main character essentially die within the first 10 minutes of the film. and not really knowing that he's going to be the main focus of the story I love that, because at first I was like following this going, oh shit, oh, that's fucking crazy. And that just keeps like you said, contorting itself left and right. It's going over here. It's doing this and it's misleading you here. It's misleading you here. But it constantly does one thing, and it just keeps you thinking and guessing and like what is actually true, what is not. And I think that's a really, really good way of filmmaking. You know, I think it really does settle itself perfectly in the end too. So great film, man. Really, really great. So I'd love to rewatch this one down the road. Just knowing what I'm getting myself into. Sometimes when you watch a film for the first time, it's hard to digest everything. Like I said, this one
for sure.
deals with so much commentaries, man. Like, I mean, you could really break down everything to the point of even him over drinking. His alcoholism is a factor in the film.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, there's so many different elements to the movie where I'm just like, fuck, this thing is so heavy. When you said, well, that was something, I was like, yeah, that was some heavy fucking shit, man.
Yeah.
Like, I literally sat there on my couch just kind of staring, going, holy fuck. And then I talked about it for like an hour with the wife, and she's like, it's our 19th wedding anniversary. Why are you talking about Ieoh Island? I don't know. It was like stuck in my head that night. I just couldn't stop thinking about it. It was crazy. And I wasn't expecting some craziness, and it's pretty fucking wild. Like, you just don't. You really don't. But so good stuff though, man. I mean, if you want to talk about I shouldn't say stereotypical, but like a textbook definition of a folklore horror film, this is it right here. It's got everything, in my opinion.
Yeah, it fits all the boxes, checks all the boxes.
Mm-hmm. I like the part when she like starts, when they're banging and she's like talking about like how banging the plates, just like starts clicking the plates. I don't know, that made me laugh out loud. I was like, okay, it's pretty minor, but it's kind of funny. Yeah, people listening won't understand unless you haven't seen the film, but
go watch it. It's fucking wild.
It is, man. It's definitely a film. I feel like this is one of those movies that could only get better with watches.
I know there's some of you that own this box set and you're coming over and you see this runtime and you're scoffing, but no,
I mean, it's not that bad.
But 150 is not that. I mean, that's pretty normal. I mean, I watched Sorcerer last night. It's 2 hours. Fucking rips by. So, no, I mean, as long as the movie's doing something, runtimes don't really mean shit. When I say that one was a little bit too long sometimes, yeah, it probably had some fucking downtime, probably had some shit in there that they probably could have.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen like
cut up a little bit.
3-hour movies that feel like they're quicker than 100-minute movies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've seen 70-minute shot on video films. I thought I was sitting there for 6.5 hours.
Yeah, you ever like check the time on something and you think like you're going to be wrapping up and you see there's like 50 minutes left?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you ever have the opposite happen where you're really into a movie that's long and then you look at and it's like an hour 20 has gone by?
Yeah,
like,
even worse. I remember the last time I watched Pulp Fiction, like I got to the point with like Marcel Waltz and I was like, holy shit, we're already here? I thought we were like an hour into this shit.
I feel like that with every one of Tarantino's movies, though. Those long movies, and they always rip by for me. Dialogue. Anyways, Ieoh Island. Tyler, do you have anything else on it?
Nope.
All right. What do you give this one?
I'm gonna give this one 8.5.
JP?
Same thing, 8.5.
Wow. Yeah, I give it 8.5 too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Across the board.
Yeah, really good film. Really good film. I feel like I could go up on this just rewatching it. Yeah, but I mean that's normal. I guess that happens, right? So anyways, that is Ieoh Island from 1977. 42 shots. All right, so getting to the second feature film here from 1979, directed by, how do you pronounce his name?
Ieoh Hers.
Ieoh Hers, is that okay? That's pretty easy. Called The Ninth Heart. All right.
Yeah.
So Yuri Hers is he directed one of JP's favorite films as the creator. The Cremator. The Creator.
Well, this guy did The Cremator?
Yep.
Holy shit. I did not know that.
Sorry, The Creator's a Pete Rock and Seals new song. My bad. Yeah, I mean, totally different, right? 100% totally different.
When did he make, which one did he make first?
The Cremator.
Cremator.
Well, he definitely got better as he
was in the 60s, right? Yeah.
Oh, you wildin'.
All right, so The Ninth Heart. Synopsis: a poor student must rescue an alien princess from the castle of an evil magician who's preparing a rejuvenating elixir from the stolen hearts of 9 people. Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect going into this one because I was like reading the tags on here and I was just curious. I was like, costume drama, dark fantasy, fairy tale, folklore, quest, adventure. Like, I
think all that kind of fits pretty well.
I know, like family, fantasy, horror, romance. I was like, holy shit, there's a lot of fucking.
There were decency standards in Czechoslovakia during this time where you just literally couldn't make horror films. So this guy adapted children's novels or like fairy tales so he could get around that and just made horror movies.
But the irony is, though, man, there's so many children's stories that are so easily adapted into like horror film because most of them are like, they're just dark at the core.
Yeah, his Beauty and the Beast is like super dark.
Yeah, I can see that, man. So this is adapted from children's.
I don't know what it's adapted of, but I just surmised that because I knew that about Beauty and the Beast. So like it just was easy to like click. I was like, oh, so this is another thing he did. He just adapted some sort of children's story so he can make a horror movie.
Yeah, I really like these foreign films from like the 70s and 80s that are like costume pieces and shit. I don't know. There's something about them that just really worked for me. I was kind of taken back by the opening credits in this film that they were animated. And it's like that old school.
Oh my God, it was so sick.
Dude, I love it.
I even messaged because I was watching this earlier in the week. I fell asleep, so I watched it again later in the week. But I messaged some of the group, like one of the groups, and I was like, damn, dude, the intro to this movie is like Night of the Demons on steroids.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome, dude. I totally took me back, and I was like, is this whole thing animated? Because I actually didn't know, right? I just saw the opening credits, and I'm like, is this thing fucking animated? But it turns out it's not. It's literally a costume drama. But yeah, the opening credits were fucking gnarly. I was like, that's pretty cool. So this one basically follows our main character, Martin. He's like I think they label him as like a student.
Yeah, they just keep calling him a student the whole movie.
He's a fucking peasant. He's just a peasant. I think it's just a fancy name for peasant, really.
He's a student of the game.
Yeah, so he's like, he's just kind of doing his thing and stuff like that. Anyways, he ends up meeting this kind of magician and like his family and stuff and kind of getting all chummy with them and shit. Anyways, he pulls this move where he decides to go to like this local eatery or whatever and like, hold this dinner and shit. Well, he has no fucking money to pay for it and shit. So he essentially gets run out of there and essentially arrested and shit like that. So after all that kind of shit happens, basically he is given like a kind of like an ultimatum, really, like to go and basically find the princess who has been, I think at this point, she's been under a spell. And
she's been under a spell. They don't know she's under a spell.
Yeah, so nobody knows that she's under a spell and stuff like that. Anyways, she kind of disappears. He's got to go find her. So essentially what's happening, we have this like evil magician or whatever. He's put a spell on this princess and he's been using her beauty essentially to like exploit men, or I kind of suck in the men, so he can essentially take their blood. I think that's what he was doing. He was taking their blood.
Yeah, he's the blood of like a ninth
taking
heart.
Their damn hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was taking their hearts, it's funny because I thought the hearts were beating on the wall, but I think that might have just been the soundtrack to it.
No, I think they are.
Yeah, I think they were.
You see some
like,
moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess it's all fantasy. I guess it's all fantasy when he
this is straight fantasy.
when he all
it's
like
magic.
When he kind of saves them and shit like that. But anyways, so it turns out that this magician needs the hearts and the blood of like 9 different males or whatever.
9 heroes.
9 heroes. Yep. That's right. 9 heroes to finish off his concoction, his rejuvenation elixir. Because he's essentially a fucking Dracula. He's kind of like I don't know. It's kind of
It's
the
like
same stories.
vampirism type shit.
He's like a vampire
200
magician.
years old, and
He's
he just
300
keeps
years old. So
redoing
like
this cycle to
yeah. So
retain
every
his
like
youth.
there's a lot of mythology with that, where these guys, they lose their power after so many years and stuff like that, and he's just rejuvenating it right now, and he's going through the moments of that and stuff. So essentially, yeah. So he ends up kind of taking the princess, and so he's got to go in there and be the fucking hero. So this is a really interesting film. I actually really enjoyed this. I thought there were some pretty cool elements. I think one of the coolest elements of this movie, and you know what I love about fantasy movies, is that there's no fucking rules. You can't argue what people can and can't do in a fantastical world because there's no rules. You can literally do anything. I think that's super cool.
Especially when you have magic.
Yeah, when you have magic and you're in a world where anything goes. I think there's just endless possibilities. And I like the fact of like when, it's towards the end of the film when they go into like this kind of like dream area world kind of thing. And the time is like totally different. What did they say? It's like 6 minutes after 6 minutes, like a year of your life, and you're stuck in this thing and they're trying to break themselves out. I thought that was such a cool element. I was like, that's gnarly.
It's the hyperbolic time chamber, bro.
Yeah. I love that.
You don't know what that is.
No, I'm not really into fantasy shit, but I thought it was really cool.
It's not that either.
No, but anyways, it's just like, so they're on, they're trying to escape this whole castle type thing, and they get stuck in this like kind of weird realm, and the whole time is different shit. So that was pretty cool. But anyways, your guys' thoughts on the movie?
Honestly, bro, I kind of loved it.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I first of all, like Moodz said at the top, the sort of these foreign films that have this like costumey set pieces, and it feels very like even the marionette like play and stuff.
Yeah, the marionette play is a great way to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and I think that like it has such a they really kill the fantasy atmosphere and like the fairy tale and like the quest. I felt like I was watching like Legend of Zelda or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the feeling that when I first played like Legend of Zelda on like the original NES, like that feeling of like great adventure and like you're not knowing what's ahead of you, and that like just fantastical world of things. This movie captures that vibe completely. And it made me realize like I don't really get into fantasy movies so much, but I kind of should, because I really like this style of movie, and I was really invested in the story and seeing where it led to, and by the end where it's like sort of in his lair and stuff was really cool. And like Moodz also said, with just the unlimited possibilities of like magic and fantasy and stuff like that, you could really kind of do whatever. And also, it just has a really good atmosphere, which just surprised me that this guy made the cremator, because I like this a lot.
I feel like you're afraid to watch the cremator again because you're going to admit how wrong you are.
It's like a completely different type of film.
I'm afraid to watch the cremator because it's ass.
Dude, there's even the person that won the contest, he asked me to send him the cremator, then he messaged me telling me how much he loved it.
Yeah,
well, that guy's a fucking idiot. Clearly.
Dude, let's not alienate our listeners, Gabe.
I'll alienate the fuck out of him.
Fuck, like, all right. Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest things about fantasy films that I've always found. And I learned that at such a young age, man, with like the Never Ending Story.
I was thinking of that when I was just talking.
Yeah.
I fucking love the Never Ending Story.
And the cool thing about the Never Ending Story, and they play it off so well in the book, is like, because we get to see him reading the book, and it's just like an imagination, right? Anything goes. That's what I love, because you can sit there and watch a fantasy film and go, well, that wouldn't happen. What do you mean it wouldn't fucking happen? Anything can happen.
The only rule is there are no rules.
Exactly. It's fucking Fight Club over and over again. But
you just have to like, the only time you could break the rules is if you set them up yourself and then don't follow them.
Yeah. And I think the smart thing to do when you're doing fantasy films is you don't have to do that, because it doesn't matter. You don't have to set rules. I mean, you already know you're in this fantastical world, and there's magic and there's fucking weird shit everywhere and stuff. And I think it's what makes it work so well, because every time something happens, like there's actually a moment in this film that if we were watching a film that was supposed to be grounded, say, in reality, which this wouldn't happen in reality, but you know what I mean? So there's a scene where our main character, Martin, and by the way, every time I say the name Martin, I keep thinking of Romero's Martin. It just, I could not stop thinking about the entire time because I love that movie. But anyways, there's a moment in the film with Martin when he's in jail, and he has this fantastical ability of, he's wearing like a cloak, and he can make himself invisible, and he can like just basically, he can't go through shit apparently, but he can make himself invisible. But it only happens in this one part in the film. And by the end of the movie, I was like, okay, he never did it again. He just did it there to.
Does he not do it twice?
No, I don't think so. I think he
does it once in the end, right?
Does he? I don't remember if he did or not.
Yeah, because they don't they give him a cloak. That's why he can do it. Yeah.
It's a cloak.
Yeah, well, he was wearing the cloak when he was in the jail cell, and he did it there. Maybe he does in the end. I can't remember, but I just thought that was a really cool aspect where he just kind of does that, and I was like, oh, that's fucking neat. But then, yeah, it doesn't really become an over-occurring theme within the film, I guess. If he does it towards the end, I just forgot, but thought that was really cool. But again, it kind of plays into the whole fantastic elements of fantasy films where you can do shit like that, and you're just like, yeah, that's exactly what you'd expect to happen because you can do that, you know? And yeah, man, really, really fun stuff. And I thought that scene was kind of cool. And the one other aspect of this movie I thought was quite interesting, kind of comparing it to The Cremator, was how goofy, silly that whole political commentary was with The Cremator. Where this movie itself, he does the same thing within this film, and he does have these really kind of comedic, goofy, silly moments in the movie that aren't like so goofy that you're like, oh, that's kind of fucking stupid. But there is moments within the film with comedy and silliness and stuff. And I'm like, oh, but it worked though. It worked because it was a fun, playful setup with Martin and like how he's a peasant and how he falls in love with, you know, this girl, but then he's kind of forced into like going to save the princess and stuff. And then it becomes this whole thing where, you know, if he saves the princess, he's going to end up marrying the princess. But there's this whole dilemma between him and the princess and, you know, the peasant girl that he kind of fell in love with and stuff. And I mean, the movie kind of goes where you expect it to go. It really does. But I had no really problem with that. But yeah, anyways, JP, when you stepped away, I was talking about how this movie was kind of comparable to The Cremator in terms of like the silly goofiness and the comedy and stuff. Like there's moments in it. And I was like, but it worked really well in this movie.
Yeah, his movie Morgiana, that I also really like, is goofy. But his movie Beauty and the Beast there's not a second of goofiness in that movie.
I wouldn't expect everything to be like that. But I just thought it was quite interesting because
Tyler?
No.
I just thought it was interesting because The Cremator was such a different type of film. But I guess, you know, you got to remember Czechoslovakia at the time was,
yeah, that movie's like way angrier and way more politically charged.
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of made sense for the time and stuff. But I don't think we mentioned, but yeah, it's a film from Czechoslovakia when it was Czechoslovakia. Now it's all broken up to different countries. You got Czechia and you got Slovakia and I think a couple other countries in there too and stuff. But yeah, so this is 1979, but interesting. Really had a fun time with this. I thought this was really fantastic. Really good stuff.
Me too. I was actually surprised by this one. I was like, you know, like I would say this one leans more towards fantasy over like folk.
Yeah, I would get that.
But I also don't think that it is like disqualified.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, I started watching it and I'm like, it's going and it's going. I'm like, I'm really liking this. Like, this is cool, man. And yeah, I honestly really enjoyed this one. I was really down with the vibes and the atmosphere and just like this whole like fantasy narrative and like I think when I was watching it too, I was like, you just can't make movies like this anymore, or people can't or won't. This kind of like true to life fantasy where it feels grounded in somewhat of a reality. Like nowadays, I feel like you're just getting like CGI everything and it just doesn't feel real anymore. And it made me like really appreciate films of this era that were, you know, spent clearly tons of time on set design and just, you know, visuals and stuff like that. That it just doesn't exist like it used to.
Well, Czechoslovakia at the time, I think, was so far behind the times that
It
that
probably
might have
looked
just
like this. Yeah.
they probably actually
That's
just
what I
that's
was
how they
thinking
dressed
as
every day.
well.
They didn't even need to make a costume drama.
Right.
Just the way everyone showed up at the sets.
Honestly, this is like what every Czech movie I watch looks like.
No, but I honestly think that the wardrobes in this are really good. Like it looks good. You know what I thought was an interesting aspect here too? It was shot in 4:3. It's in 4:3. I thought that was really interesting. I'm like, why is it in 4:3? Because I kept thinking to myself, going, this is a movie it would totally benefit from being in 16:9. And especially with a lot of the panning shots, there's a lot of really good cinematography in the film. I don't know if you guys caught on to this, but there's a lot of long tracking shots that are moving. There's a lot of tracking, moving shots that are long, like no edits. And I'm thinking to myself going, and that's why I noticed it was in 4:3 right away, because I'm like, wow, if you're going to track your shots that long and have like long sequences, why not have it in 69? Why not shoot in 69?
Well, here's why. Because it was a TV movie.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. I knew there was something up with that.
Reason.
I knew something was, so it was shot for TV, which is 4:3.
At least in Germany.
Right. So yeah, because I'm literally watching this going, this would really benefit from a 16:9 widescreen, the way you're shooting it. Because you generally would, if you're shooting something purposely, maybe it was meant to be. I don't know. That's just strange. I thought it was very notable, actually. But it's certain things like that I notice, because I was really enjoying the cinematography, and I'm like, wow. I feel like I'm tunnel visioned right now. It's just, it feels like when you're watching 4:3 panning shots, you know how it is, Tyler, right? You're only getting this.
Yeah,
it's like a block movie.
He also filmed this simultaneously with Beauty and the Beast and used a lot of the same sets and costumes.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, the jester was kind of cool too.
Oh,
oh my god, dude! I was
jester.
fucking dying the whole time because I fucking thought he looked like Grandpa Munster.
Dude, I thought the same thing, bro. He does. Okay, explain to me why in a lot of these, I know it's fantastical and stuff like that, but why is there always a character like that? That has like the painted face, like it's just one guy that sticks out, like the jester or whatever. Like there's always one character like that, and you're like, what the fuck is that? I don't know a lot about fantasy. I just always notice that one person. I'm like,
the director also turned this into a stage play in 2011, and it ran until 2013.
Damn,
in Prague at the National Theater in Prague.
Oh, that's really cool, man. So this actually has must have had like a following and stuff like that to have an extended audience.
Yeah, probably most likely not here, but like European audience.
Yeah, he works for pretty much until he died, like in movie production, whether it was producing or directing.
You know what I like about this movie? Because like the core elements of this movie is basically a Dracula story. It's like, you know, someone that's living forever, that's looking for a wife. He's trying to destroy the, you know, things. It's a Dracula story without being a fucking vampire story. I kind of like that. So, yeah, like a straight up vampire story.
Yep.
Now, if they make more Dracula films like this, maybe I'd respect them. Oh, speaking of that shit, man, I watched a review last night on the new Dracula film.
Well, dude, I'm gonna be honest. In the theater when they were showing the trailer, I was like, "This looks fucking boring as shit."
Bro, it looks exactly how you'd expect it to be. I don't think I'm gonna watch it, man.
Now, The Bride actually looks kind of interesting.
I've been saying that. It looks cool. I don't give a fuck if they make them gangsters. Let's do.
So, is The Bride? Is it like the Frankenstein Bride thing?
Yep.
Okay. Because I mean,
it's set in almost like a noir, like,
yeah.
Do you guys like The Bride from the 80s? The one with Sting?
The movie's boring as shit.
I don't like that movie.
Yeah, the movie is fucking boring as shit, isn't it? What the fuck was Sting doing
a Bride movie?
It's no
connection to that. It's just the same name.
No, I know. It has the same name and it's got Sting in it. Yeah. So.
Dang.
Yeah, I think they call him the court jester. He's like the court jester. It's all these fantasy, but it's like has nothing to do with court. He's like the servant. It's like a fancy name for servant or something like that.
Yeah, like the courtyard.
Courtyard, is that what it is? I don't know. I'm not really too hip to all this shit with the names and stuff, but it's like
Ratings?
Yeah, GP, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I gave this bad boy a 7.5 out of 10. I thoroughly enjoyed this one.
I gave this one an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
I really enjoyed this.
I gave this one a 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10, but it's your boy.
Yeah, that just means like impugn. Of these 4 films I've seen, I think this is his weakest one.
Bro, you don't have to explain yourself. It's just a joke. I really don't care. I really don't care.
Out of the
if you
2
gave it a
films
4.
I've seen from this guy, it's definitely his best one.
Yeah, that's a hot take.
You're a vampire.
It's not a hot take.
It is.
He's not a pretentious asshole.
No, it's a hot take. Like it's a very hot take.
Man,
all you fucking film student nerds.
This movie's honest. No, it's not. I can't even make that argument. But I don't think either movie is pretentious.
Oh, I wish I'd have watched Favorite Vampire now, just to compare, just to have a third thing in there. But
yeah, I mean, from general opinion, that's his weakest movie. But we'll see. Everybody likes all those, like of the 4 I've seen, like they're all well received movies.
Yeah. All right, so that is the Ninth Heart from 1979.
42 shots.
All right, so moving into the third and final feature here from 1989, the Australian film called Celia, directed by Anne Turner. We briefly touched on this one earlier. I think this one has a pretty big following in Australia. Maybe not so seen over here.
Definitely the most popular movie of the bunch.
Yeah.
Because I haven't heard of this one before. The other 2, I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk about.
Yeah.
No, I didn't even know about the other ones either. No, Celia I'd seen before. So this is the one out of the 3 I'd seen before.
Yeah, me too. Honestly, the most visibility the other 2 movies have gotten is probably from that box set.
Right, probably. All right, so synopsis. An imaginative and somewhat disturbed young girl fantasizes about evil creatures and other oddities to mask her insecurities while growing up in rural Australia. So this one right here is also a period piece. It takes place, so this was 50s. Done in 1989. It takes place in 1957. So this is, shortly after the World War II ended in 45. And this is kind of like dealing with the fallout of the war and
the Red Scare.
The Red Scare that was happening in Australia and North America. Like it was all over the fucking place. If you're unfamiliar with the Red Scare it was basically just the uprising of like communism, and it was like an anti-communism thing. And yeah, so there's really nice parallels in this movie with the whole anti-communism thing, and the whole, what do you want to call, like, what is the rabbit thing even called? They were infested with rabbits at one point.
Yeah, so
they're an invasive species.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so basically what had happened,
they were eating all the fucking everything and breeding like crazy.
Yeah.
They didn't have like a good natural predator because they got rid of the fucking thylacine.
Yep.
And hunted a lot of things to near death of like predator animals.
Right. Yeah, so they draw this really interesting parallel between like communism and like the rabbits and stuff, and it's actually really well done. I was taken back. I think when I watched this movie, I don't know when I watched it, man. Maybe the first time 10 years ago when the Scorpion DVD came out. I was pretty unhip to the political aspects of this. I just kind of took it for what it was, like as like more. This one kind of plays like a low key kind of fantasy film, in a sense. And they do set that up quite well in the beginning of the movie with the book and shit. And I got to say, man, that fucking book that they're reading in school, that's pretty gnarly.
Like, yeah, they weren't fucking around.
Yeah, no, dude, like you read that shit to kids nowadays, they be coming home crying and shit like, Mom, they read the scariest shit ever at school. It's fucked up. Maybe there's a commentary there too with, maybe a little bit of influence from nasty dark books and shit like that, and on your mentality and
honestly, I think they're just
stuff.
built different there.
No, I just think
they use it to be.
They use it as a guide basically for her fantastical visions and stuff like that, creating the monsters and stuff. But anyways, Celia, what are you guys' thoughts on Celia?
I thought she fucking ruled.
It was very interesting.
Very well received movie. This one is just, my God, like it's everyone loves this movie. It's crazy.
Well, I liked it a lot the first time I saw it. So I've had a couple years to stew on it since then, and I didn't remember everything, but I remembered a lot of the things with the bunnies and I didn't remember a lot, like all the details though. But what I found most fascinating about this movie that is like, basically you have the adults that understand like what communism is, understand it's bad, and they're just acting like adults. But like you have Celia who's just viewing things. She doesn't know anything, so everything that she feels is everything she observes. So it's like she doesn't understand like why like these kids are kids that she's not supposed to be talking with, or all the implications.
Well, yeah,
and even her parents say multiple times in the film, like, you'll understand when you're older, or you'll understand eventually, and stuff like that.
Yeah, so there's like this innocence to her.
Well, that's also going. They're talking on the fact that not just about reality in general, but they're also she's gonna learn about her grandma. Her grandma was a communist.
Yeah, you have her uncle who.
Yeah,
like,
so that's kind of like a double meaning right there. Yeah,
you have her uncle who comes across like a prick, but he's really not. But like the way he handles and talks to his family influences her cousin, like the Stephanie character.
But he was a cop, though.
Yeah, but he's not like the whole. He's just like a hard-nosed kind of prick, and she doesn't.
He's
like
a rule follower. He's a rule follower.
He
didn't want to make an exception with the rabbit and stuff because he's got to do his.
What's the thing
job.
is too is like he like basically tells us like, nah, like Stephanie, you can't talk to those kids. They're fucking like they're communists. Like their parents are this. So she only sees it from like he hates my friends. He hates my friends' parents. Like his daughter.
Any child would though.
That's what I mean. That's what makes it interesting. She doesn't understand like any. So she's everything is just her perspective, and she's just imagining like the things that like make her upset or like scare her as monsters. And just the way like this movie gets to its climax, and you looking through all this information a bubble. It's honestly so fucking tragic.
Well, it's amazing how they build that up and like how she creates these fantasies and the way she sees shit, because it's building off like kind of her. Well, it's starting with her grief though, right? Because her grandma passes away and she starts to, kind of deal with it. Like she deals with it in her own way, and she kind of creates this whole fantasy world and stuff like that. But as things develop with her parents and the neighbors, and how she's not able to see the kids and all the the fighting with the the cousins and all this type of shit that's going on, it just goes deeper and deeper. She creates her like insecurities become like her reality, right?
Yeah,
and hence what happens and stuff like that. And I mean, you can look at this movie so many different ways. I could see Shrinks taking this movie right apart and be like, okay, this is because this blah blah blah. But I mean, at the same time, you're still a child. I mean, when you're influenced by certain things and you're dealing with grief and you're seeing all this crazy shit going around, like if you're told over and over again that you cannot hang out with the neighbors and you cannot understand it, are you not going to put your indiscretions like somewhere else? Like your mind is just so fucking tattered and crazy that you're gonna fucking go to a different place, which is her fantasy world. And I love that about this movie because they paint that picture so well, and you totally understand why she's seeing this shit and why she's living in that fantasy world, because she's trying to escape. But I love the undertones of the fact that she doesn't even understand the reason why she can't see the neighbors is this, I mean, and the parallel is that her grandma was a communist though too. And that's that crazy scene where, and I love the look on her face in the scene where the father, we need to do some spring cleaning here. And he throws all the books out and he starts burning them and shit like that. The look on Celia's face is like, you can't burn those are grandma's, but she has no fucking clue.
Yeah.
It's like heartbreaking because she doesn't get it. But as a viewer, you see that and it's so wretched. And that adds to her trauma. Like her trauma is losing her grandma and all the shit that's going on. And her trauma is just creating this world. And it's done so well because it feels like a slow burn, but at the same time, there's so much happening in this movie. And you're just like, God damn, that really does go that way. It's a really well-crafted film, a great script, great acting in the film. I think the girl that plays Celia is fantastic in the movie.
Yeah. I like all the kids. I think all the kids did a good job.
All the kids are the stars in the movie. They really are. I mean, the weakest part of the film really is just, the whole communist thing. Like, I mean, it is what it is, but I mean, it was a big thing. The Red Scare was a real fucking thing.
It's just like it's set up like this, just like the way like kids don't understand. They just act on like what they observe, and it doesn't matter. Of course, every kid does. No kid would ever understand the political agendas of adults and stuff. They just want to play. They just want to go and play with their rabbits and shit. They don't understand. I mean, honestly, dude, I almost broke down, man, when she's like trying to find her fucking rabbit and shit, and then she finally does. Yeah, dude, I was not looking forward to that scene.
I know, I hated that part. I remember the part when I first saw it too. And I'm like, that's so fucking sad.
He got this fucking image of like her with the other girl walking with her dead rabbit. It's like it's something out of a fucking Bellatar movie. It was, oh man, that was a visual.
But as a child, man, you don't understand anything that just happened.
Yeah,
why did they take him? Why is it dead?
Got out of that is like my uncle's a dickhead cop. Well, like his daughter's a bitch. Like he made my friends go away. It's like he's creating this monster, but at the end of the day, this guy's just trying to like keep his family safe. It's not a good way to go. There's just not a good way of going about it, which is like also another commentary where it's a lot of this is because of his attitude and like how he influences his own kid to act a way that like really escalates all these things.
But he's also a puppet in a system, though, right? He's a cop. Yeah. He's uploading.
He's trying to do his job. He doesn't fucking take pleasure, and he tried to get the girl a doggy to make her feel better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, there's a rabbit ban. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Well, exactly. You got to do your job, right? It is what it is.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just one element in the trauma, which is a really interesting development. But I think the horror elements in the film are far in between.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a drama before anything.
It's definitely more.
I wouldn't even classify this movie as a horror film.
But when they do show like the hands and like when it kind of gets all dark and stuff, I'm like, oh, those are really good scenes. Those actually really work because they feel very fantastical. Like obviously this is something out of like a freaking R.L. Stine Goosebumps book and shit like that. But it works. It works for what it is. It paints that picture so well. And yeah, it's pretty fucking awesome, man. I just, as a child, I get it. I completely get it. I don't know if you guys lost family members when you're super young. I'm sure JP did. I don't mean that with any disrespect. I'm just saying, you always talk about people you lost and stuff. But
yeah,
I mean, I lost my grandma pretty young and I was the closest to her in my entire family. And I get that though, man. Cause like, if I'd have lost her when I was like Celia's age, like 9, which I think she was like 13 in that movie too. It was kind of crazy playing like a 9-year-old. But if I was like 9, 10, I would have been totally distraught and heartbroken too. I was old enough. I would just turn 20 or 21. But I was the closest to her in my entire family. So I knew her the best and stuff like that. But, I get the trauma, but didn't need to go a little personal there, but anyways, no, she's the one person. I've lost a lot of people in my life, and she's the one I think about all the time.
Yeah, I wasn't that young. I was like 15 when like the first person, like a significant in my family passed away. But it's because both my grandparents died. Both my grandfathers died before I was born, so I kind of lowered the odds.
Huh. Yeah.
I'd read that the director who also wrote the story that this is based on was inspired to write this whenever she was growing up in the 1950s and her childhood friend's father had to leave Victoria, Australia in the 1950s because he was a member of the Communist Party of Australia and blacklisted from employment during the Red Scare. This is like almost like semi-autobiographical as well.
Yeah, because they touch on that, right? Because the neighbor gets fired from his job and then they play it off like he stepped down or resigned or whatever. And like, no, he got fired because he's a communist. But it was a real thing though, man. Like if you really look into it, like people were fucking terrified of communist parties uprising and taking over and shit. It was pure paranoia.
In 1951, I'm also reading here, 49.44% of Australians were like with the Communist Party or like in favor.
I don't really know why the percentage was so high then, because I don't really know much about Australian politics. I know it was obviously post-war and stuff like that. I have no idea why there were so many people into the communism, but it's interesting to say the least. 49% is crazy, bro. Yeah, that's like half the country.
Sorry about that. I misread that. In 1951, referendum to outlaw the Communist Party was approved by 49.4%.
Oh, there you go. I was like, there's no way there was 49% communists in the country.
49% approving that. You would think that maybe a lot of people were. I mean, this film kind of showcases that there was like more, there were still people that were very much in line with the communist views, and there was a Communist Party of Australia. But still,
I mean, the war scared people, man. The war scared people. So I don't know. I think they were just looking for a different route. And I don't know. I mean, it's hard to talk from their vantage point because fuck, we didn't live through that shit, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no idea, but you can tell though, when you watch these films about these times and the Red Scares and shit, like it was a real thing. People were paranoid as fuck that it was going to take over. Like if you were for democracy, you're going to fight for that. I mean, it makes sense.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't want to live in a communist country. I'll tell you that right now, but I can see how it could be a little bit frightening.
Yeah, especially
as a business owner myself. I'm a business owner. I'd be like, fuck that. No way. No.
There's also a aspect of like, where does the line, like you have the aspect of like, you can't be friends with these kids because their parents believe this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which is always like an interesting topic because it's like,
it's the fear that it's going to filter over into the kids and it's going to teach your kids and stuff. It's all about that.
Well, it's interesting whether it's, man, like worthy or not. I think there's definitely a little bit of that going on today in the US.
Oh,
with what, communism?
No,
not just communism, but
you can't be around or
God,
hate people that are believe this or support
dude
this.
you know what's happening,
and it's like
here,
the same reason they think like their kids are going to go over there and
dude, social media has made people so much more paranoid than they ever were. Like, dude, the crazy thing where people are fighting like, oh, if you're a Republican, you're a fucking Democrat. Like, you can't fucking be friends with people now. Like, give me a fucking break, bro. There's more to life than politics. Stop making everything in your life about politics.
Yeah, everyone's a propaganda machine.
But there's more to life than just politics, bro. Like, we can all be fucking friends. If we just leave that shit out of here, it's 100%. Bullshit. People don't allow that anymore. It's getting to the point now where it's like, oh, the hate, man. It's getting worse than ever.
I do feel that when you go out in the real world, you start to see that most,
Yes, I agree. 100%.
It's what's that?
Most like there's the people are like you would think that's a lot more of a real problem than
no, it's an internet. It's a fantastical problem, is what it is.
Because when you go out in the real world, like people do not fucking act like this.
I always say the internet's fantasy.
The amount of people that are so involved in politics on the internet is insane,
dude.
Like the amount of time they spend on it from both sides, sharing fucking fake shit all the time too, which is just, it's insane.
It's constant, man.
It's like sad.
It is sad. It's people, even people that I really respect and like, I see do this stuff and I'm just like, man, you're just like poisoning your soul, bro.
Yeah, and you know what, man? I have friends that were on different ends of the spectrum too, and shit like that. And I see some shit that they post and stuff. Like, clearly, none of us are doing that type of stuff, and it hurts my soul sometimes. I'm just like, dude, I get it. To have you want to, you're for a battle.
It just perform internet.
You have to chill the fuck out sometimes, man. Like it's really tough, but I don't let it come between my like for them because I try to leave politics out of pretty much anything. I will
feel
not
like people
allow
don't
my
post
friends to
things,
be
though.
poisoned by that shit. If I like them, if we have common bonds and we're cool and shit. Just because you fucking have a different belief or whatever, I don't care. It's no
Well, the
different than
thing
being
is,
like, oh, I
though,
can't be
like-
friends with that guy because he's black. I can't be friends with him because he's a fucking Indian.
I don't feel
Personally,
like
that's
people
fucking
post
stupid.
that shit because they believe it. Like, I'm not saying they don't believe what they're posting, but I don't think people find these things to like, I really empathize with this. I really believe what this says. I'm gonna post for everyone to say, nah, dude. People post that shit because they want other people to see like I'm on this team and I'm one of like the good ones.
Well,
I think there is a
the problem with
percentage of
politics
that.
because everybody thinks that they're part of the right cause.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like nobody wants to listen to the other part unless you're like, there's a very few people that will.
And
but
at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what side you're on. If something goes down, the history is always written by the good guy.
yeah,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah.
you're either gonna go down as fucking like a martyr or something like that, but you'll be painted as the bad side if your side lost.
Yeah.
You're gonna go down as a piece of shit. But it is funny, right?
So with
Because
that logic,
throughout
man, if
all
Hitler
of
had won,
history-
was he a good guy?
yeah, I guarantee the entire history of how it was portrayed would be not in a negative light.
Dude, you know what's a crazy thing, man?
Hitler won the battle against the evil.
In that documentary, in the Exercise One documentary, there's a picture with Franco, Stalin, and Hitler. They were all buddies. They talk about how they were buddies. I'm like,
That's
bro,
insane.
that's fucking insane. There's literally a picture and they're all like chumming and shit. They're like throwing up West Side dubs
I
and
thi- I
shit.
think
I'm like,
the
no,
thing
I'm
with-
like, that would be amazing. But there literally is a picture. I'm like, that's crazy.
I think the thing with Hitler though is he was so bad that he just couldn't have ever won.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is with like, I mean, Hitler kind of overtakes everything, but like Franco and Stalin were.
Enough
I mean,
enough
I wouldn't
people
say they were as
stepped
bad,
in
but they
and
were
like,
pretty
all right.
fucking bad. They were bad.
All right, Mr. Hitler, you got to settle down. Enough people
Boo, but
stepped
if
in.
you ever like, I'm sure I know some of you guys are like kind of into history a little bit too and know some stuff, but if you ever really dig deep into like how that all happened, it's not that crazy, honestly. It seems crazy in hindsight. You know what I mean?
I think the overall result of what happened
if you look
crazy.
at it,
The end result is
when
crazy.
when you look at the time period in Germany and after the Treaty of Versailles and stuff after World War One, like the German people were beat down and were looking for anybody to lead them to have more pride and stuff like that. And he didn't start by like, let's kill all the Jews. You know what I mean? He was very tactical, and you could see how he tricked people. Not to say that,
he was also a war hero. Yeah.
There was a
Hitler
I
wasn't
could see
even
how
German.
he could
That's the
corrupt-
funny part.
Yeah, he was also
Right.
he also was a poor. I don't know poor, but he was a kind of a war hero from World War One. So
But he was also kind of just
he was a good speaker.
his story is
his
interesting.
dictatorship, like his reign, like Hitler became Hitler during World War One, though.
Right.
Yeah,
That's when it started.
Yeah,
like
and-
he got at these ideologies, and he realized that he could fucking talk, man.
one time
He was good at what he did.
One time my German grandma defended Hitler to me.
Oh God.
Oh Jesus Christ!
She didn't defend what he did, like nothing to do with like the Jews. Anything
Did
like
you
that.
say he
But,
just
like-
took it too far?
So this is what happened. So I was a kid. Like I was young, and I didn't know. Like I just knew Hitler was a bad guy. Like I didn't know shit about like what he did in World War II or anything. And then I said something like snarky about Hitler or something in front of her, and I just didn't even understand the implications of like that she was a little girl in Germany when this was going down. And she was just like, well, she kind of just said like, well, he was a good leader. He was a good leader of the German people. He got them healthcare. He got them all of this, and just said all these like before like he did it. She like defended like him as like a leader and like a speaker and like why this happened. She didn't like say like, oh, I'm glad we got him or anything like. But that was like the first time in my life, like anybody ever like pushed back against Hitler sucks.
Yeah, well, I mean, and you look at where she's coming from too, like this poor little girl in Germany after World War One, where basically they made Germany sign a treaty and say this is all our fault and punish us.
Yeah,
And then it's like,
bankrupt our country.
Yeah, bankrupt our country, make everybody struggle, and then some guy comes along and doesn't start off by saying let's round up all this certain type of people and put them in camps. He starts off by like leading into like a new wave of German, you know, patriotism, and he gets back, like you said, the healthcare and all this shit. It makes sense how a lot of people fell for that shit.
Isn't that kind of funny that like out of all people, Hitler got healthcare, but like killed millions of people?
Dude.
Well, then he's like, there's a problem in our country, and
Dude,
Yeah,
that whole shit is fucked up, man. Like Aaron's the wife's grandma. So I'll just short long this story, man. But there was a time in her life, and it was around, I think it was wartime or whatever. She disappeared from her house for a whole year, and nobody knew where the fuck she was. She showed up a year later, and she had like her hair was like all cut and shit, and they're like, what the fuck? Because she would never do that. And she was tattooed, had numbers all on her arm and everything. And yeah, well, the crazy thing about this though is that my mother-in-law, so Aaron's mom, they could never really get it out of her. She never talked about it, but they figure that she may have ended up in a camp because everything kind of lined up and stuff, and it's kind of crazy. But so when she basically lived her entire life, she grew her hair long. You know, like most old people always cut their hair short because they're old. Yeah. She kept it long because she was so terrified of cutting her hair. This is what they always figured, that because it would take her back to that time where she was like in probably a concentration camp and shit. And she wasn't even Jewish. Like they were Christians, actually. They were Dutch, native Dutch people, but they were rounding up people, man, at those times and stuff. And some people ended up in there, whatever it was, but kind of fucking bad shit. Like, so the wife's mom, she doesn't really, I mean, they're heavy Christians and stuff, and they don't really drink that much, but every once in a while she's sitting by the fire with me and she'll have some beers and she'll tell me some shit that she probably, she likes to talk. And so we had this crazy conversation. She was telling me all this crazy shit. And I was like, what the fuck? The stories that people have, man, it's frightening.
Did you guys read The Diary of Anne Frank in school?
Yeah.
I don't think we actually.
I don't have my book. I actually used to have the book, but
I've never cried so much during a fucking book, dude. That shit is so dude, every time fucking sad, man.
Pussy.
Dude, seriously, man. That story is I recently
You remember when I said I cried in Boys in the Hood and you're like, pussy?
No, I cry at Boys in the Hood. What are you talking about?
I don't know, maybe it was something else, but you're like, pussy. No, Anne Frank's story is crazy, man. Yeah.
Dude, so like it puts you in such perspective of the time and just like how horrifying and terrifying everything would be. And
did you read that on your own?
I read it in school for the first time,
okay.
in elementary school, I think it was.
Okay, so they were still doing that in elementary, because I thought maybe because I'm quite a bit older, but I remember doing it in elementary school too, and I couldn't even imagine them ever doing something like that now.
Yeah, they can't even.
It would never happen.
Something like
they
that
would
now.
Never read the Anne Frank diary in school.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I read it a couple years ago again too, but I've read it like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it's pretty bad shit.
It always like I don't know. I have like a really big like fascination with World War II specifically. But just like reading like the stories and hearing about like the different accounts of the camps and stuff like that, and the people who like the horrible torture that those people went through, like it's just insane. But I was recently watching All Quiet on the Western Front for my 100 Years challenge. And there's a part in that movie that really stood out to me where they're all kind of sitting around like this little like pond, and they're just talking about like, why are we at war? And just these young 16, 15, 17-year-olds like really just having no clue. And it kind of reminded me of like Celia a little bit, because it's like she just has no clue of what any of this stuff actually is about. And it's scary, that you can be out there fighting a war or something, or fighting a war at home and not even know why.
Which one did
it's
you
interesting.
watch? Like which version of it?
1930
Oh, the 30 one.
or 20? Is it 29 or 30?
I think it's 1930.
I think it's 30. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lewis Millstone.
Because how many adaptations of that story? Like that,
I think
that's
just
been
2, right?
Yeah,
because there's one.
There's one that came out a couple years ago. I don't know if there's another one in between.
Is there not one in the 70s?
I don't know.
I've
never seen any of them.
You've never seen the original one?
No. I have not.
Oh no, you're right. There is one in the 70s mids. So the 70s and then the 20.
Yeah, okay. I think that's the one I've seen. I've never seen the 31. So I've seen the one from the 70s, I think. Oh,
yeah,
they did do one recently.
Yeah, 2022.
Right. Oh shit, that's
Netflix.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was nominated for some Oscars or something.
Yeah, won Best Picture.
It won Best Picture? God damn.
Yeah.
Really?
This is actually considered one of the movies from the real early days that holds up as still being a great film.
No, I was talking about the 2022 version.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
it got nominated for a bunch.
It got nominated for Best Picture.
Yeah.
It didn't win though.
It might have won Best Cinematography because it's like a one take.
It won 4 Oscars. Best cinematography, best production design, best original score, best international feature.
Yeah, international. I figured it did. Yeah.
Man, our fucking tangents are insane.
I know, right?
I know we were from Celia to fucking like what?
We're talking about fucking All Quiet on the Western Front from 1930,
the Western Front,
which I haven't even seen.
Isn't that weird? Where like I don't know. When I was a kid in school, like history didn't really interest me that much, until I had like one teacher who made it super fucking interesting, and then ever since then, I've loved like learning about history.
Yeah, we didn't really like history class was always like kind of the basic stuff. Like once you find what you're looking for in history, then it's interesting. You know what I mean? Like I always find World War II stuff. It's funny because I don't really like war movies, but I find the history of World War II to be very fascinating.
That's amazing. Like just even the story of, I mean, there's so much going on in World War II. You got the Eastern and the Western, or the Pacific and the Western and stuff. And then you have all this, like the side of like Russia and like their battle, like is so interesting. Like they literally were fucking animals, bro. And just seeing Hitler be so dominant and go into France and all these countries and stuff like that. And then, just sort of get like he was so confident and seeing his mistakes that he made throughout and like how things could have went different if he wasn't overconfident and make these mistakes. It's super interesting.
Man, one thing I did look into one time because I was pretty unsure about like Canada's history in World War II and stuff, and I didn't realize that they had a big fucking part in that war. I mean, Canada was in the World War II before the Americans were. And
yeah, we were very late to the game on that.
You guys got in there
out of it.
You guys, after Pearl Harbor got fucking bombed.
Pearl Harbor was just like, okay, you fucking.
We like those boats.
But Canada was already in there, and actually, like the beach, like the Normandy, fucking famous, Saving Private Ryan kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it was the Canada and the UK took certain sections.
And fucking there's crazy stories of Canada like did some real fucking good shit there, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. I didn't even know about that. I was looking into it, but I didn't know about their history. Like I just assumed that the States were in there before. I just had no idea. This was years ago, and I was like, oh shit, it was Pearl Harbor, and Canada was in there way before. I was like, this is fucking wild. Like Canada was in there, crazy. But actually, there's a lot of pretty crazy stories that probably could be told. I mean, obviously, we hear most of the American stories and the European stories and stuff like that, but yeah, there's some pretty good ones there, and it was kind of shocking. Actually. So I think Dan Aykroyd actually did a whole documentary series about Canada and the war and all the type of shit and stuff, and it was pretty interesting. So
yeah, you guys were Juneau, we were Utah and Omaha Beach,
right? Yeah, so yeah, man, World War II, what a fucking crazy shit, man.
Yeah, dude.
Just
it's
like this, it's nuts. Like endless fucking stories, man. Endless. Oh, it's just crazy. It's funny too, because I always find that like with Vietnam. Like, actually, when I watch war movies, I like Vietnam war movies for some reason.
Me too. Vietnam's my favorite war movie genre.
Yeah, me too, man. Like, I love Apocalypse Now, like fucking was it Full Metal Jacket. Like, there's so many good ones, man. Hamburger Hill, I think, was
the Deer Hunter.
There's so many.
Yeah, Hamburger Hill's a favorite of mine.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good Vietnam films. I just think the whole Vietnam War was
weird.
Well, it was ridiculous because it was a civil war that Americans got involved in and just probably shouldn't have been there. But
I'm not going to send American boys all those miles across the country, the world, to do a job Vietnam boys should be doing for themselves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's crazy, like, to invade, like, to go into a civil war is like, could you imagine if they came up to America's Civil War? You'd be like, what the fuck y'all doing here, man? We're fighting ourselves, bro. Come on. I think it's ridiculous. But anyways, like, the stories and the movies that came from that are crazy. In fact, I actually need to rewatch Apocalypse Now. Do you have a good version of that, Tyler?
I got the 4K.
Is there like a region 1 4K for it? I guess region 1, whatever. But
yeah, it's been out a while, honestly.
Yeah.
I have like multiple DVDs. I don't know. I never picked it up past that.
That's actually on my 100 years challenge. I've never seen it before.
That's an all-time GOAT for sure.
Oh, it's amazing. That movie is like, the cinematography in that film is insane.
Yeah.
So good. But
which, speaking of which, I finally released that episode, Tyler.
I know. I shared it this morning somewhere.
Did you?
Yeah.
What episode are you talking about?
The 100 Years, episode 0.
Oh, yeah, right. You guys are doing that shit, right?
Yeah.
Somebody should have done the Tarantino one with me. We could have been doing that. Fun.
Well, I still have something with you that we need to do.
What, the Rue Morgue thing?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god, dude! I would love to get back. It's funny too because some of those films are like parallel to like what we're doing and shit. It's kind of crazy.
I know.
Yeah, I have that list cloned. How many am I at on that? Because I randomly just have that Tarantino list cloned.
Yeah, I did that. Like when I started taking, I'd already watched. Like I think I said 45, and then I think I'm up to 60 now. When I started actually watching the films, I just had watched 45 since doing Letterboxd, but it's been fun to like go in there. Like Sorcerer was on there. I'm like, I need to rewatch Sorcerer. That's fucking awesome. And that movie is intense.
Yeah, I'll probably watch that in the next week, or like probably next week. So it's in my pile. I got to watch that. And I have that and one other movie before I can pick out 5 more Criterion movies to watch.
Yeah, I think it's so funny. He's got oh fuck, there's a couple films in there, man. Like
I'm at 55% on his list.
I think I have 60 done. I don't know.
I got 111 done.
I know he's got Team America on there, and I'm like, oh, that gives me a reason to grab the Blu-ray.
Now I'm out of the silent era, so I should be going a little faster.
Are you going in order?
I am going in order.
I'm not going in order.
Minus a couple things, because I wouldn't do it again in order, but for this particular first version, I kind of want to see the progression of filmmaking throughout history.
Yeah.
So like one of my fucking first films was like a 2.5 hour fucking silent film by Fritz
Lang. That's exactly why I don't do stuff in order.
2.5 hour silent film? What the fuck?
It's not even his best 2.5 hours.
No, it's really like it's like 2 hours and 40 minutes or something.
Yeah, it's
like
even
that.
longer. It's the one woman.
I can't even believe there's movies that
hours.
long from that era.
Oh, there is, dude. Oh, dude, there's one of the.
I mean, Metropolis is, I think, 3 hours long, right?
No, it's 2.5.
Is it 2? Yeah, I haven't seen it in a while, but
sorry, but it's 2 hours 49 minutes. That bitch was.
There's some long. There's some long, like well-respected. Well, I mean, the Elephant in the Room, Birth of a Nation's over 3 hours long.
Oh yeah.
But Gable Vance's, I believe that's his name, Gable Vance, his Napoleon film is 5 hours long, and that movie's crazy influential.
My fucking problem is by the time we record the next episode, I'm like barely hanging on to the memories of this shit.
I'm doing good. I'm at 26.
I'm at 4 or 5.
But I say,
but they're gonna start speeding up now, though. Like taking on that hour and 49-minute fucking silent movie was like, I was putting it off for a bit because I was like, dude, I don't have time
Honestly,
for
that
this.
might be longer than like all but one movie on my list. I have one 4-hour movie on my list. I don't know if there's anything that's 3+ though besides that.
Like, I started watching my next one, which is Little Caesar, last night before I fell
I
asleep.
watched
And
that like a couple weeks ago.
that one's like really short. It's like
Yeah.
79 minutes or something.
Yeah, it was featured on Criterion this month in a section that was
Yeah, I
like
know.
pre-filled movies.
You know what I hate about Criterion Channel, dude? Is you can't fucking search on the app.
Hey, can.
Like, not on the Xbox app.
Oh,
It's
really?
very annoying.
That's really
Because I have
annoying.
to just cycle through to find
Well, hold on. What do you go look? What do you go under? You got to go under like explore or something.
Okay, maybe I need to investigate the app further. I don't know.
Yeah, because
But
it
I
doesn't
just got
actually say
lucky
search.
because
It
Little
says
Caesar
something.
was like one of the main featured things. on
Yeah,
it. I was like,
in
oh,
that little collection of 10 movies, I watched every single one.
wow.
But
All right, guys. Celia, 1989.
Oh, yeah, we
Yeah.
can probably finish.
Probably
this
get
up.
back to the aim here. Oh my god.
what a tangent!
We are like, we need to change the name of the podcast.
Yeah. Anyway, ratings on Celia.
Just ratings. We did say
talk about it. We just like
We
whatever.
talked a good bit about it.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm ready for ratings.
Yeah. I think this is a really, really well constructed film. Dealing with trauma. There's a lot of different things that are happening here, but the way it all plays out is it's sad. It's a little bit horrific. I wouldn't classify this film as being a straight up horror film at all. It has elements of it.
Yeah, I'd call it horror on a list, but it's definitely a drama. Would be the number one.
Yeah, it's
category.
drama first. It has horror elements. Take it for what it is and stuff. When it comes to folklore, I don't really know. I mean, it's more fantasy than anything, really. I mean, if you're dealing with the horror elements are created through trauma and fantasy. So where exactly does the folklore come in?
There's maybe the little story.
Yeah, the actual story with the Hoblas or the Hobyas or whatever it is. Yeah.
Which is she's seeing the uncle, is that?
Right.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Yeah,
it's not really. I mean, it's set in the past, but it's not really about connecting with the past.
I mean, I'm gonna forgive the movie because it's actually.
I guess the rural setting, kind of.
Yeah, it's got a rural setting.
Local superstitions, sort of about the fear of the. It's just a more modernized Red Scare, but it's still somewhat there.
Definitely rural for sure, because they're definitely because the one family said they're moving back to Sydney, so they're definitely on the outskirts. So. Yeah, I mean, overall,
this
really,
is probably the loosest one that we might even see.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with some of the other movies, but
but it's a good movie.
It is.
Take it for what it is. It's a good film. It definitely accomplishes what it does. I think the script is so good. Like it sets it up so well in the first act, and then you get that second act with the kids and all the type of shit that's going on with the parents and the battling and stuff, and then where it goes, you're just like, wow, shit. It just doesn't feel like it's gonna go that dark because the whole film is really it's one of those films that's all shot in the day.
Yeah,
it doesn't have that type of forebodingness to it. It doesn't have that element of like. It doesn't feel like it's going to have that element of surprise to it, but it does something that it's kind of crazy, I guess. But it's political. It's of the times. It's historical. I dude, if you like your rabbits and stuff, maybe not watch some of the I guess what you call stock footage in it. With all there's a lot of dead rabbits in this movie, a lot of fucking dead rabbits. Which, it is what it is. I actually like rabbit. It tastes pretty good sometimes.
Or Murgatroyd.
You guys ever eaten rabbit before?
Yeah, I've eaten rabbit.
Actually, no, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, rabbit's actually pretty good. But all in all, man, I think this is a really solid film. I'm going to give it 8 out of 10. Good stuff.
Yeah. I'm also going to give it an 8 out of 10.
I am at a 7.5 out of 10.
Oh, JP's he's
I
the
think
hard
that's where
ass
I
here.
was. I think that's where I was the first time I saw it, honestly.
This was my first watch.
Yeah, I think I don't know where I was. I don't know if I was full on thinking about
It's
the
like
ratings.
it's a
Unless I was
letterbox
reviewing
3.5, but it's a podcast 8.
Yeah.
Do you have the randomizer?
Oh yeah.
Here, I'm gonna have to.
All right, are we gonna do it the same way?
Yeah, same way.
All right, cool.
So for those of you who were not here for the drawing, which would be everybody.
Yeah, that's 100%.
So we did it a little bit different this time where we randomized. We each picked a number out of what was available left. So you have to remove the ones we did already.
Already did.
And then those 3 that came up, we each got a chance to pick. So Moodz picks 3 numbers, gets 3 films. He picks 1 out of those 3, and then I do it, and then Tyler does it. But there is an option for what'd you call that, Tyler?
The suicide roll.
The suicide roll, where you do it one more time, and whatever you get is what you get. If you don't want to pick the first 3.
Yeah, this was a little thing me and my brother came up when we were younger, and we play hockey games against each other on Xbox, where you couldn't just pick the stack team every time.
Right,
so.
dude. I used to do that shit too. Yeah. But ours was like you did it one at a time. So you got 3 rolls, and you could stick or go to the next one, but you couldn't go back.
Yeah, it's fun. Just fun.
Yeah,
methods.
it is fun. Yeah, because mine was with Madden because I didn't play hockey games until way later. Yeah. I felt like I always got fucked over when I did that game where I would get like a mid team and I'd be like, no, I'm gonna skip it. And then I would just get like the 2 worst teams, like the fucking Jacksonville Jaguars or something.
Jesus. Yeah, okay. It's not as bad when you get them all.
How do I fucking share my screen again?
Share the screen, boy.
Oh, it's up in the corner. What the fuck?
So yeah, whenever we roll these will be our picks for volume 2, which will be at a later date. Like we said earlier, we'll probably try to do at least like 3 of these a season, peppered in throughout time.
Mike's not your background anymore.
No, I had to take that off. It was getting weird. It was getting weird. I actually forgot about it for a while. I was like, dude, I gotta take that off.
Did you remove the ones we already did?
Yeah. Can you guys see that?
Okay. Yep.
All right. So who's up first? Oh, so I don't remember how we did this last time, but
pick 3 numbers. You go first, Moodz. Pick 3 numbers.
So I'll pick 6.
Out of how many? How many numbers are there?
There would be 39 now.
Okay, 39.
All right. So I'm going to pick 17, 29, and 33. Hope you guys remember that because I already forgot.
17, 29, 30. So Who Fears the Devil? 29, The Enchanted, and 33, The Rites of May, which is the one I did on Hidden Gems.
So you could either pick one of those 3 or do the suicide roll.
Yes. All right. So 7. Who Fears? I don't even know what Who Fears the Devil is.
Well, I don't know what that is either.
Yeah, I have a feeling.
And The Enchanted, I'm not really too.
I don't know what they are.
All right. So I'm gonna go back here, and I'm gonna suicide roll this. Whatever comes up. Oh, Demon. So is
that the Demonio movie?
It is. Yeah, it's the Italian film. Nice. Yeah. I've been wanting to watch this. That's fucking sweet, bro. All right, so Demon comes up. All right. Who's next?
Tyler.
All right. We just go top 3. You 2 what happens.
Okay.
1, 2, and 3.
Okay, I got The Rites of May, Blood Tea, and Red String, and Who Fears the Devil. I'm going to go ahead and lock in on Blood Tea and Red String.
Wow, Who Fears the Devil came up again. Okay, so that's 2. All right, GP, what do you got?
You got to remove the ones you 2 picked.
Oh, yeah, so Demon and Blood Tea and Red String.
So Demon, And what was the other one?
Blood Tea and Red String.
Oh shit! So Il Tamino and Demon were two different things.
Oh, so this is a different movie.
Wow, crazy. Okay.
Well, I'll look it up.
What was the one you
Right
just
there,
got?
Red. Right there. Down.
Oh, right to May.
Blood Tea and Red String. Oh, no, Blood Tea and Red String.
Sorry, looked at the wrong one.
And remove those spaces.
This is that's a modern silent movie, by the way.
God damn.
And it's animated.
All right, I'm gonna go the bottom three. So whatever numbers those are. So opposite of Tyler. Who Fears the Devil, Vi, and what does that one say?
Anchorus.
Ooh, we almost got Born to Fire. Born to Fire was on there. Kadachi.
Who Fears the Devil sounds kind of cool. I'll go with that one.
All right. So the Demon movie is a 2015 movie.
Il Demon. It was up here again. Fuck. Okay.
And it's a Polish movie. And then Who Fears the Devil? What is that? Oh, Who Fears the Devil is the Legend of Hillbilly John.
What the hell?
Yeah.
A 1972 fantasy film based on a short story collection, Who Fears the Devil. All right.
A roaming hillbilly on a quest to defy the devil encounters several supernatural characters and does battle with a silver string guitar. That sounds kind of rad.
This sounds awesome.
There's the devil.
The Legend of Hillbilly John.
All right, yeah, so Demon, Blood Tea, and Red String, and Who Fears the Devil.
Yeah. It's the Legend of Hillbilly John in the box set, I guess. But
all right,
yeah.
so there we go.
What'd you say about the box set?
In the box set, I think it's under the Legend of the Legend of Hillbilly John.
Is it?
Yeah. That's why I typed it and it came up. Like, oh, that's what that is.
That is hilarious.
Nice. All right. Well, that's that. Next show. That sounds pretty cool. Haven't seen any of them, so.
Yeah, the Blood Team one is one that's kind of been on my radar since I picked it up as like one of the titles I'm most interested in.
Or
it's only 70 minutes too.
Are all three of these ones in box set 2?
Yep, these are all 2.
Interesting. All right, cool. Those will be our next 3.
Hell yeah. These box sets are sick. I'm excited.
They are.
For these.
I had a lot of fun with that one.
Yeah, we had a good we had a good 3 films, I think. That was a pretty good serving.
Yeah, I agree. All right. So I guess that is the show. Thank you guys for joining us once again for another episode of 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror, where this time we tackled folk horror, which it's actually funny we're calling it that because like I'm sure there's going to be some, like Celia was kind of loose with the horror. I'd be curious if there's ones that have like no horror.
Yeah, maybe.
But you know, oh well.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will next week we will be doing the Scream franchise part 2, where we will be covering Scream 5, Scream 6, and Scream 7. So that will be next week's show after we all go to the theater and see Scream 7. And then, like I said, we will do another folk horror down the road a little bit. We have March Madness after Scream as well. And then we might be doing another zoology after that. So, yeah, stay tuned for more episodes. We got plenty of episodes to do, an unlimited supply of them.
That's for show.
Yeah.
All right, man. Yeah, so we're out of here, man. That's going to conclude episode 315. I'm sure JP already did the outro, so
yep.
I was literally pinching. I had to go pee.
All
really
good,
bad.
All good. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed. See you guys next time. Peace out.
Deuces.
Ooh.
That's all, folks.